Train to another world. Li Zhoguang covered his stomach and huddled in a corner of the carriage. The muscles in his abdomen were twitching with pain, and his internal organs felt as if they had been stirred by hands. He was so sick that he felt like vomiting. The culprit who caused him to look like this was a man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes and long hair shawl. Wearing a moon-white gown, holding a sword in his hand, and with a stern face, he looked like the hero from a popular ancient puppet show. Just now, Li Zhoguang, who was taking the subway after get-off work, sat down and started scrolling through his cell phone as usual. Suddenly, he heard someone talking in front of him, but he ignored it, and then he was kicked in the abdomen. This kick directly kicked him up and hit him hard against the partition door of the carriage. When I raised my head, I saw the man, and also found that he was no longer in the subway. Although this was also a carriage, it was a train carriage. To be precise, it was an old-fashioned train carriage. Wooden carriage, covered with velvet seats, kerosene lamps on both sides. The layout and decoration inside the car are like those seen in Murder on the Orient Express before. Li Zhoguang was very sure that he got on the subway and sat in his seat without moving. How could he suddenly come to such a place? Could it be worn? Li Zhoguang secretly guessed and took a look inside the carriage. In addition to him and the ancient puppet man, there were 2 men and 1 woman in the carriage. The clothes of the 3 of them did not look like modern people. One of them, a man and a woman, was a little older and well-dressed. The remaining one was probably only 14 or 15 years old, wearing a coarse cloth. Guo Yunnan, who just kicked Li Zhoguang, spoke, "You are all the chosen ones chosen by the Dragon God. Now we are being led by the Dragon God to the land beyond, looking for sacrifices. Only when a sacrifice is found that satisfies the Dragon God will the Dragon God take it back. I am now the main priest, and you will listen to my orders for a while. If you are lazy and slack, I will punish you without mercy." Those 3 people seemed to be the same as Li Zhoguang. They were all frightened when they suddenly appeared here. The only one who knew something about the situation, Gu Hupan, immediately became the backbone. Only Li Zhoguang was thinking secretly, "Dragon God, is he referring to this train?" After that, he asked everyone about their origins one by one. But they found that the 3 of them were all from different places, and none of them had heard of the other's location. The young man in colorful clothes is called Wei Chongfeng. He comes from Shanglin County in the Dian dynasty and is the 4th son of the county governor's family. The young woman in gorgeous clothes is called Wang Shiyun. She comes from the capital of Daqian and is the legitimate daughter of a merchant family. The young man in a coarse cloth training uniform is called Qin Daniu. He doesn't know what his country name is. He only knows that he has lived in the Maniu martial arts school in Xiangshui County since he was a child. He was picked up by the concierge of the martial arts school when he was young, and now he has joined the martial arts school as an outer disciple. When it was Li Zhoguang's turn, the ancient puppet man did not let him introduce himself, but said disdainfully, "Since you, a barbarian slave, are here, it is your destiny. From now on, I am your master. Remember, my name is Li Chunfeng. Since you are the 23rd servant of my family, from now on, you will be called Li Erson." Seeing this situation, the 2 young men in fine clothes seemed not surprised, just like no one made a sound when Li Zhoguang was kicked just now. Qin Daniu, on the other hand, frowned slightly when he saw this behavior. The form is stronger than the person. The person can kick Li Zhoguang away with 1 kick and has a sword in his hand. Li Zhoguang didn't think he could fight with him, so he could only stay aside silently and observe the situation first. This is indeed a carriage. The slight shaking of the car body also shows that the car is moving forward, but it is pitch black outside the car window and nothing can be seen clearly. After a while, a curtain of light appeared in the carriage. Li Zhoguang was okay, he was still looking around for where the projection system was, while the others looked frightened. Li Zhoguang thought to himself that he had never seen technological creations. Could it be that they really came from ancient times? I saw the light curtain written in simplified Chinese. Please select a task. Selection countdown, 1 o'clock. 1. Go to New York to obtain the arc reactor. 2. Go to Raccoon City to obtain T-virus samples. 3. Go to Fairy Island to get the purple gold pill. After the light screen appeared, Li Chunfeng immediately knelt down towards the light screen. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Lord Dragon God has appeared, why don't you kneel down? When everyone heard Li Chunfeng's words, they fell down as if waking up from a dream. Not wanting to attract attention, Li Zhoguang also knelt down. In front of the light curtain, he knelt on the ground, and the countdown gradually decreased. Li Zhoguang secretly raised his head and found Li Chunfeng, who was kneeling at the front with his head bowed piously, not looking like he wanted to choose a task. Li Zhoguang suddenly remembered that those people, except Li Chunfeng, had not introduced themselves, and Qin Daniu did not know the country's name. The other two people are from Dian and Daqian. Even if Li Zhuguang's history is not very good, he can at least recite the representatives of the dynasty. Even though everyone speaks the same language, that doesn't mean they all use the same words. Could it be that Li Chunfeng didn't choose the task because he didn't understand it at all? Seeing that the countdown was coming to an end, Li Zhoguang decided to give it a try. He whispered, "Choose mission 1. Sure enough, the light curtain changed. Please select a task. Selection countdown, 1 o'clock. 1. Go to New York to obtain the arc reactor, voted, 1. 2. Go to the hive to obtain T-virus samples. 3. Go to Fairy Island to get the purple gold pill." It turns out that the selection of tasks is based on voting. The remaining people prostrated themselves on the ground devoutly and did not notice the change in the light curtain. After the countdown was completed, a new round of options began. Please select initial assistance. Selection countdown, 1 o'clock. 1. Proficient in language. 2. Mission map. 3. Therapeutic drugs. Seeing the 3 auxiliary options, Li Zhoguang was even happier. He did not hesitate to choose the third one, the healing potion, based on the task he chose. After making the selection, Li Zhoguang felt something extra in his pocket, and touched it with his hand without leaving any trace. It seemed to be a test tube. There were too many people and Li Zhoguang had no intention of taking it out to take a look. Suddenly, the shaking of the carriage intensified, and everyone was pushed forward by a force of inertia. The train appears to be braking. After the car stopped, the text on the light screen disappeared and was replaced by 2 pictures. As an MCU fan, Li Zhoguang is very familiar with these 2 pictures. One picture shows the reactor on Stark's chest, which looks like a first-generation product. The other picture is of the large reactor placed in the lobby of Stark Tower. It seems that no matter which reactor is submitted, as long as it is the arc reactor, the light curtain will accept it. The door of the carriage was opened, and Li Chunfeng stood up and stared at the picture on the light screen for a long time, as if he wanted to imprint it firmly in his heart. After making sure to write it down, he greeted everyone to get out of the car. Stepping out of the carriage, Li Zhoguang found himself in a woodland. Although it was a woodland, he could vaguely see a patchwork of tall buildings in the distance. This is Central Park in the heart of Manhattan, New York City? Is it really Marvel? A sweet cry interrupted Li Zhuguang's thoughts. It was Wang Shiyun. After getting out of the carriage, everyone can get a full view of the train. It was an ancient steam train, with white smoke still coming out of the front chimney. But the strange thing is that usually for this kind of steam train, there should be a cargo box containing coal right next to the front of the train. But this car does not have a cargo box. Immediately behind the front of the car is the passenger compartment that Li Zhoguang and the others just came out of, and this train only has this passenger compartment. Wang Shiyun and the others had obviously never seen a train. In their eyes, this steam train was a giant steel beast that breathed clouds of gas. Li Chunfeng smiled proudly when he saw that everyone was shocked by the appearance of the train. After all, he still needs to use the majesty of the dragon god to command these bumpkins. Wei Chongfeng was looking into the distance. The cliffs here are so strange and shiny. I wonder if they are inlaid with gems. Li Chunfeng greeted, "Okay, don't disturb Mr. Dragon God. We need to get the sacrifices required by Mr. Dragon God as soon as possible before we can return to where we came from." After saying that, he walked up to Li Zhoguang and kicked him on the butt, knocking him to the ground. NTMD was kicked twice in succession, and Li Zhoguang was a little annoyed. Seeing Li Zhoguang lying on the ground and still daring to turn around and glare at him, Li Chunfeng pulled out his sword with a crack sound and wanted to poke 2 bloody holes in Li Zhuguang's face. But he suddenly remembered something, and just made a shallow cut on Li Zhuguang's arm. He opened his mouth and reprimanded, "You are a naughty slave, I kindly took you in, but you still don't know how to teach me. If it weren't for Lord Dragon God's mission being more important, I would have to kill you here. This time, press your punishment first, and then punish it together when the task is completed." Hurry up and explore the way ahead. Wang Shiyun and Wei Chongfeng did not express any reaction to this scene. Instead, they looked at the disobedient slave with reproachful eyes. However, Qin Daniu hesitated for a moment and helped Li Zhoguang up. Are you okay? I have the golden sore medicine with me. Seeing Qin Daniu lending a helping hand to Li Zhoguang, the eyes of the other three people changed slightly, and they looked at Qin Daniu with a little more contempt. They probably regarded him as an inferior person like Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang watched everyone's reactions. He patted Qin Daniu on the shoulder, indicating that nothing was wrong with him, and refused Qin Daniu's gold sore medicine. On the one hand, he didn't know what kind of effect the medicine from the outsider would have on him, and on the other hand, he didn't want Qin Daniu to find the healing medicine when he was rummaging through his belongings, and something unexpected happened. Li Zhoguang glanced at the bright long sword in Li Chunfan's hand, and could only suppress the anger in his heart and walk along the forest path towards the nearest boundary of the park. I'll find a chance to deal with this turtle grandson later. Knowing that this was Central Park, Li Zhoguang didn't have any psychological burden. Central Park at night is full of monsters, and it is indeed as dangerous as the primeval forest, but now it is daytime and it is relatively safe. Although Li Zhoguang had been to New York before, he was on a business trip with his boss and basically had no time for free activities. Even though he knew that Central Park was nearby, he could only take a look at it on a high-rise building. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to visit Central Park this time, even though it was in another world. Then there was an interesting scene. Li Zhoguang was walking leisurely in front, while the stronger Li Chunfeng held his sword and followed carefully. Because Li Zhoguang walked too fast, he scolded him several times to walk slower. Because we were walking on a small road, we met no one along the way. But once we reached the park boundary, the number of people started to increase. There is no shortage of weirdos here in Lighthouse Country. Although the other four people dress weirdly, they are definitely not the weirdest group here. It attracts attention, but it is far from being watched. Li Chunfeng frowned slightly. How come this world is full of barbarian slaves? No, last time, through the blessing of Lord Dragon God, I was able to understand the language of the land beyond. Why can't I understand theirs this time? Wang Shiyun was also surprised and said, how come there are so many red fans? Wei Chongfeng echoed, we call them hairy ghosts there, and this is the first time I've seen so many of them. Qin Daniu, on the other hand, looked like he had never seen a foreigner before. When he came here, he felt like he had fallen into the underworld of hell. He clenched his fists and had a stern face, as if he was ready to run away if there was any disturbance. Although the names were different, Li Zhoguang learned from their words that they had met foreigners before. At the same time, I also understood why Li Chunfeng treated him differently. His short hair and short sleeves look was indeed shocking in the eyes of the ancients, and no one with a bit of shame would dress like him. Well, those elegant scholars who took Wushizan in the Wei and Jin dynasties were exceptions. Li Zhoguang looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. Manhattan is considered a wealthy area, and the characteristic of wealthy areas is the saturated patrols of police officers. And this is the reason why Li Zhoguang chose the mission in New York. Taking advantage of the moment of shock for several people, Li Zhoguang wanted to pull Qin Daniu to his side. Unexpectedly, when Qin Daniu looked at the short boy, he would not move at all when Li Zhoguang pulled him. Qin Daniu turned his head and looked at Li Zhoguang in confusion. Li Zhoguang could only go up to him and said, you helped me just now, so I won't harm you. I just want to ask you, do you believe me? Qin Daniu didn't know what Li Zhoguang wanted to do, but he still shook his head and said honestly, my grandfather told me not to trust others casually when I go out. Li Zhoguang hesitated after hearing the words, and then said, forget it, if you see anything strange later, remember to throw yourself on the ground and don't move. Remember, you must throw yourself on the ground. After speaking, Li Zhoguang quickly ran towards the stall where Li Chunfeng didn't notice, and ran towards the two policemen who were resting against the police car beside the road. This was a target he chose specifically because the lighthouse police only carried handguns. But their police cars usually have shotguns and AR rifles in the trunk. Li Zhoguang knew that Li Chunfan's martial arts was beyond that of ordinary people. But he had no idea how strong he was, so he could only choose one with stronger firepower to fight him. Seeing Li Zhoguang running towards them, the two policemen were startled. Because of Li Zhoguang's yellow face, they just put their hands on the guns instead of shooting directly. Freeze! a police officer warned sternly. At this time, Li Zhoguang pretended to be terrified, pointed at Li Chunfeng and said to the police, "That man with sword is a terrorist." Li Zhoguang, who knew the national conditions of the lighthouse country, knew how to easily and effectively provoke the nerves of the lighthouse police. Triggering the key entry, not only the two policemen, but also the people around them began to panic and fled in all directions. At this time, Li Chunfeng discovered the movement. He saw that it was the chaos caused by that damn barbarian slave, and immediately walked over here quickly. Although the two policemen did not empty their magazines at Li Chunfeng just because of Li Zhuguang's words, they still pulled out their guns when they saw Li Chunfeng walking towards them with a hostile look on his face. "Freeze! Put your weapon down!" Li Chunfeng saw that these two lowly slaves dared to shout at him, and his anger surged in his heart, but he also saw that this area was full of slaves, so he could only suppress his anger. He was determined to complete the task and did not want to conflict with the local forces, and he had not yet figured out what level of force the residents of this area were at. So he stopped. Seeing him stop, the police also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to shout, "Put your hands behind your back and lie down." Seeing that Li Chunfeng did not react stupidly, Li Zhoguang knew that this was safe. He had guessed when he saw the auxiliary options just now, and now it seems that this bastard really does not understand English. The policeman who also saw that Li Chunfeng did not respond repeated it again, but when he saw that the man was still standing there without moving, he began to call for support on the intercom. Li Chunfeng, on the other hand, tried his best to suppress his dissatisfaction with the two barbarians, and was trying to squeeze out what he thought was a relatively friendly smile, slowly approaching this side. Little did he know that his behavior made the two policemen more nervous. In the video materials they had seen, some terrorists would show this kind of morbid smile before launching a self-detonation attack. The two policemen stretched out their hands to signal Li Chunfeng not to get closer, and gave a final warning. When Li Chunfeng saw that the two barbarians stretched out their hands, he mistakenly thought that they were asking for benefits from him, and curled his lips with some disdain, and stretched out his hand to his waist. Bang! 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 The gunshots were continuous. For the first time, Li Zhoguang felt that American III was so righteous. Li Chunfeng was also powerful. Li Zhoguang clearly saw that his figure was blurred for a while, and he seemed to have dodged the first few shots. But the bullets were too dense, and the last few shots only avoided the vital parts. Li Chunfeng fell heavily to the ground, and the long sword in his hand flew out. When the police issued a warning again, he really lay on the ground and didn't move. Not because he understood, but because he really couldn't move. When all this happened, Wang Shiyun and Wei Chongfeng were scared and ran away, but Qin Daniu honestly lay on the grass beside him and didn't move. After all, he remembered that his grandfather also said, "Listen to people's advice and eat enough." While the police subdued Li Chunfeng and handcuffed him, Li Zhoguang came to Qin Daniu quickly, "Hurry, leave with me, you won't be able to leave if you are late." After that, Li Zhoguang followed the fleeing crowd and ran away. Qin Daniu hesitated for only a moment, then got up from the ground and ran towards Li Zhoguang's back. It was not that he trusted Li Zhoguang, but he saw that Li Zhoguang knew this place better, and he had no better choice than to follow Li Zhoguang. The two ran out of 3 intersections before stopping. Li Zhoguang, who had been lacking exercise for a long time, began to hold his knees and pant after stopping. Looking back, he saw that Qin Daniu had indeed followed. Seeing that his face was not red and he was not out of breath, he thought he had indeed practiced. Li Zhoguang stopped a passerby casually and asked about the location of Stark Tower. The prototype of Stark Tower is the Metropolitan Life Insurance Building, which was built on Madison Avenue, next to Central Park. Although Li Zhoguang didn't know where they came out of Central Park, for Stark Tower, it should be a walking distance. While asking about Stark Tower, Li Zhoguang also learned that Tony Stark had been missing for almost a week after a terrorist attack in the Middle East. It seemed that the node they had arrived at was the early node of the plot. At present, there were only 2 of them, and it was probably impossible to rob the arc reactor by force. Not to mention the police and army in New York City, the security department of Stark Tower alone was not something they could handle. Even if they could handle it, how to transport the reactor to the train was also a problem. It seemed that they could only outsmart it. Li Zhoguang thought for a moment and had a rough plan in mind. He took out his newly bought Apple phone, restored it to factory settings, found a paper clip, took out the phone card, and put it away properly. After arriving at the front desk of Stark Company, I went straight to the front desk and said, "Mr. Stark ordered a sample from me before and asked me to hand it over to Miss Potts after it was completed. Can you notify her to come and inspect the goods?" The front desk glanced at Li Zhoguang, who was dressed in casual clothes, and Qin Daniu, who was not dressed in strange clothes, and said perfunctorily, "Give the things to me, I will pass them on." Li Zhoguang frowned. "Mr. Stark said that the sample is likely to involve a $1 trillion market, and I have to hand it over to the agreed person in person." Hearing Li Zhoguang's serious words, the front desk could only notify them. As for whether they came or not, it was not up to them to decide. Anyway, they had already been notified. It is now the time point of the first Iron Man movie. Pepper is still Tony Stark's assistant and has not become the CEO, so it is not difficult to meet her. In addition, in the original work, she has always been a dedicated workaholic. Let alone involving a $1 trillion market, even if it is only a matter of $10 million, Li Zhoguang feels that he can attract her. The most important point is that Tony Stark is missing now, and it is very likely that he is dead in the eyes of outsiders. Li Zhoguang knew that Pepper had always been in love with Stark. When Stark disappeared, everything related to Stark would make her instinctively sensitive. Even if Pepper couldn't be lured out, there was still Happy Hogan as a backup option. Pepper was the president's assistant, but Happy was just a driver and bodyguard, so he wouldn't be more arrogant than Pepper. After waiting in the rest area for less than 10 minutes, Li Zhoguang heard the sound of high heels approaching eagerly. Looking back, the person coming was a dazzling red hair. Jackpot! The person coming was Pepper Potts. And it was a face that Li Zhoguang was familiar with. It seemed that this was the MCU, and the universe number was Earth 199999. Li Zhoguang could see that she was close to collapse. But when she found that Li Zhoguang was looking at her, she still squeezed out a business smile. Li Zhoguang stood up and shook hands with Pepper. "Hello, Miss Boz." "Hello, who are you?" "You can call me Li. I have brought the samples that Mr. Stark commissioned us to develop before. Is it convenient to check the goods?" Pepper took care of Stark's affairs, big and small. She remembered clearly the people Stark met and the things he talked about every day. She even remembered Stark's bedmate every night more clearly than Stark himself. She recalled for a long time before, and she really had no impression of Li Zhoguang. She thought that it was because of Stark's recent disappearance that she was exhausted and even her memory was a little declining. But after meeting Li Zhoguang, she was very sure that Stark had not met this person. Little Pepper began to wonder if this person was taking advantage of Stark's absence. Li Zhoguang noticed that Boz's face had become much colder, and knew that she was suspicious. So he decided not to give the other party time to react, and continued to ask impatiently, "Can you arrange an inspection? I have several important projects waiting for me to start when I get back." Boz knew that her long period of days was indeed not very polite. Regardless of whether what this person said was true or false, at least she was still the president's assistant of Stark Group, and she still had to have basic business etiquette. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, you know, we have had a lot of things recently. And I haven't found any relevant records about this order. So, can you please tell me what Mr. Stark ordered from you?" Li Zhoguang took a half step back, his pupils dilated and his mouth slightly open, looking at Boz in surprise as if he was looking at a fool. Then he observed the surroundings, took 2 steps forward, and said in a serious tone, "Stark asked me to give you the product, so did he tell you? Is that something that can be discussed here?" Seeing Li Zhoguang's reaction, Boz was a little unsure. It seemed that the things brought by the man in front of him were not suitable to be taken out in public. Thinking of the series of ridiculous things Tony Stark had done before, Pepper shook her head and smiled bitterly. She wondered if Stark had customized some unique toys again. At that moment, she lost the mood to continue the conversation, and just told Li Zhoguang to pack the things and put them at the front desk. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. Li Zhoguang frowned and stopped Pepper. "I heard Tony say before that you are his good helper. He doesn't know what to do without you. But is this your professionalism? I'll tell you for the last time that the things Tony Stark customizes from me involve a $1 trillion market. So, you'd better do it now. Right now. Arrange an electronic engineer you trust, I emphasize again, you trust very much to inspect the goods. Li Zhuguang's series of performances successfully attracted Pepper's attention. She asked seriously, "Can you tell me roughly what it is?" Li Zhuguang hesitated for a moment, leaned forward slightly with difficulty, and whispered in Pepper's ear, "A mobile phone that is at least 15 years ahead of the flagship products on the market. As long as it is put into production, it can grasp the lifeline of the communications industry. Even if it is an arms company, Stark has many communications industries under its umbrella. Pepper is no layman in the mobile phone industry. How is this possible?" Li Zhuguang sighed and spread his hands, "So I asked you to find an engineer to inspect the goods." Little Pepper didn't say much and prepared to arrange people. Li Zhuguang stopped her again, "Find a room without surveillance equipment to inspect the goods. Stark designated you to receive the products. Plus, he's in trouble now, so, you know." Little Pepper nodded and turned away. After a while, Xiao Jiao led Li Zhuguang and Qin Daniu to a lounge with a middle-aged Mediterranean man and Happy Hogan. Looking at the famous wines piled in the lounge window and the Playboy scattered on the table, it is not difficult to guess who the owner of this lounge is. Happy poured Li Zhuguang a glass of water. When he saw that Qin Daniu was still a child, he searched and searched in the lounge. Unfortunately, in addition to wine, he could only bring in a plate of fruit from outside. Li Zhuguang took his cell phone out of his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged man. The man took out the equipment he carried and started testing. In 2008, Apple launched the iPhone 3G, and Li Zhuguang gave the iPhone 15 Pro Max, which was definitely a dimensionality reduction blow. The engineer looked at the familiar logo on the back of the phone and said in surprise, "This is Apple? No, their technology can't reach it. This is incredible." Li Zhuguang grinned. "Stark said that he appreciates Steve Jobs' design concept, so I might as well give him something original. Not only the appearance, but also the operating system was developed after iOS." Happy Hogan was a little confused and said, "How do I remember Tony and Steve Jobs?" Pepper turned her head and glared at him. "We have been friends for a long time." The Stark Industries engineer still had 2 brushes. He finished the test in a short while and replied to Xiao Jiao, "This phone is 10 years ahead of the iPhone 3G in all aspects." Li Zhuguang frowned. It was obviously a mobile phone 15 years in the future. "How dare you, an old boy, to reduce the number by 5 years without permission?" Then I thought about it. Steve Jobs passed away in 2011. That makes sense. After getting a definite answer from the engineer, it was Pepper's turn to feel a little embarrassed. Because she had just checked, and with her authority, she did not find any deposit payment flow and contract filing for this customization commission. Now that Tony is not here, she is just an assistant, so to fulfill the contract. "Mr. Li, I did not find the relevant contract. Please wait a moment, I will notify Mr. Obadiah Stain to come and talk to you." Li Zhuguang raised his hand to stop Little Pepper. "When Stark customized this phone with me, he did not sign a contract or pay a deposit. There was only a verbal agreement between us, and even though the other person was not around, the agreement was still in effect. You can even take the phone now without having to sign a contract again. Although this is just a mobile phone, as Li Zhuguang has always emphasized, it involves a market worth trillions of dollars." Li Zhuguang sent him off as soon as he said so, which shocked everyone present. Oh, except for Qin Daniu, he doesn't understand English and doesn't know what US dollars are. At the moment, he only thinks that the fruit on the table is delicious. Li Zhuguang continued, "As for our verbal agreement, Stark only designated you, Miss Potts, to know about it, so." The engineer was about to leave very wisely, but Happy walked to the door and suddenly thought of Qin Daniu who was eating so much. "Hey, why doesn't this kid have to leave?" Li Zhuguang rolled his eyes, "This is my person, and I am willing to let him stay. If Stark also appoints you, you don't have to leave." When Happy heard Li Zhuguang's words, he was a little unwilling and murmured, "He must have forgotten, if he was here." Finally Happy walked out of the room and closed the door. After the door closed, Li Zhuguang sat next to Xiao Lewa, who moved to the side with some discomfort. Although Xiao Jiao was sure that there would be no surveillance equipment in this lounge, Li Zhuguang did not dare to gamble on Obadiah's integrity. He leaned closer to Pepper and whispered, "I know where Stark is." When Little Pepper heard this, she took a breath and was about to scream. Li Zhuguang covered her mouth and signaled her to be silent. Xiao Jiao nodded, and Li Zhuguang let go of her mouth and said, "That phone is just a cover, just to have a legitimate reason to see you." The technology of that phone is fake. The technology is real, but that's not important. Pepper was just about to refute that technology that can leverage a billion-dollar market is not important, but she felt that it was indeed not as important as Tony, so she stopped. Li Zhoguang continued, on that trip to the Middle East, someone bribed the Ten Rings gang to assassinate Tony. But he survived. The people from the Ten Rings gang took it upon themselves to keep him and wanted him to make weapons for themselves. Boz then asked, so where is Tony now? In the desert of the Middle East, I don't know the specific location. Li Zhoguang pressed the small pepper that was about to attack, and then said, hey, be patient. Although I don't know his specific location, I know where to find it. Where? There is a department called the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. If you can't remember, you can write it down. Their office location is public, and you need to go there to find a person named Nick Fury. Of course, if you go to him directly, the other department may deny the existence of this person. Just say, I'm looking for that bald one-eyed dragon. Hey, don't look at me like that, I don't discriminate against people with disabilities. If he still doesn't see you, go to Phil Coulson or Maria Hill. Remember, only these three are trustworthy, and the situation there is just as fucked up as Stark Industries is now. I'll tell you about Stark Industries in a moment. If they arrange for someone else to meet you, just say that you heard from other places that this department can help you find Tony, and don't say anything else. After talking for so long, Li Zhoguang was also a little thirsty and took a sip of water. Li Zhoguang drank the water and continued, if those three people meet you, just tell them directly that the only heir of Old Stark, the founder of the Strategic Science Corps, is facing life danger. If they still miss their old friendship, they should go quickly. Save people. Considering the resources they have, it is really easy to find Tony's whereabouts as long as they know the approximate location. After all, the method used by the Ten Rings gang to kidnap Tony is not sophisticated. Then, Li Zhoguang hesitated and said, forget about the others. If the three of them ask you about the source of the information, you can reveal my information. Pepper frowned, I don't even know who you are. I don't even know if your name is real. My last name is indeed Li, and as for my identity, we are the secret line left by Old Stark. If Tony hadn't been in danger this time, we wouldn't have planned to expose him. Xiao Jiao, who suddenly received a large amount of information, felt a little dizzy. He could only take out his notepad and write down the places he couldn't remember clearly. After all the important things were recorded, she remembered the breaking news she had just heard. By the way, what did you say happened to Stark Industries? Didn't I just say that someone hired the Ten Rings gang to assassinate Tony? That person was Obadiah Stane. What? This is absolutely impossible. Pepper's face was full of shock and anger. You must know that Obadiah grew up watching Tony. Since the death of the elder Stark, he has supported Stark Industries alone until Tony can take charge of himself. And in Tony's growth experience, he has always played the role of a father, and has an irreplaceable position in Tony's heart. Li Zhoguang shrugged, I know it's hard for you to believe it, and I didn't expect you to believe it. You can paraphrase what I said and let Tony or those three people check it out. Of course, you must not check it yourself. Your rank is too low and it is too easy to be discovered. I don't want Tony to see your grave when he comes back. After saying that, Li Zhoguang greeted Qin Daniu and prepared to leave. But he didn't take a few steps and turned back, by the way, we are now a gangster and penniless. Please help us with our food and accommodation. Li Zhoguang saw Boz taking out his credit card and raised his hand to stop him. As Tony's assistant, your every move is under constant observation. To be on the safe side, I have better suggestions. Happy Hogan took off his suit and untied his tie. He held the steering wheel with one hand and ate a cheeseburger with the other. He didn't eat this before, but since he became Tony's driver, he couldn't help but get close to ink, learn from better people. He ate a burger in 2 or 3 bites and took another one out of the bag on the passenger seat. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he saw a pair of black eyes in the rearview mirror, staring at him straight. You have eaten 3, right? Happy sighed, and handed the burger to the back seat. Oh, forget it, eat it, kid. Qin Daniu happily took the burger from Happy. You know, when you were in the bull martial arts school, although the outer disciples had rice to fill their stomachs, the meat provided by the martial arts school was only a small piece per person per day, which was not enough. And the meat was simply boiled in plain water and put in a bowl for them to eat. It was not as delicious as the meat here. It's just that the meat here is a bit strange. I've eaten so much, but I still don't feel warm. Happy saw Qin Daniu eating a cheeseburger sweetly through the rear-view mirror, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. But when he saw the other person in the back seat, his face suddenly fell. I say, why do you have to stay at my house? If I don't stay at your house, will I stay at Miss Potts's house? You can stay in a hotel? Stark Industries has many hotels. As far as I know, there is one at the corner of the intersection ahead. How about I take you there? No, just stay at your house. What's wrong with you? Li Zhoguang shrugged. Do you know why Tony designated Potts to connect with me? Happy was slightly stunned. Why? Because Potts is not so curious, she just tries to do it, instead of asking why. Happy's face flushed. You can regard this incident as a small test from Mr. Stark. If you can't even do this little thing well, how can we talk about trust? Happy was defeated. Okay, whatever you say, as long as you are happy. Li Zhoguang nodded with satisfaction. Do you remember Miss Potts's instructions? Happy replied weakly, remember, you two will live in my house temporarily, and I can't tell others about your existence. I will be responsible for the purchase of all living supplies and going out to do business. Very good. You don't have to be so negative. Think about happy things. At least Miss Potts just doubled your salary. Then should I thank you? You're welcome. Although Happy is a bachelor, he looks like a standard rough man. But his apartment is unexpectedly tidy, at least better than Li Zhoguang's. Because of Potts's special instructions, Happy gave his bedroom to Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu, and he stayed on the sofa in the living room for a while. At night, Happy likes to go to a nearby bar for a drink, and only Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu are left in the apartment. After Li Zhoguang taught Qin Daniu how to use the shower facilities and bath products, he let him take a shower alone. Li Zhoguang returned to the bedroom and summarized everything that happened today. Although it was a hastily thought-out plan, many parts of it could not withstand scrutiny, but it was the best choice for him. Although the current situation is relatively smooth, Li Zhoguang has not forgotten how deep the water of Marvel is. Even if this is the MCU, there are many big guys hidden. The only thing that makes Li Zhoguang feel relieved is that after coming here for so long, no TVA, Time Variance Administration, agent has jumped out to say that he wants to kill him. Thinking of this, Li Zhoguang tried to ask, God of Stories, His Majesty Loki, can you hear me? After waiting for a while, there was no response. Li Zhoguang tried again, outsiders call the Supreme Sorcerer, outsiders call the Supreme Sorcerer. Still no response. Dormammu. Don't try to call on high-level beings at will, that is not a rational behavior. After much anticipation, he finally came out, with a yellow robe half covering his face. Finally I've found you, the magic bald man, ugh, the Supreme Mage Ancient One. I seem to have sensed some very impolite thoughts. Li Zhoguang said with a flattering smile, how dare I do that in front of the Supreme Mage? It's rare to meet a big man. Li Zhoguang began to rub his hands. You don't have the talent to learn magic now. Now? Then. The future has many branches, and no one can be sure before it comes. It seems that I can't get any wool from this big man now, so I can only settle for the second best. Then in most futures, can I leave here alive? Ancient One just smiled and didn't answer directly. She handed Li Zhoguang a ring. Someone asked me to pass this to you, you should be able to use it. Li Zhoguang took the ring and looked at it. The appearance was extremely rough, and the size of the ring was also very large. Except for his thumb, no other finger was suitable. Li Zhoguang asked in confusion, if I remember correctly, I have absolutely no acquaintances in this world. Supreme Mage, can you tell me who gave it to me? I can't tell you who it is, but he is definitely an acquaintance of yours. Li Zhoguang was not a stupid person. After thinking for a moment, he had a guess in his mind. Just as he was about to ask Gu Yi, he was interrupted by Gu Yi. Don't say out loud the guesses in your heart, just know this. Li Zhoguang nodded happily. If his guess was true, then this mission should be relatively stable. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the bedroom door. It was probably Qin Daniu who had finished taking a shower. Li Zhoguang was about to say something to Gu Yi, but found that she had disappeared. Opening the door, Qin Daniu walked in. In addition to the bed where Happy slept, there was also a folding bed in the bedroom, which Happy probably prepared in case guests came to stay overnight. A bed for 2 people is just right. Sitting on their respective beds, Li Zhoguang spoke first. Daniu, I saw that you hesitated to speak several times today. Now there are only 2 of us left. If you have anything to ask, feel free to ask. Qin Daniu hesitated and asked, have you been here before? If we just refer to the lighthouse, Li Zhoguang has indeed been here, but this is a lighthouse in the MCU universe, and it would be very troublesome to explain it to an ancient person. Li Zhoguang could only reply in words that the other party could understand. I have seen the customs here in storybooks. Qin Daniu nodded and continued to ask, then were we really brought here by the dragon god? We should have been brought here by it, but I prefer to call it a train rather than a dragon god. Can we really go back to where we were? Li Zhoguang was not sure. This is my first time to experience this kind of thing, so I can't guarantee it, but I am very confident that I can complete the task. As for whether we can go back or not, we can only look at it when the time comes. Even if I can't go back, I still have the ability to take care of you here. Hearing Li Zhoguang's promise, Qin Daniu smiled shyly, then I will call you boss from now on. What kind of statement is this? Some of the senior brothers in the martial arts school have gone to work as guards for others. Those who take care of their food and lodging and give them money are the bosses. It sounds weird. You should call me boss from now on. Then, Li Zhoguang thought for a moment and asked Qin Daniu, as for the incident earlier today when I designed the local law enforcers to attack Li Chunfeng, how about you? What do you think? Isn't this normal? Qin Daniu was a little confused. In Xiangshui County, there are often big bosses who lead their servants and martial artists to fight against each other because of quarrels, and many people die every time. Well, it seems that the world Qin Daniu lives in is not a society ruled by law. By the way, look for something like this in your belongings. Li Zhoguang took out the treatment potion distributed by the train. The bright red liquid was in a small test tube. Although Qin Daniu was sure that he had never seen this thing before, he still honestly flipped through the leather bag hanging on his waist. Sure enough, he found an identical potion mixed among his golden sore medicine packets. Li Zhoguang verified his guess. It seemed that the chosen reward was indeed one for each person. Keep it carefully. This thing is much more effective than the golden sore medicine. It can be of great use in critical moments. Qin Daniu nodded and carefully put the healing potion into another small pocket. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Li Zhoguang got on the subway, and it was morning when he came to the MCU world. Until now, he has not slept for more than 30 hours. Even though he was lying on a strange bed, he fell asleep. Li Zhoguang felt that he had not slept for long before he was awakened by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. When I opened my eyes, I saw it was still dark. It's Qin Daniu. He was riding on a dark mass that kept shouting Mother Fucker. Li Zhoguang was shocked. He turned on the light and saw, oh, it was braised eggs. It's probably because he just left yesterday, and Pepper went to shield on the back. Then Nick Fury knew of his existence and came in overnight to make a show, but was restrained by Qin Daniu. But this Qin Daniu is really good. Even though Liu Dan is old, he is still the king of agents, and he was restrained so easily. Li Zhoguang waved his hand to Qin Daniu, Daniu, let him go, he is here to find me. Okay, boss. Nick Fury got up from the ground in embarrassment, patted the dust on his windbreaker, and said viciously to Li Zhoguang, do you know that I can now accuse you of assaulting a public servant, and I can also call people from the Immigration Bureau over? Li Zhoguang shrugged, if I remember correctly, the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau is a subordinate agency of the United Nations Security Council, and it takes the finance of the United Nations. When did it become a government department of Beacon? Nick Fury was not upset at being exposed, and said, Mr. Li, we already have your relevant resume and information. Please come with me and don't force me to call for backup. You have control over me. I just came into this world this morning. If you have my resume in your hand, it will be a ghost. Li Zhoguang complained secretly in his heart, but said calmly on his face, oh, I really don't know what other illegal things I have done. Do you have an arrest warrant? The warrant is in my car, you'll see it if you get down there. Li Zhoguang curled his lips, you mean, on our way downstairs, you asked your agents to print out a copy? Even I could guess that the department signing the signature was the FBI. I said you should change departments. Although the FBI is easy to bully, you can't always bully others. What are you talking about? Okay, let's get straight to the point. Since I asked Ms. Potts to find you, it means that I don't know anything about you. If you want to ask anything, please ask. I have to go to bed in a hurry. I don't care where you come from, but I ask you to cooperate with my work, now. Immediately. Come downstairs with me. Li Zhoguang yawned. Who gave you the courage, Danvers? If I really don't cooperate, it will be enough for me to twist off your head before you use that old pager to call the cosmic policewoman back to Earth. The ball was kicked. I'll give you another chance. If you have anything to ask it immediately, or I'll call Stark Industries' legal team. Nick Fury didn't even tell his most trusted subordinates about the existence of Captain Marvel. Now that the person in front of him said it directly, he was undoubtedly shocked. Where did you know that? I have my own intelligence channels, so don't even think about asking. If it were you, would you tell me your own intelligence channels? Nick Fury continued to ask. Okay, let me change the question. Which institution or organization do you belong to? Li Zhoguang glanced sideways at him. The name of an organization is often the first piece of information to be leaked. Our organization does not have a name, but I can tell you that our organization was formed by the old Stark. Before coming, Nick Fury checked the information. This is impossible. If you were formed by Howard Stark, why are there no corresponding records? You don't know too much. But that's Howard Stark, one of the founders of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Li Zhoguang said with a bad smile. Is there a possibility that old Stark founded us based on his distrust of you? Nonsense, Strategic Homeland Defense. SHIELD, the full name is too long, let's just call it the abbreviation. Okay, I think so too, but I still want to emphasize that our SHIELD is a well-organized organization dedicated to maintaining global stability. Our business is dedicated to protecting all mankind. If even we are not reliable, then there is no reliable department. Li Zhoguang gave Lu Dan an "Are you serious?" expression. Alexander Pierce, John Garriott, Brock Rumlow. What? They are all Hydra people. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Believe it or not, you can verify it yourself. Whether you catch them and use confessional agent, or entrust the Skrulls to pretend to test them, it's up to you. Although Nick Fury doesn't believe it all, the news is still too shocking. It's fine if it's fake, but if it's true, it's going to be big trouble. So he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Li Zhoguang. Hey, I revealed so much information, what about Tony? Lloydon didn't even look back. Agent Hill led the field team to Afghanistan a few hours ago. Li Zhoguang nodded with satisfaction, lay down on the bed, pulled up the quilt, and continued to sleep. The next day, Li Zhoguang was woken up by the sound of Qin Daniu practicing martial arts, and he touched his cell phone out of habit. Oh, I gave it to Little Pepper yesterday. I looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 9 o'clock in the morning and it was time to get up. When I came to the living room, I saw that Happy was not there, and there was no trace of anyone spending the night in the living room. I guess he didn't come back at all last night. Open the refrigerator, Tisk. Half the capacity of a standard bachelor's refrigerator is used to hold beer. Fortunately, there is no shortage of meat, eggs and milk. Li Zhoguang simply made a bacon omelette, poured milk on it, and invited Qin Daniu to come for breakfast. Qin Daniu was worthy of being a martial arts practitioner. He ate one portion in 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, and Li Zhoguang could only make another portion. But after a while, he finished the newly prepared food, but he said he still felt hungry. Just yesterday he boasted that Hai Kao would take care of people, but today he makes people starve. Where can he put his face, Li Zhoguang? So Li Zhoguang took out all Happy's supplies, cooked them briefly, and put them all into Qin Daniu's belly. Li Zhoguang looked at Qin Daniu's thin body and asked in surprise, "Where did the food you eat go?" Qin Daniu touched his flat belly. "I felt a little strange yesterday. In fact, my appetite is not that big, but the food here is too light." Light. The food you eat in a martial arts school will fall into your stomach. If you eat the food here, it feels like it floats away before it reaches your stomach. And if you eat the meat here, your body will not get hot. Thinking of Qin Daniu's previous performance, Li Zhoguang felt that his world seemed unusual. Does your body get hot when you eat the meat there? Yes, Grandpa told me that the more ferocious the beast, the hotter the body will be after eating its meat. If a warrior wants to gain strength, he must eat more meat. Then how strong are you? Qin Daniu thought for a while and said, I can leave a finger-thick fist mark on the black steel rock. Master said that I have good qualifications and can become a direct disciple before I reach adulthood. Okay, it's useless to ask, where did Li Zhoguang go to check the mechanical properties of black steel rock? So he used the furniture in Happy's apartment to test Qin Daniu's strength. Still can't try it out. Because there is nothing in the apartment that Qin Daniu cannot lift. Tisk tisk tisk, had he known that Qin Daniu was so powerful, Li Zhoguang's plan would have been bolder. Witnessing Qin Daniu's power, Li Zhoguang was a little eager to try. Can you teach me this kung fu? Qin Daniu looked troubled. I swore in front of the ancestors' memorial tablet that I would not teach my martial arts secretly. Hearing this, Li Zhoguang didn't force it. Anyway, according to Li Chunfeng, everyone would go on missions together in the future. His own martial arts cannot be passed on to others. In the future, he can just find a way to collect martial arts from other families. Bang! The door to the living room was slammed shut, and Happy fell to the ground and walked in. The door to the living room was slammed shut, and Happy fell to the ground and walked in. Were you robbed? Li Zhoguang asked. How is it possible? Before I came to work at Stark Industries, I was a professional boxer. Not a single gangster around here knows me. Then what are you doing? Yesterday I met a very special girl. Oh. It's not what you think. She is very good at drinking. I slept in Old Bill's bar until I woke up this morning. I suspect that Old Bill has started selling fake wine. I wouldn't get drunk so fast before. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to change my clothes quickly. I'm going to be late for work. Hehe, what a special girl, I'm afraid she's not an agent girl. Have you forgotten the work that Miss Potts assigned you yesterday? Li Zhoguang reminded. Oh, by the way, my job now is to take care of you. Happy woke up from a dream and immediately showed a happy smile. Then I can sleep a little longer. Wait a minute. Li Zhoguang stopped him. What's wrong? Li Zhoguang pointed to the empty refrigerator. There is nothing to eat. You need to purchase a batch of supplies first. Happy followed the direction of Li Zhoguang's finger and looked at the refrigerator blankly. Oh God! That's my food for a week. In the end, Happy suppressed his sleepiness and went out to buy food. Taking into account the astonishing food consumption of the two people, Happy directly purchased 100 pounds of beef brisket, as well as a large number of vegetables and potatoes. At noon, Happy looked at the large piece of barbecue on his plate, and then at the mountain of meat on Qin Daniu's plate, and turned to ask Li Zhoguang, are you sure there is no problem with him eating like this? He is a martial arts practitioner, so it's normal for him to have a big appetite. Do you understand Kung Fu, Chinese Kong? Oh. Happy suddenly became excited, and it seemed that he understood. Li Zhoguang and the others stayed in Happy's apartment for 3 days. During these 3 days, Happy was undoubtedly happy. No need to get up early, no need to go to work. Apart from purchasing daily necessities, he spends the rest of his time either pestering Qin Daniu to teach him Kung Fu or sitting on the sofa watching boxing matches. The best part is that such leave is paid, double. But the happy days did not last long. Early on the 4th day, Boz called. Stark has come back and he wants to see Li Zhoguang. Sitting in Happy's car, Li Zhoguang came to Stark Tower again. Under the leadership of Xiao Jiao, we arrived at a conference room on the top floor of the building. Entering the conference room, a man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city street scene, leaving only his back to everyone. It is not difficult to guess from the 1.7 meter back that this person is Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, Mr. Li is already here. Pepper reminded. Stark turned around, smiled cynically at Li Zhoguang, and said, "Security." Suddenly, heavily armed security personnel filed in from outside, holding telescopic sticks, and surrounded Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang immediately pressed Qin Daniu's shoulders and signaled him to be calm. Shit, is this how you express your gratitude? Li Zhoguang didn't panic at all. Stark frowned. First of all, my name is Stark. Secondly, the military has been searching continuously for half a month to find me, but they still can't find me. But you sent someone to my location very easily. Do you want to explain, Mr. Kidnapper? Stark? Little Pepper didn't expect that it would be like this when Stark asked her to invite Li Zhoguang. In desperation, she wanted to explain, but was stopped by Stark. Li Zhoguang smiled, what do you want me to explain? Like, who are you? Where are you from? Li Zhoguang shrugged, I'm pretty sure that Ms. Potts has already told you the relevant information. Stark stepped forward and said to Li Zhoguang, I don't believe your nonsense at all. That old man will never make such an arrangement. Li Zhoguang pretended to suddenly realize, I understand. What do you understand? Li Zhoguang explained, daddy issues. What did you say? Your father has been a workaholic from beginning to end. He always spends very little time with his family. You have been dedicated to getting his attention since you were sensible. I don't know what you are talking about. Stark was a little annoyed. But it's a pity that old Stark is not a person who knows how to express his feelings. No matter how you hang out in front of him, his attitude towards you will always be indifferent. That's not what I want to hear. Stark's facial muscles trembled. Then, you work even harder. You make inventions, you get admitted to MIT, you become a notorious playboy, and your life trajectory is all about attracting one person's attention. Shut up, you don't know anything. But all of this is of no use, and some are still cold, ignorant, and indifferent. So you start to resent him. You resent him for being a workaholic, you resent him for not caring about his family, and you resent him for being willing to stay up all night looking at boring reports rather than spend a lot of time. Even if it's just a minute to be with you. Even his hurried departure has become the reason for you to resent him. The best evidence is that even if I save you, you will still doubt me. What you doubt is not my motives, what you doubt is your father's intention of leaving the means to help you. Enough. Stark interrupted Li Zhoguang loudly. Then he covered his face with both hands, making it difficult to see his expression. As if to calm down, he rubbed his face back and forth several times and put his hands down. His expression returned to the initial cynicism, and then he clapped his hands. The security personnel around him pulled their clothes and tore them off easily as if they had received an order. At this moment, a dozen naked muscular men, wearing only fluorescent thongs, surrounded Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang, who was as steady as an old dog just now, was a little panicked at this moment. I don't know where the music came from, and these muscular men pressed the switch on the telescopic stick, and the telescopic stick began to flash. It turned out that they were holding call sticks disguised as telescopic sticks. This group of muscular men began to twist to the rhythm of the music. Stark turned to Pepper and said, Pepper, you've worked hard during this period. To reward you, I've specially booked a stripper group for you, enjoy it. Then Stark gritted his teeth and said to Li Zhoguang, come with me. After that, he strode out. Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu followed him out. Pepper wanted to follow, but she was surrounded by muscular men and had to give up. After leaving the conference room, he followed Stark to a rest area outside the conference room. This rest area looked familiar. Li Zhoguang recalled it for a while and remembered that this was the place where Hulk demonstrated the god cry fall to Loki. Stark walked into the bar, took out a clean cup, and asked Li Zhoguang while pouring pure water, what do you want to drink? Li Zhoguang looked at the pure water he had poured and said, just plain water. When Stark heard Li Zhoguang's answer, he immediately poured out all the water in the cup, and then filled a full glass of whiskey and handed it to him. Li Zhoguang shrugged and took the whiskey, childish. Stark seemed not to hear it, took out another can of Diet Coke and handed it to Qin Daniu, turned his head and said to Li Zhoguang, the joke is over, I am also very grateful that you saved me, but now I need you to give me a proof. Li Zhoguang helped Qin Daniu open the Coke, what proof? Proof that you were really left behind by the old man. After all, you are accusing the old man's right-hand man, the CEO of Stark Industries. Li Zhoguang nodded. Stark's request was indeed reasonable, do you still have the architectural drawings of Stark Industrial Park? It's all in the database. Consider the Earth model at the center of the industrial park as an atomic nucleus. With the atomic nucleus as the center, replace the distribution of other major buildings in a three-dimensional space. This is the new element model left to you by your father. Stark immediately called out Jarvis and performed a three-dimensional projection. Although it was only a preliminary model, Stark, a person cursed by knowledge, could see the clues at a glance. He murmured, is this true? Li Zhoguang patted him on the shoulder and said, you and old Stark are exactly the same, both have obstacles to expressing emotions. Old Stark often told other people during his lifetime that the greatest invention in his life was you, but he never not to you. Stark waved Li Zhoguang's hand away and said, he is really I mean I am mentally healthy and have no emotional display disorder. Li Zhoguang glanced at him disdainfully. If you were really normal, you would book a candlelight dinner instead of inviting a group of strippers. Stark retorted strongly, hey, I'm a famous playboy. When it comes to women, you have no right to question me. That only proves that you have slept with many people, but it does not prove that you have loved as many people. If I am not wrong, all your intimate relationships are based on money and status, right? Real love, I'm afraid not once. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Li Zhoguang patted his shoulder again, don't worry, the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Maybe, for a scum like you, someone will be willing to love you 3,000 times in the future. Stark slapped Li Zhoguang's hand away again. Instead of letting one person love me 3,000 times, I would rather let 3,000 people love me once. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, this is the new mobile phone that Miss Potts bought me. I'll try the video recording function. Why are you recording this? I'm going to make a ghostly video of what you just said and show it at your wedding to Miss Potts. By the way, I will also show it on your children's birthdays in the future. Every birthday. Upon hearing this, Stark strode over. When did I say I wanted to marry Pepper? Then why don't you come and grab my phone if you have the guts? Don't you like taking things from other people's hands? Robbing doesn't count. In the end, Stark still didn't grab the phone. Panting, he took a swig of whiskey and said to Li Zhoguang, okay, now let's discuss how to implement the previous agreement. What agreement? Stark curled his fingers and said in a sinister tone, the customized agreement I entrusted to you. That's just a cover, mainly to meet Miss Potts. But the technology on that phone is real, and it took me a while to make it. Plus, you saved my life. I will help you register a communications technology company. Pepper will help you with qualifications, patents, etc. After the company is registered, I will exchange 1% of Stark Industries shares for 20% of your company's shares. Li Zhoguang understood that Stark wanted to give him 1% of the shares for free, and in order to prevent him from losing face, he also wanted to help him set up a company. Li Zhoguang waved his hand, money is of no use to me. If you really want to thank me, help me customize a set of steel armor and give me some gold. By the way, I'm also interested in the arc reactor placed in the lobby of Stark Tower. Stark asked in confusion, what is the iron armor? Well, it seems that S.H.I.E.L.D's early rescue cost Tony Stark a valuable experience as a blacksmith. Li Zhoguang described the purpose and function of the armor, and Stark was very excited after listening to it. You are simply a genius. I had a similar idea when I was kidnapped. But my original intention was just to make a large body armor with auxiliary power, driven by a small reactor. Your idea should be more mature. After speaking, Stark's scientific research madness took over, and regardless of Li Zhoguang's presence, he called out Jarvis and started the preliminary sketch design. Li Zhoguang had seen him enter this state more than once while watching movies. He was already used to it and just reminded him, remember to solve Obadiah's problem. Stark didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't want to discuss this topic. I need to investigate first. After all, I still don't quite believe that he would do such a thing. Anyway, it was the other party's housework, so Li Zhoguang couldn't ask more about it. Now he is just waiting to get his own steel armor so that he can take the arc reactor away, which is not going too smoothly. Now Tony is back and attracting most of the attention. Whether it was Obadiah or some other monster, it was unlikely that he would pay attention to this little transparent person. This means that in the next period of time, he can relax in New York City and treat it as a tourist. But when he and Qin just walked out of Stark Tower, they saw a black Chevrolet Suburban parked downstairs of Stark Tower. Seeing Li Zhoguang coming out, he slowly walked up to him. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a big black face. He motioned for Li Zhoguang to get in the car and talk in detail. Li Zhoguang looked inside the car, and the back seat was empty. In the driver's seat was an Asian woman, also an acquaintance, Melinda May, who had appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Zhoguang and Qin got in the car, glanced at the poor-looking Liu Dan, and teased, have you completed the verification? Tell me, how are you going to thank me? Liu Dan glanced at Li Zhoguang through the rearview mirror, let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about your business. Li Zhoguang asked curiously, what's my business? Where are you from? Liu Dan, have you lost your memory? Liu Dan. It doesn't matter, didn't I tell you? I'm from the organization founded by Old Stark. Nick Fury turned around and stared at Li Zhoguang. I think you're lying, Mr. 23 from the Dragon God organization. Li Zhoguang, hey. The Chevrolet Suburban drove farther and farther, gradually driving out of the city. After negotiating with Liu Dan, Li Zhoguang learned that Li Chunfeng fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. I said, you picked up a mentally ill racist, and based on his nonsense, you fabricated an organization and accused me of being a member of this organization. Liu Dan asked, if you don't know him, how do you know he is a racist? Li Zhoguang smiled, answer me first, have you interrogated him in person? Liu Dan's face fell and he kept silent. Li Zhoguang understood when he saw his face, ha 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 ha, he will definitely call you a black slave when he sees you. Shut up, motherfucker. In the car. Li Zhoguang said calmly, a madman who says everyone he sees is his slave. As a spy chief, you actually believe his crazy talk. Let's not talk about this for now. How do you explain the traces of biological modification engineering on his body? What? Although he is a human, his muscle strength, bone density, and cardiopulmonary oxygen supply capacity are far beyond ordinary people. Even his DNA is different from that of Asians. I don't know about this. Li Zhoguang spread his hands for inspection. He really didn't know about this. Liu Dan took advantage of the victory and pursued, we found out from the law enforcement recorder of the police officer at the scene of the arrest that you and him were together. Don't say that. I was just taking a walk in Central Park, and the man took out a sword and chopped me, saying that I was his slave while chopping. Liu Dan glanced at Qin Daniu, what about him? I don't think a skinny child can easily suppress the power of an adult, and an adult who has undergone harsh special training. An elderly person who has undergone harsh special training. Li Zhoguang corrected. May's mouth twitched slightly, but after all, she had received professional training, so she didn't laugh. Liu Dan said angrily, even now, my physical fitness is better than most adults. You dare to say that this child has not been transformed? Do you know Kung Fu? Chinese Kung Fu? Don't treat me as one of those common people who believe in movie plots. There is no Kung Fu that can make a child burst out with such great power. Is that right? Melinda. May nodded. If you are so sure, why do you still ask her? You answer my question first. The reason why he is so powerful is indeed because of Kung Fu. May has practiced it too. Li Zhoguang sighed helplessly, you can't presume to speculate on the skills of Michelin chefs just because you have eaten a bite of roadside stalls. Martial arts are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. I still don't believe it, forget it, you will tell me later. After that, Liu Dan pressed the button next to the seat. A partition popped out, separating the back seat from the driver's cabin. At the same time, Li Zhoguang also began to feel dizzy. Li Zhoguang bit his tongue and shouted, Daniu. Qin Daniu shrank and squatted in the back seat, curling up like a ball. In an instant, he was able to exert his strength, his muscles bulged high, and his body grew 3 times larger. He accumulated enough strength and when it was full, his muscles and bones burst and his fists came out at the same time. The bow was opened like a full moon, and the arrow was shot like a meteor. If there were people from the Manyu martial arts school at the scene, they would definitely praise, what a fierce top corner and mountain. Qin Daniu's fists were like the top corners of a bull, piercing into the partition in front fiercely, erupting with a huge roar, and even the car body was shaken by this force and crashed into the roadside. May held the steering wheel tightly and tried her best to control it before she stopped the car on the side of the road. Because the partition was damaged, anesthetic gas entered the cab, and Liu Dan and May hurriedly opened the door and got out. Qin Daniu also kicked open the car door and rushed out with Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang knew that Liu Dan and May would definitely carry guns with them, so he said to Qin Daniu, subdue them as soon as possible, and be careful of the black box in their hands. It is the same thing that injured Li Chunfeng. Qin Daniu nodded and rushed towards the 2 people. Although May and Liu Dan rarely had the opportunity to cooperate, their rich combat experience allowed them to spontaneously adopt the best combat plan when facing Qin Daniu approaching at high speed. May rushed towards Qin Daniu. After seeing Qin Daniu's exaggerated strength, May would not dream of stopping him. She only needed to give Fury a chance to shoot. And Liu Dan also stepped back and drew his gun tacitly. But they still underestimated Qin Daniu. When May rushed in front of Qin Daniu just stretched out his hands and pushed her chest. Mei was like being hit by a high-speed car, flying backwards and hitting Lu Dan. Qin Daniu rushed to the two men without slowing down, took their guns with one hand each, and threw them back to Li Zhoguang. The two men wanted to resist, but Qin Daniu kicked them twice in a row, causing them to vomit. When the two men recovered their breath, they found that Li Zhoguang had pointed a gun at them. Do you know what the consequences of attacking SHIELD agents are? Then do you know what the consequences of attacking Stark Industries shareholders are? Nick Fury was incredulous. It was obviously our people who saved him. I am his father's direct descendant. You are not. Do you have evidence? I do. You said that lunatic, that is also evidence? I can spend less than 1,000 to find a bunch of homeless people blocking the door of SHIELD and let them accuse you of raping her, him, and it. Nick Fury's eyes condensed. I used a confession on him. Hehe, a confession can only make people tell the truth, and what he thinks is true may not be the truth. Moreover, since you used a confession on him, didn't you ask clearly? When I first saw that man 5 days ago, he chopped me. I had never seen him before. Hearing this, Lu Dan was a little embarrassed. I was afraid that you would run away, so after a simple inquiry, I came directly to find you. Hearing this, Li Zhuguang's eyes turned. In order to dispel your doubts, I can go to your place to confront him. Then why did you resist just now? Lu Dan was in a state of impotent rage. Li Zhoguang glanced at him with contempt. Haha, I'm afraid it's not the same treatment if I go by myself or if I'm tied up by you. I might wake up on the dissection table next time. Our SHIELD is not a terrorist organization. But SHIELD agents do a lot of dirty work. They are. Lu Dan wanted to explain something, but he recalled the things he had investigated before, and suddenly felt unhappy. Li Zhoguang connected with Pepper through Apple's built-in FaceTime. Hey, Ms. Potts. Wow, it seems that Tony has indeed found the top stripper group. Pepper struggled to push away a row of abdominal muscles that were almost sticking to her face, and walked to the corner with her phone. Those strippers were also sensible and did not follow. Mr. Li, what can I do for you? The thing is, it's the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency that I asked you to go to last time. Their director Nick Fury invited me to visit their base. But this guy is a bit unruly, and I'm afraid he will forcibly detain me. If I don't return to Stark Tower later, remember to arrange for Stark Industries' legal team to give them a taste of the iron fist of capitalism. We don't have capitalism here, okay? By the way, there's fluorescent powder on your face, remember to wipe it off. See you later. After making the emergency plan, the four of them got into the Chevrolet again. But this time, Li Zhoguang sat in the co-pilot, and Lu Dan and Qin Daniu sat in the back seat. Lu Dan said to Li Zhoguang with a dark face, "That's my favorite seat." Li Zhoguang glared at him, "Do you think I don't know there is a heavy machine gun in the front storage box? If you sit in the front, I'm afraid that 4 thick and hard tubes will hit my face in the next moment." Lu Dan was suspicious. "You also planted people in SHIELD. Guess." Li Zhoguang turned his head and said to Qin Daniu, "Keep an eye on him. If he makes any rash moves, you can poke his good eyes." "Hey! Won't it be okay if you don't make any rash moves?" After a while, everyone arrived at a SHIELD base located on the outskirts of the city. When he was about to enter the base, Li Zhoguang stopped Nick Fury. "Wait a minute, your staff here." Nick Fury rolled his eyes. "Everyone here has been tested." Everyone entered the base because Li and Qin were traveling with Nick Fury and did not encounter any obstacles along the way. The four of them took the elevator and arrived at a certain level underground. After many verifications, we arrived at a detention room. I saw Li Chunfeng tied up on a bed with specially made handcuffs and shackles. When he saw Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu walking in, he immediately started struggling. "You evil slave! You betrayed your master for glory, and you are guilty of the following crime. When I go out, I will peel off the skin and cramps, and cut it into 8 pieces to relieve diarrhea." The hatred in my heart. During the struggle, he seemed to have touched a gunshot wound, and he grimaced in pain. Li Zhoguang dug his ears. "These old villain rhetoric of yours, my ears are almost numb, isn't there anything new?" Li Chunfeng just stared at him hatefully and repeated what he said before with almost the same meaning. "Oh, it's really boring." Li Zhoguang turned to look at Nick Fury. "Let's put on the confessional." "What?" Lu Dan couldn't believe his ears. He was originally convinced that Li Zhoguang and the other party were from the same organization, but what he didn't expect was that Li Zhoguang would take the initiative to let him use the confessional agent. Li Zhoguang glanced sideways at Fury. Why are you staring at me? If I didn't use a confessional, would you believe the result of my confrontation with him? Since it was Li Zhoguang's request, Fury was not polite at the moment. After saying a few words through the intercom, someone entered the detention room with a syringe. After thinking about it, Lu Dan still explained to Li Zhoguang, our confession agents are all specially made and will not cause irreversible damage to people. Li Zhoguang rolled his eyes. I don't have a problem even if you kill him. Then Li Zhoguang looked at Mei, who was standing aside. Do you understand Chinese? Mei simply replied, no problem. After Li Chunfeng was injected with the confessional agent, his eyes began to become dull. After testing with high-frequency routine questions, the staff confirmed that the confessional agent had taken effect and nodded towards Nick Fury. Li Zhoguang walked to the glass curtain wall. Hey, do you know who I am? Li Chunfeng said blankly, you are Li Erson. Be specific. You are the 23rd slave I have accepted. Li Zhoguang turned to Nick Fury and said, look, I said he is mentally ill. Nick Fury ignored him and asked Li Chunfeng through Mei's translator, when did you meet him? 5 days ago. Where did we meet? In the body of Lord Dragon God. What is Lord Dragon God? Lord Dragon God is Lord Dragon God. Then what are the characteristics of Lord Dragon God? Li Chunfeng showed an expression of obsession. The Dragon God is majestic and strong. His head is made of steel, his body is made of strange trees, his breath is hot and white, and his roar cuts through the clouds and cracks the waves. Li Zhoguang pointed to his temple. I told you before, he is epileptic. Okay, it's time for me to play. Li Zhoguang pushed Nick Fury away. Little brother, tell Gage, when did you meet Lord Dragon God? A month ago. Then what does Mr. Dragon God usually play with you? The first time I was alone, I went to a barbarian tribe to find a dagger. The second time another person came and went to the cliff to find a red flower. The third time I came here with you to find a dagger. A hammer and a plate. Li Zhoguang curled his lips. Let alone an ancient person, even a modern person who had never seen the movie would not be able to tell what it was if he was shown a photo of the arc reactor. Nick Fury seems to have found a breakthrough. What kind of hammer and plate? The craftsmanship is very good and exquisite. Lloyden then asked, has your body been modified by anyone? Every time I offer a sacrifice, Lord Dragon God will send blessings, and I will become stronger. Can you take us to find Lord Dragon God? Nick Fury asked the key question. Li Chunfeng shook his head, only those chosen by Lord Dragon God can see his true face. Even if a mortal stands in front of him, he will turn a blind eye. Nick Fury shook his head and gave up asking questions. Although he also knew that this lunatic, whose physical fitness was much higher than that of ordinary people, could never appear out of thin air, and was most likely related to Li Zhoguang. But the other party is now one of the directors of the Stark Group, and he has no evidence that he can kill Li Zhoguang. SHIELD really has no right to detain the other party without reason. The advantage of being funded by multiple parties is abundant funds, but the disadvantage is that it is subject to restrictions from multiple parties. To a certain extent, SHIELD's bag is tighter than that of the NYPD. At least others can empty the magazine at the slightest disagreement. While Nick Fury was thinking, Li Zhoguang asked again, you said there was another person before. Where did that person go? He was stronger than me, so I took the opportunity to sneak up on him and feed it to the big snake. Well, from the red flowers and the big snake on the cliff, Li Zhoguang probably knew where he and the man had gone before. He then asked, if you kill your companion, won't the Dragon God punish you? Li Chunfeng replied blankly, if the injuries caused are too serious, Lord Dragon God will punish him accordingly. If I had killed him directly that time, I'm afraid I would also die. What punishment? Thunder. Li Zhoguang wanted to continue asking for more information, but Li Chunfeng seemed to have amazing metabolic abilities and had gotten rid of the effects of the confessional and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, an agent quickly walked up to Nick Fury and whispered for a while. Nick Fury thought for a moment and said to Li Zhoguang, the military is here, let us hand over the people who are suspected of being enhanced. What are you telling me for? If your organization wants to extradite him, we can cooperate. Nick Fury was still trying. Li Zhoguang said nonchalantly, if they want it, just give it to them. I don't know him anyway. After hearing this, Nick Fury stared at Li Zhoguang for a long time, as if he wanted to find some flaw through his subtle expressions. Li Zhoguang looked at him with a clear conscience. He wished that Li Chunfeng would be taken away for research. If Marvel hadn't appeared in the options, it would have been a world like Resident Evil and Sword and Fairy. He is not just at the mercy of Li Chunfeng, he will even act as cannon fodder to explore the way. Nick Fury didn't see anything, turned to the agent on the side and said, "Go and reply to General Ross, we don't have any super soldiers here. If he doesn't believe it, take him to the rest area to drink coffee until he is satisfied." Li Zhoguang said to Nick Fury, "Are you okay now? Please arrange a car to take me back to Stark Tower, otherwise Stark Industries' legal team will start working." When Nick Fury saw that he really didn't catch each other's pigtails, he could only send them away, but he was still unwilling to give up. "I still want to ask, are you really not launching a super soldier project? We can actually cooperate." Li Zhoguang rolled his eyes, "I made it very clear, this is really martial arts. Can martial arts be taught? Haha, I can't learn it even if I want to." Nick Fury sent Li Zhoguang and Li Zhoguang to the hall, and a group of people suddenly came out of the diagonal ground. Li Zhoguang looked up and saw that the leader was an old man wearing a lighthouse military uniform. It was General Ross. He stopped everyone, glanced at Qin Daniu, and asked Fury, "Didn't you say there are no super soldiers here?" Obviously, the super soldier General Ross is referring to is Qin Daniu. Li Zhoguang didn't expect that the other party was not coming for Li Chunfeng, but Qin Daniu. But what he couldn't figure out was when Qin Daniu was exposed to the military's sight. Li Zhoguang looked at General Ross and his team. The other party came at this time and only brought 2 ordinary soldiers. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't go astray, there wouldn't be a big problem. Nick Fury said, "I don't know what you mean, Mr. Li and Mr. Qin are consultants to S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross was impatient and didn't bother to argue with Fury. He said directly, "Have you forgotten that your vehicle will sound an alarm when it is attacked, and my base is nearby? What happened? I passed the satellite see clearly." "Damn fake," Lu Dan cursed secretly in his heart, "when our agents were attacked in the past, you didn't care. It turns out that it's not that we couldn't receive the request for help, but that we didn't want to care at all." If Qin Daniu hadn't revealed his extraordinary strength this time, he might have been beaten to death, and Lao Deng wouldn't even have taken a step out of the base. Nick Fury frowned. "I said, we don't have any super soldiers here. Mr. Qin's outstanding performance is only because he is proficient in Eastern martial arts. Yes or no, we'll find out after checking." After speaking, General Ross asked 2 soldiers to capture Qin Daniu. Li Zhoguang felt a little incredible when he saw this scene. Fury had Captain Marvel behind him to give him courage, but since Ross had already seen Qin Daniu's performance, he actually dared to come and take someone with 2 people. Who gave it to him? Courage? What else can Li Zhoguang say about this? He could only say to Qin Daniu, "Don't kill anyone." Chapter 11, The General Revealed. They were just 2 ordinary soldiers, and they were knocked down before they could even draw their guns. Moreover, both of their hands were broken by Qin Daniu, and they completely lost their ability to attack. Seeing this, Ross shouted angrily, "You dare to attack the soldiers of the lighthouse, what do you want to do?" Li Zhoguang scratched his ears, "We are just defending ourselves, but what do you want to do? This is the lighthouse, you are obliged to cooperate with my investigation." Li Zhoguang seemed to have heard something funny. Investigation? I don't know when the army has the power to enforce the law. Even the president only has the right to dispatch abroad. General Ross sneered, "Yes, but for local dispatch, as long as the lighthouse is attacked by the enemy, we can organize defense independently. Now I suspect that you are biological weapons released by Aurora, and I have the obligation and power to take compulsory measures against you." Pa. Li Zhoguang seemed to see wonderful performance, began to applaud. "Wonderful, you suspect I am a biological weapon, I will go with you. Then I suspect you are a terrorist in disguise, do you want to prove yourself to me?" Ross said angrily, "Ridiculous, this is a lighthouse." Li Zhoguang ignored him, but turned to ask Nick Fury, "I have a question. Generally the location of an embassy will be counted as the territory of the country to which the embassy belongs. S.H.I.E.L.D. is affiliated with the United Nations and is an international organization. So where is the location of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury replied, "Legally it belongs to the country where it is located, but here, only the United Nations has the power to enforce the law." Ross looked at Nick Fury in disbelief. He knew in his heart that this old black man was a lighthouse man, but he didn't expect him to be so out of touch. Ross continued, but you attacked the lighthouse soldiers. Oh, you were the first to attack. We didn't want this to happen. How about I apologize to you? You are provoking the lighthouse army. I've apologized, what else do you want? Aren't you afraid of provoking a conflict? Li Zhoguang chuckled, do you know? Generally, the army of a country can be divided into hawks and doves. And in the eyes of the Aurora people, even the hawks are still too conservative. Unfortunately, I happen to be one of the more radical people among the people. Dainyu, hold him down. Qin Dainyu didn't understand what they were saying, but he believed that Li Zhoguang was his boss. Although bullying the old and weak was somewhat contrary to his beliefs, he followed Li Zhoguang's orders. After all, my grandfather said that people should have professional ethics. Although General Ross has been on the battlefield for a long time, he is really not young anymore. He didn't have time to struggle at all, and was pressed down by Qin Dainyu at Li Zhoguang's feet. Nick Fury stood up at this moment. Just now it was defense, but if you heard a lighthouse lieutenant general here, I can't pretend I didn't see it. Li Zhoguang shrugged, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. I won't hurt him, I will just insult him. After hearing Li Zhoguang's promise, Nick Fury turned around and began to admire the newly pasted floor tiles of the base. To be honest, he has been enduring Ross, this mad dog, for a long time. Li Zhoguang squatted on the ground, looking at Ross who was still struggling under Qin Dainyu. Aurora is not what it used to be. It is now one of the 5 permanent members. When we were on the peninsula, we had the courage to bite you to death, let alone now. If I were really sent by the Aurora government, let alone you, a lieutenant general, even if I killed an admiral, the lighthouse government would say it was a misunderstanding, and at most condemn it. Conflict? You think too highly of yourself. After that, he ordered Qin Dainyu, Dainyu, strip him naked. What do you want to do? Ross and Fury said in unison. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living crime. Nick Fury had no time to stop him. Even though the design concept of the military uniform was strong and durable, under Qin Dainyu's huge force, its toughness was no different from stockings. In a few seconds, Ross was stripped naked, and only the watch on his wrist and the military boots on his feet were left on his body. The agents in the hall had been paying attention to this side from the beginning, but because Liu Dan had not spoken for a long time, they could only wait on the spot. But the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Can you watch this without paying? The shield base in the lighthouse, most of its agents are also lighthouse people. Seeing Li Zhoguang bullying an old comrade like this, some of them couldn't help it and were about to step forward to stop the tragedy. But they saw Nick Fury pressing his palm down, indicating that they should not act rashly. Out of the professional qualities of the agents, they could only stop and grit their teeth and watch everything happening in the center of the hall. Nick Fury looked at the young agents gritting their teeth and shook his head. Alas, what bad intentions could he have? It was just that the enemy was too powerful and he loved his men. Why didn't these young people understand his painstaking efforts? Li Zhoguang skillfully turned on the recording function of his mobile phone. General Ross looked at Li Zhoguang in horror and struggled desperately, but he couldn't get rid of Qin Dainyu's hands at all. He really had no choice but to cover his face. Seeing that the shooting results were not good, Li Zhoguang was dissatisfied. Dainyu, pull his hand away and show his face. As a proud lighthouse soldier, how can you hide your head and tail if you want to be frank? Qin Dainyu put Rose's hands behind his back and lifted him up. Rose's eagle sauce was completely exposed in front of Li Zhoguang's camera. Family members of the lighthouse, today I would like to introduce to you a heavyweight. Thaddeus E. Ross, known as General Thunderbolt, is an outstanding graduate of the West Point Military Academy. After graduation, he married the daughter of his commander and started a rapid promotion path. He is now a lieutenant general in the Lighthouse Air Force. Oh, and they have a lovely daughter, Betty Ross, who is now studying cell biology at Culver University. Of course, this is not the point. Do you still remember the fat green man from a few years ago? Yes, the one that looks mindless and unhappy. It was created by your General Ross. After Li Zhoguang finished recording the video, he signaled Qin Dainyu to let go of General Ross. I will keep this video for now. I advise you not to do anything stupid. General Ross lay naked on the cold floor, staring at Li Zhoguang angrily. I didn't make that monster. Li Zhoguang shrugged. Of course I know, only those who wronged you know how innocent you are. But the people don't know. In addition, the fat green man did escape from your base. As long as this video spreads, you are not the culprit, who is? You can also try to refute the rumors, but based on my past experience, this approach has little effect. Ross looked at Nick Fury in despair. Nick Fury took off his coat and put it on for him. Have you forgotten? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked you for relevant information before, and you told me that all the information has been destroyed. So, I can't prove anything for you. Li Zhoguang continued to stab at the side. Even if you succeed in refuting the rumor, the Lighthouse military is not Hollywood and will not promote a general who has been watched by the whole country. So, you'd better not bother me in the coming days. Li Zhoguang left the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. As for how Liu Dan comforted Ross, he didn't care. The car in the Lighthouse country also drove on the left, but Li Zhoguang didn't have a driver's license here, so Fury arranged for an agent to drive him back to Stark Tower. The agent driving the car was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Li Zhoguang had never seen him before, so he should be just a background character. As the car drove into the city and got closer and closer to Stark Tower, Li Zhoguang began to find that more and more people on the roadside were fleeing backwards. On the side of the road, the oncoming traffic seemed to be fleeing from something. Li Zhoguang could see that something was wrong. The agent driving the car had already turned on the special car radio. Only a voice came from the radio, Stark Tower, code 245, calling for support. Repeat, Stark Tower, code 245, calling for support. This seemed to be the police radio signal. Li Zhoguang heard that the incident happened in Stark Tower and immediately looked at the agent. The agent felt Li Zhoguang's gaze and knew what he wanted to ask. Before Li Zhoguang opened his mouth, he answered, code 245, someone attacked others with a deadly weapon. Li Zhoguang felt a little strange. The firepower equipped by the Stark Industrial Security Department was much more powerful than the police. Who was so awesome that he dared to attack Stark Tower? Unless... Li Zhoguang shook his head. Because of his intervention, Stark didn't even build a prototype of the Iron Man armor, and the Iron Man in the original book was even more invisible. In any case, Stark Tower and Tony Stark were the key to Li Zhoguang's mission, plus the Iron Man armor that Stark promised to make for him. So no matter what, he had to go to the Stark Industrial Building to see the situation. Li Zhoguang asked, your car should be used for field work. Are there weapons and bulletproof vests in the car? The agent said, our equipment is prepared for field work personnel. You. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you hear your director say that I am your consultant? I need to use the equipment now. Okay, there is no bulletproof vest in the car, but there are 4 pistols in the storage box. The other guns and tactical equipment are in the trunk. When they arrived at the downstairs of the Stark Industrial Building, they saw that the lobby of the building seemed to have been hit by a tank. Not only was the door missing, but even the floor of the lobby was broken. What made Li Zhoguang most uncomfortable was that the arc reactor in the lobby was also destroyed. Although he didn't know whether the rotten reactor train would be collected, Li Zhoguang was not willing to gamble. The gate was surrounded by police, but no one entered. It was clear at the scene that it was not an ordinary shooting case. It's only tens of thousands of dollars a year, what's the point of playing with your life? They were doing their duty by protecting the scene and waiting for SWAT to arrive. Li Zhoguang asked the agent to drive the car to the back door of Stark Industries. He didn't consider small pistols, and he didn't know how to use sniper rifles. Li Zhoguang took out a Scar H from the trunk, which had fishbones, front grips, silencers, and ACOG scopes. Li Zhoguang even noticed that the barrels were not original, but should be specially customized high-precision barrels. He secretly admired that S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed rich and powerful. Even a rifle for ordinary agents could beat the standard weapons of the army. Fortunately, when Li Zhoguang traveled abroad, his favorite thing was to go to the shooting range to play with guns. Conventional weapons were not difficult for him. Because Qin Daniu didn't know how to use a gun, Li Zhoguang gave him 4 defensive grenades and 2 stun grenades. I think with Qin Daniu's arm strength, it should be of great use. The 2 entered from the back door. Li Zhoguang found a camera and said to it, Jarvis, is Tony in the building? There was a ding sound behind him, and an elevator door opened. Li Zhoguang took Qin Daniu into the elevator, and heard Jarvis' electronic voice from the elevator loudspeaker, Mr. Stark is in the reception room on the 38th floor. He is in a critical condition now. Please help him. After that, the elevator went straight to the 38th floor. Li Zhoguang asked, Are there any enemies on the 38th floor? Only Mr. Stark. Li Zhoguang breathed a sigh of relief, and when the elevator stopped, the two walked out of the elevator. Suddenly, all the lights on the entire floor went out, leaving only the lights in the corridor still on. Li Zhoguang knew that this was Jarvis showing him the way. Following the lights all the way, Li Zhoguang found the reception room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tony Stark lying on the ground. Li Zhoguang immediately ran to his side, and after seeing that he had no obvious external injuries, he carefully helped him up. Stark was still somewhat conscious, but he could no longer speak. He pointed to his chest. Li Zhoguang opened his shirt and found that the arc reactor on his chest had gone out. Well, even the one on Tony's chest was broken. He quickly asked, "Do you have a spare?" Stark shook his head. He could feel that his life was slipping away. The arc reactor had stopped working. Even for him, it would take some time to recover, and now it was obviously too late. But at this time, he did not expect Li Zhoguang to save him. He used his fingers to draw repeatedly on the ground with difficulty. Li Zhoguang recognized that he wrote the letter P, and the abbreviation of Pepper Potts' name was PP. Li Zhoguang asked, "You want me to express my feelings to Miss Potts on your behalf? I said you are almost dead, and you are still here acting as the most affectionate person in Marvel." Tony shook his head. Li Zhoguang asked again, "Miss Potts was taken away?" Stark nodded and held Li Zhoguang's arm tightly with his hand, showing a pleading expression. Li Zhoguang shook his head, "I am just a mortal, not a superhero. You should do these things yourself." After that, he took out the healing potion. Although he didn't know whether this thing was taken internally or externally, he and Qin Daniu had 2 servings in total, so there was room for trial and error. Li Zhoguang uncorked the bottle of the potion and reluctantly fed it to Stark. "If you don't want to die, drink it in large gulps. This is my way of keeping the bottom of the box to save your life. If you can survive, remember that you owe me another life." After taking a bottle of potion, Stark trembled all over. After a while, blood began to gush out from the edge of the reactor on his chest. The reactor also seemed to be pushed by a force and was moving away bit by bit. After a while, the reactor fell down, and the large hole in Stark's chest was covered with blood, and no trace of injury could be seen at all. Stark gasped for air, feeling much better. Just as he was about to speak, a feeling of nausea came over him, and he immediately fell to the ground and vomited. What he vomited out was all blood, and under the light, you could still vaguely see some reflections. Those were the missile fragments in his body, which were all expelled from the body at this time. Stark struggled to get up and said to Li Zhoguang, "It was Obadiah, he took Pepper away. I've told you this in advance, why are you still acting like this?" Stark's face also looked a little ugly. "I didn't expect that the entire security department belonged to him. I originally wanted to give him a chance to leave on his own, but he directly destroyed the reactor on my chest. Then why did he kidnap Boss? Pepper is my right-hand man. There are many anonymous offshore accounts. Apart from me, only Jarvis and Pepper know about it. Quick, we need to stop him." Li Zhoguang spread his hands. "How can we stop him? We should call the police." Stark came to a computer and began to check the surveillance in Stark Tower. "It's useless, he is driving a newly developed multifunctional combat vehicle. The chariot is both land and water. The reactor I replaced earlier and several newly completed reactors were all installed by him on the vehicle. The power was enough for him to run to the Bear Country. What's even more terrible is that the tank can be invisible to human eyes and radar. He should still be in the city now. Once he enters the water, there is really no way to catch up with him. Alas!" Li Zhoguang sighed, "I'll think of a way." Although the mission did not say to ensure the survival of Stark and Pepper, he now still counts on Stark to provide him with the arc reactor. If there is something wrong with Pepper, and he refuses to save him, maybe the 2 favors that saved him before would be invalidated. Li Zhoguang returned the same way, but the agent man hadn't left yet. Li Zhoguang borrowed his communicator and contacted Liu Dan. "Someone is driving a multifunctional tank that can be invisible and is rampaging through the city. Do you care?" Luodan replied formulaically, "This is not within the scope of our responsibilities. As far as I know, the military and police forces have been dispatched. I have a healing potion in my hand, which has miraculous effects on most injuries, even those injured by the venom of the element-devouring beast. Help me stop that chariot, and this healing potion is yours, whether it is research no matter how you use it, it's up to you. It's a deal." The call was made at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the Quinjet took off at 8:05. Although SHIELD does not yet have an aerospace carrier, the Quinjet is capable of handling it. Knowing that the target can become invisible, it is also specially equipped with a sonar device. Li Zhoguang pulled the agent man into the car. Although he didn't know the specific location of the target, he was definitely heading towards the nearest estuary. Just as the car was about to start, a black figure wearing armor landed in front of the car. When the agent man saw the person coming, he was about to draw his gun and shoot, but was stopped by Li Zhoguang. Because he recognized that the man was wearing his customized steel armor. The hood of the armor opened, revealing Tony's face. Although this armor was customized by you, I need to use it now, so I will treat it as a free test for you. No need to thank me. Then he took out 2 pistols with special shapes from his back and handed them to Li Zhoguang and the agent man. This is the jammer he used on me just now. I changed it slightly. As long as it is activated at close range, it can make the reactor turn off the heat. The jammer has 30 seconds to recharge after use. When using it, you'd better be close enough and aim accurately. The power core of this armor is also the arc reactor, so you know, the task of destroying the power source of the armor is up to you. The agent man explained. Wait a minute, I'm not him. Before the agent man could finish his words, Stark left through the air. Under Li Zhoguang's urging, the agent man could only start the car. Li Zhoguang took the jammer and looked at it. The shape was quite rough and slightly hot. I guess it was just printed with a 3D printer. The structure is also quite simple. In addition to the sight and sight, there is only one trigger. Just take a look and you'll know how to use it. Li Zhoguang didn't expect SHIELD agents to help him deal with the tank, so he returned the SCAR rifle to the agent man. 2 jammers, 1 each for him and Qin Daniu. Because of its simple structure, Qin Daniu learned how to use it after Li Zhoguang taught it once. Lu Dan's tactics of casting a wide net yielded great results. Under the scans of 5 Quinjet fighters, traces of the tank were soon discovered, followed by a stealth Quinjet fighter that reported its location in real time through the communicator. Li Zhoguang called Tony to inform him of the chariot's movements. He only heard him say, "Okay, I have hacked into your communication channel." Then he hung up the phone. When Li Zhoguang arrived at the scene, Tony had already started fighting with the multi-purpose tank. The people from SHIELD didn't take action, they just watched the battle from the sidelines. Tony's suit of armor was customized by Li Zhoguang. Its basic functions were fine, but many weapons were not yet equipped, and small caliber bullets could not penetrate the armor of the tank, so Tony's tactics were based on harassment. Waiting for an opportunity to attack the weak part of the tank. But with little success. Damn, my design is so good, this tank has no shortcomings at all. Li Zhoguang, who stopped not far away, also saw the full view of the tank. The heavily armored body was equipped with a vehicle-mounted cannon and a missile launcher. There are no tires or tracks directly installed on the body. Instead, there are mechanical limbs mounted on the body, and the tires are at the ends of the mechanical legs. Like a turtle on skates. Therefore, this tank can perform many actions that conventional vehicles cannot do, such as turning around on the spot or translating laterally. Li Zhoguang sighed, is this the power of the sacred timeline? If the Iron Overlord is gone, we will immediately replace the Iron Overlord. Li Zhoguang greeted Qin Daniu, and the two quietly approached the battlefield. Although the main body of the tank was not seriously damaged, 2 tires had been removed by Tony, which greatly restricted the tank's mobility. But seeing the powerful firepower of the tank, Li Zhoguang felt that if he rushed forward with his small arms and legs, he would only be killed. Li Zhoguang simply handed his jammer to Qin Daniu and said to him, "In a while, you will wait for an opportunity to approach the battlefield and interfere. If you feel something is wrong, retreat immediately. Remember, your own safety is the most important." Qin Daniu nodded upon hearing this and entered the battle circle with 2 jammers in hand. Because he's short and has Tony drawing firepower from the sky, the men in the chariot did not notice anyone approaching. Qin Daniu quickly approached the opponent and aimed 2 jammers at the chariot and activated them at close range. Outstanding effect. I saw the 4 mechanical legs of the chariot spread out in all directions as if they had lost their strength, and the vehicle body fell heavily to the ground. Tony in the sky saw that the chariot had lost power, so he landed on the ground, came to the chariot, and was about to pry open the door. But when he took out the tool and prepared to insert it into the gap in the car door, the tank suddenly started, and a mechanical foot hit Tony, knocking him away dozens of meters. The other mechanical foot hit Qin Daniu hard. Although it was a sneak attack, the mechanical feet were not originally designed as a means of attack, so the speed was not too fast. Qin Daniu jumped back, and when the mechanical foot was about to reach him, he pushed his palms outward and imprinted on the mechanical foot. He borrowed his own strength and flew out of the battle circle. But it was a mechanical structure after all, and a sudden movement exerted tens of tons of force. Qin Daniu's body is lighter and he can fly further than Tony. Fortunately, the direction where Qin Daniu was smashed was exactly where Li Zhoguang was hiding. Li Zhoguang ran over quickly, and as soon as Qin Daniu landed, he dragged him and quickly hid in a nearby alley. As soon as they entered, dozens of bullets landed where Qin Daniu had just landed. Li Zhoguang did not dare to stop. After entering the alley, he immediately turned into a fork in the road and left the battle circle. At this time, Tony also flew over again and continued to entangle the chariot. Li Zhoguang heard that the chariot did not follow, so he stopped and checked Qin Daniu's injuries. Qin Daniu took 2 breaths and said, "Although the monster is very strong, it is clumsy and can't hurt me. It's just that I released the force in a hurry, and my lungs were shaken. I need to slow down." Li Zhoguang was relieved to know that Qin Daniu was not seriously injured. At this time, his mobile phone rang, and he took it out and saw that it was Tony calling. After the call was connected, Tony was heard panting and saying, "Is the kid okay?" "He's fine, but he needs to rest." "What happened? Why doesn't the jammer work?" "That madman connected all the reactors in series. If one reactor in the entire line is not turned off, the other reactors can be restarted immediately. He has completely lost his mind. With this radical approach, the reactor may overload and explode at any time." "Damn! Pepper is still in the car. Calm down, you built that chariot, use your invincible brain to think of a solution." Stark thought for a moment. The only solution now is to build a more powerful jammer, but that needs to be done in the operating room of the Stark Industrial Building. Li Zhoguang asked, "Can you send the blueprint to Jarvis and let him complete it?" "No way, many key steps need to be operated manually." Li Zhoguang hesitated and asked, "Then are you willing to make the blueprint of the jammer public?" Stark was silent. When he was making a mechanical armor for Li Zhoguang, he fell in love with this kind of equipment. He had already decided to make a set for himself after making Li Zhoguang's set. In order to ensure the performance of the mechanical armor, the small arc reactor becomes the only power source option. If the blueprint of the jammer is leaked, it means that only a small jammer is needed to restrain a set of armor costing $1 billion. Stark's silence is not because of reluctance, but because of touching. Now he is a playboy, a weapons dealer, a billionaire, and a scientist, but not Iron Man. For him, the current iron armor is just an order commissioned by Li Zhoguang. Although he is also moved, it is only for a novel toy. And now, in order to save Pepper, Li Zhoguang is willing to expose the biggest weakness of the armor. How can he not be moved? From now on, Li Zhoguang is his half-brother Stark. The blueprints of the jammer were sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. via Li Zhoguang. In addition to field agents, S.H.I.E.L.D. also has its own technical staff, such as Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz who appeared in the original work. Although their research and development capabilities are not as good as Stark's, it is still very easy to produce a disruptor according to the drawings. In order to save time, Jarvis had already started preliminary preparations when the technicians rushed to Stark Tower. When the R/U0026D personnel arrive, manual operation can begin directly. The jammer will arrive at the designated location in 20 minutes. You only need to delay for another 20 minutes. Fury's voice came from the communicator. Li Zhoguang dialed Tony's phone. "You heard it just now, can you delay it for 20 minutes? Tony dived, flicked out the blades from both arms, and removed the tires from the remaining 2 mechanical legs of the chariot. "No problem, it's not difficult at all." However, it was in a position that none of them noticed. The escape hatch at the bottom of the tank opened, and a security guard quietly fell from the hatch and stayed quietly under the vehicle. The tank stopped moving. Tony thought that the opponent had completely lost the ability to move. He made another dive. This time he was ready to remove the automatic cannon on the top of the tank. The security guard listened carefully, confirmed the direction in which Tony was swooping down, and jumped out of the car with a tactical roll. By the time Tony spotted the security guard and tried to slow down, it was already too late. The security guard raised the jammer and pressed the trigger on Tony. The reactor on the armor's chest went out again, and the thrusters on its limbs also stopped working. Tony, who lost his power, fell from the sky and hit the chariot. It rebounded and landed on the ground in front of the chariot. One of the chariot's mechanical legs fell down, pinning Tony firmly underneath. Although the steel armor has good defense, it cannot last long in this situation. Seeing that the development of the matter was out of control, Li Zhoguang could not control it so much, pulled Qin Daniu over and ordered, "I will extinguish the reactor of the chariot in a moment, it will lose power for a moment." With your great strength, you rescued Tony when the chariot lost power. Qin Daniu also knew that in this situation, Tony was his hope of returning home. He said firmly to Li Zhoguang, "I will definitely rescue him." After saying that, Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu rushed out. Qin Daniu took cover in front of him, and Li Zhoguang followed closely behind him. When he was about to approach the chariot, Qin Daniu suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the security personnel standing outside the chariot. Li Zhoguang reminded, "There is no need to hold back now." Hearing this, Qin Daniu stepped forward, causing cobweb-like cracks to appear on the concrete pavement. He then rammed into the security guard like a wild bull. The security guard didn't even have time to react before he was punched away and hit hard on the armor of the chariot. His body had been pierced by the force, and a hole had been blown out of his back by Qin Daniu's bull power. When it hit the chariot, it was like a tomato hitting a wall, splattering a scarlet red. Seeing that the enemy was dead, Qin Daniu rushed towards the mechanical foot, pressing Tony without slowing down. Bend and squat in front of the mechanical feet, which is the starting position for climbing through the mountain at the top. At this time, Li Zhoguang also rushed to the chariot, and 2 jammers were activated at the same time, causing the chariot to lose power. Qin Daniu heard the sound of the chariot landing behind him, and punched upwards with both fists. With a loud roar, the mechanical foot lifted slightly. Qin Daniu took advantage of the recoil and squatted down again. With a flick of his hand, he dragged Stark out from under the mechanical feet. With Stark rescued, the two prepared to run back to the alley, waiting for an opportunity to retreat. At this time, there was a sound of propellers breaking through the air, coming from far to near. It was an armed helicopter. Li Zhoguang breathed a sigh of relief. In the previous fight, Tony had exhausted the ammunition of the tank. In the absence of surface-to-air missiles, an armed helicopter is enough to contain the tank. But when Li Zhoguang saw the familiar face on the helicopter's co-pilot, his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. Stark saw it was a military helicopter, and he was still on Qin Daniu's back, waving to the helicopter. Li Zhoguang summoned Qin Daniu to sprint and hid behind the chariot. Although it was dangerous to stay near the chariot, Li Zhoguang couldn't care less. Because the person in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter was General Ross. Stark said in confusion, "That's a military helicopter. What are you hiding from?" Li Zhoguang explained helplessly, "The helicopter may not have come to rescue us, but I got you involved this time." "What's the meaning?" Before Li Zhoguang could reply, the 3 of them heard the sound of Gatling firing. Just as Li Zhoguang thought, Ross didn't worry about the 3 of them at all, and directly let the artillery crew on the helicopter launch an indiscriminate attack. Stark roared in disbelief, "Damn it, what do they want to do? There's no time to explain now. We'll talk in detail later when we survive." Fortunately, the armor of the tank was strong enough, and Li Zhoguang and his 2 men behind the tank were temporarily safe. Suddenly, Li Zhoguang heard the sound of the propeller and the position began to move, as if it was turning. "Damn Ross, he really killed people and silenced them in the name of blocking the chariot." Fortunately, the main firepower of this helicopter is the airborne Gatling. There is an attack blind spot directly below the helicopter, and it can only attack from the side. So it could only circle the chariot at this time, looking for opportunities to kill Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang had no choice. The 2 of them carried Tony, who was temporarily unable to move, and began to run around the tank. Using the tank, they blocked the helicopter's firepower. Obadiah in the tank had no idea of the complicated relationship between Li Zhoguang and Ross. Frightened by the helicopter above his head, he gave up attacking Li Zhoguang and his group. He just operated the mechanical foot and moved forward vigorously, intending to escape into the sea through the water inlet in front of him before the armor was broken. While running around the chariot, Li Zhoguang took out the communicator to contact Fury. "Lu Dan, we are about to be beaten into a pulp, and you are just watching." Lu Dan's helpless voice came from the communicator, "I don't even have the authority to attack Obadiah, and you still want me to attack the lighthouse military on the lighthouse mainland? Fortunately, our Quinjet has optical stealth function, otherwise I would have ordered my people to retreat. I didn't ask you to attack directly, but can you provide a little help? Nick Fury remembered that he had not received the reward that Li Zhoguang mentioned, so he could only compromise. Okay, I will throw an AR rifle in the direction of your movement. This is the maximum assistance I can provide. The rest can only rely on you. As the communicator model was disconnected, Li Zhoguang felt an airflow sweeping over his head, and then a rifle fell in the direction of the chariot. Li Zhoguang panted and said to Qin Daniu, Who, after I pick up the gun, I will attract the firepower of the helicopter. Who, you can use the grenade to blow up the helicopter. Do you remember what I taught you? Pull the ring and throw it at the enemy. As the tank moved, Li Zhoguang took advantage of the tank's cover and ran to the front of the tank and picked up the rifle. He kept running and continued to accelerate. He ran to the side of the tank, stuck his head out from the rear of the car, and shot with a gun. Maybe the field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. can kill the pilot with an AR rifle at such a close distance. But he is really not an agent, and he has not received precision shooting training. He did not expect to hit the engine or the pilot from the beginning. The bullet brushed past the helicopter, and as Li Zhoguang expected, the gunner turned the Gatling gun and aimed at Li Zhoguang's position. He ducked his head and avoided the Gatling gun's strafing. At this time, Qin Daniu leaned out from the front of the tank. Because he was carrying Stark in one hand, he could only bite off the grenade ring with his teeth and threw it with all his strength. The grenade broke through the air and flew straight to the helicopter. Because they had never used grenades before, Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu did not know the exact detonation time, so the grenade exploded above the helicopter after it passed the helicopter. Fortunately, Li Zhoguang took into account Qin Daniu's arm strength and took a defensive grenade with a larger killing range. So even if the grenade exploded 10 meters above the helicopter, the scattered fragments also damaged the helicopter engine. With the engine damaged, the armed helicopter spun and fell down. Unfortunately, the pilot's driving skills were really good, and even in this case, he could control the direction of the helicopter's fall. Dragging black smoke and flames, the helicopter finally fell into the sea, which not only avoided the explosion but also provided a buffer for landing. Alas! It seems that Ross will not die today. Without Ross's interference, the next thing was much simpler. The high-power jammer that was made in a hurry arrived at the scene smoothly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who followed the principle of doing things according to the rules, did not attack directly, but flew to Li Zhoguang's head and threw the jammer to him. The power of this jammer is no longer needed to be launched at close range. Li Zhoguang picked up the jammer with great effort and pressed the trigger at the tank. The tank finally broke down completely. After Stark's instructions, Qin Daniu pulled out an alloy tactical knife from the thigh of the steel armor. Because the power source of the tank was completely ineffective, all electronic locks were unlocked. Qin Daniu climbed to the top of the tank through the position described by Stark, pried open the manual control valve, opened the reserved escape hatch, and jumped in. Friends who often serve as mercenaries know that you can't shoot inside tanks and tanks. Because bullets will be ejected multiple times in the cabin, it is easy to have a record of 1 shot and 3 kills. So even if someone breaks into the interior, if the drivers don't want to die together with the enemy, the only choice is hand-to-hand combat. As for hand-to-hand combat with Qin Daniu, haha. After a while, the shivering Pepper was helped out of the chariot by Qin Daniu. Tony struggled to stand up with his armor, took off his armor, and walked towards Pepper tremblingly. Hey, Pepper, it seems you just experienced a thrilling ride. Pepper saw Tony and immediately ran over and wanted to hug him. Wait, not now. Being knocked into Pepper's arms, Tony fell straight back, and Pepper fell to the ground with him. Tony had the steel armor to cushion, but Pepper landed in the flesh, grimacing in pain. She raised her head and looked at Tony angrily. Tony smiled awkwardly. I forgot to tell you that this armor has lost power. Then, Tony's face changed, and he turned over and lay on Pepper, shouting at the same time, find cover. But he was a step slower, and several gunshots rang out at the same time as his shouting. The ring on Li Zhoguang's thumb flashed a faint light, as if an invisible armor was put on his body. The bullets shot from a distance hit the armor and only produced a spark before being deflected. Because of Tony's protection, the 2 stray bullets hit Tony's armor, and Pepper was not hurt. But Qin Daniu. A bullet passed through his chest, and blood immediately gushed out of his mouth and nose. It seemed that his lung was shot through. Li Zhoguang looked in the direction where the bullet came from. It was Ross, the old man. He swam back to the shore at some point, holding a pistol in his hand, and the magazine had been emptied. Li Zhoguang picked up the AR rifle on the ground and wanted to fight back, but was stopped by the police who came. Ross on the other side was also suppressed by the police. The police didn't know Li Zhoguang, but they knew Stark. For their own safety considerations, several police stations near the Stark Industrial Building receive sponsorship from Stark Industries every year. Seeing Stark being attacked, the police will naturally work hard to protect the sponsor. What does the military mean? In the lighthouse, they are the ones with the power to enforce the law. Seeing that the danger had been eliminated, Li Zhoguang immediately ran to Qin Dainyu. Qin Dainyu's condition was not optimistic. He was vomiting blood and couldn't speak at all. Li Zhoguang reached into his waist bag and touched the healing potion. Fortunately, the child was honest and obedient, and really kept the healing potion properly according to Li Zhoguang's instructions. Li Zhoguang unscrewed the bottle, stuffed the bottle mouth into his mouth, and forced him to swallow the potion. In the blink of an eye, Qin Dainyu stopped vomiting blood. The bullet hole on his chest had also healed, and the bullet was squeezed out of the body by the new flesh. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, he could stand up by himself. Maybe the healing potion would be exposed to many people, but he couldn't care less. Stark declined the police's suggestion to go to the nearest police station, and the group was escorted by the police back to Stark Building. Stark was attacked by his elders, his employees, and the military, and he no longer trusted the police. On the way back, he bought several security companies at a premium, and new security personnel arrived at the Stark Industrial Building in a while. In the next few days, Li Zhoguang, Qin Dainyu, and Stark all lived in the building. Li Zhoguang really didn't dare to leave, fearing that something would go wrong again, so he chose to stay by Stark's side day and night. After settling down, Stark once again entered the state of a scientific research maniac. Finally, after a few days, he successfully delivered Li Zhoguang's commission. He appreciated Qin Dainyu's efforts and took the initiative to build an extra set of armor for Qin Dainyu. The armor customized by Li Zhoguang was the foldable armor that can be folded into a suitcase in the second part of Iron Man. According to Li Zhoguang's requirements, it was made into a backpack style. Although this folding armor has weaker defense than conventional armor, it is light and can be carried with you. Of course, the nano armor will be better later, but this requirement is still too much for Tony at this time. Learning from the last failure, Stark installed a total of 3 reactors on the armor. One of the backup reactors is stored in a special chamber in the armor, which can prevent interference and electromagnetic pulses. The backup reactor does not usually participate in energy supply, but if a reactor stops working, the backup reactor will be connected to the line to restart the reactor that has stopped working. Considering that there will be no Stark Industries as a logistical support in the future, except for 2 multifunction launchers, the rest of the weapons on this armor are mainly cold weapons. The multifunction launcher can launch most of the ammunition from .22 to individual missiles, and the main design idea is to use whatever you have in your hand. The artificial intelligence carried by the armor is a replica of Jarvis. Li Zhoguang is too lazy to change the name and still calls it Jarvis. In terms of color matching, Li Zhoguang declined Stark's flashy color scheme and used camouflage. Generally, it is matte black. If necessary, the color can be changed according to the surrounding environment. 2 sets of armor, along with Tony's replaced first-generation reactor and a ton of gold, were delivered to Li Zhoguang. During the delivery process, Tony asked, "I don't quite understand, what do you want me to do with the replaced reactor?" Li Zhoguang said perfunctorily, "Just keep it as a souvenir." Stark seemed to have misunderstood and smiled triumphantly, his mouth almost grinning behind his ears. He took out a marker and wrote on the replaced reactor, "For my most loyal fan, Tony Stark." Li Zhoguang took it with disdain. He felt that the reactor had been contaminated and was not clean. If it was not for the mission, he really wanted to throw it away. Knowing that Li Zhoguang was leaving, Pepper and Happy also came to see him off. All the things were loaded into a truck and driven away by Li Zhoguang. Before leaving, Li Zhoguang activated the AI on the armor and ordered, "Jarvis, help me hack into all the networked GG screens in New York City, and then play this video." Starting the car, Li Zhoguang waved to the people standing outside the building, turned on the navigation and music, and left. Driving a small truck and traveling through New York City is like an ordinary ride. When they arrived at Times Square in New York, the GG screen in Times Square still had a voice, which could be heard from a distance. "Family members of the lighthouse, today, I will introduce you to a heavyweight. As if remembering something, Li Zhoguang called Fury. Fury answered the phone and complained on the other end, "I thought you forgot our deal." "I really forgot, I just remembered it." Li Zhoguang got straight to the point, "Remember the madman you caught? What happened to him?" "There was a test tube with red liquid in his belongings. We have already tested that thing, and we can only test the molecular formula of water, and we don't even understand why its spectrum is red." "You can't be saying. That's the healing potion. This thing was originally in my hand, and you used my thing to trade with me. If I don't tell you, when will you know its use?" "Wait, didn't you say he is not a member of your organization? Why do you know he has a healing potion on him?" "Hello? Hello? The signal is bad, I'm hanging up." After saying that, Li Zhoguang turned off the phone. Li Zhoguang drove the car to the edge of Central Park, which was exactly where they came out of Central Park that day. After getting off the car, Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu put on their armor without any concern for shocking the world, and dragged a box of gold out of the trunk of the truck. After starting the assisted flight program, the two dragged the box weighing more than a ton and flew into the park. After a while, they saw the familiar steam train parked on a lawn. The two landed on the train. Originally, during their flight, some people followed them with their mobile phones to take pictures, but when they landed next to the train, they seemed to disappear in everyone's eyes. The onlookers began to look around and search. It seemed that as Li Chunfeng said, people without permission could not see the train. But there was still someone next to the train. Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu landed on the ground, and Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun, who were staying next to the train, were trembling with fear when they saw the armored man falling from the sky. It was not until Li Zhoguang removed his mask that the two realized that the man was Li Zhoguang who came with them. Although they looked down on the disheveled short-haired barbarian at first, just like Li Chunfeng. But the experience of the past few days made them understand that perhaps some people in the land just like to keep short hair, and they are not necessarily barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood. In addition, they don't know what kind of experience Li Zhoguang has had in the past few days. With Feng Su Yufeng's ability, the two naturally dare not underestimate him. On the other hand, the two of them were unkempt and looked pale, and even the gorgeous clothes carefully cut with good materials were a little stained at this time. I don't know how the two of them have survived the past few days. Li Zhoguang was too lazy to care about the two of them, and he and Qin Daniu moved the gold to the carriage several times. Seeing that the two of them had been out for more than 10 days and brought back a box of gold, they wanted to ask, but seeing that Li Zhoguang didn't want to talk to them more, they didn't ask more, but chose to follow Li Zhoguang into the car. After getting on the car, the light screen in the carriage was still showing the image of the arc reactor. Li Zhoguang took out the one Tony had replaced and tried to pass it to the light curtain. The picture on the light curtain disappeared, and the arc reactor in Li Zhoguang's hand also disappeared. Then, 4 big words appeared on the light curtain. Mission completed. Seeing the light curtain change, Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun bowed down. Qin Daniu wanted to kneel down as well, but Li Zhoguang pulled him and signaled him not to kneel. Qin Daniu scratched his head, a little confused, but still chose to stand next to Li Zhoguang. After these few days of contact, he felt that Li Zhoguang had a good idea and knew a lot. Obviously, several people came to this world together, but Li Zhoguang basically did not spend too much effort to wander between many parties, easily solved the two people's food and lodging, and successfully obtained the offerings that Lord Dragon God wanted. And he also earned a set of artifact armor and a large box of gold for nothing. If Li Zhoguang thought that he didn't need to kneel, then he didn't kneel. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun knelt in the back, and Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu stood in the front. It looked like the two people in the back were kneeling to the two in front. Wei Chongfeng was angry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only beg Lord Dragon God to punish the two boys in his heart. Li Zhoguang couldn't hear Wei Chongfeng's voice. Even if he did, he wouldn't care now, because the light curtain changed again. More than half of the passengers have entered the carriage. Do you want to use the summoning function to summon the remaining passengers? Select countdown, 1 o'clock. 1, yes. 2, no. Oh, the remaining passengers, who else can it be besides Li Chunfeng? Li Zhoguang didn't want to see him again. So he made a choice in a low voice. After the countdown was exhausted, the carriage closed the door and the train started slowly. Passenger Li Chunfeng was left in the Marvel world, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to see him again in this life. In just a blink of an eye, the scenery outside the carriage changed from Central Park to darkness again, and could only rely on the kerosene lamp in the carriage for lighting. The light curtain changed again. Please select the task reward. Choose countdown, 30:00. 1. Comprehensive physical enhancement once. 2. Increase lifespan by 10%. 3. Strengthen designated skills once. 4. Obtain random skills in the task world. 5. Obtain random props in the task world. According to Li Chunfeng, he was enhanced twice before completing the task. So if it is not a low probability event, then it is the default option 1 if the selection time is exceeded and no selection is made. Li Zhoguang looked at the 5 options and first ruled out the second and third options because he didn't need them at all now. The first option was also abandoned by Li Zhoguang. Although comprehensive enhancement is very attractive, Li Chunfeng was enhanced twice and was still knocked down by 2 ordinary people with pistols. Between the 4th and 5th options, Li Zhoguang prefers the 4th option because there are only a few props suitable for ordinary people in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, including the Iron Man armor. As for the others, even if Li Zhoguang is given an Infinity Stone now, he can't use it. After Li Zhoguang chose option 4, he immediately felt like his soul was leaving his body. He felt like his soul was being held by a big hand, and in an instant, it crossed a very long distance. His vision was stretched, and his thoughts stagnated because of the rapid movement. After an unknown amount of time, he came to a red world, and everything he could sense was red. The red sky, the red desert, the desert was littered with red gems, and red volcanoes could be seen in the distance. Li Zhoguang felt that someone was watching him from above, and when he looked up, he saw a pair of huge crimson eyes opened in the sky. He lost consciousness before he could even sigh at how there could be such huge eyes. When he came to his senses, he found himself still in the carriage, and the countdown on the light screen had not passed for a few seconds. But then, he found an extra line of information on the screen, and the 4th option read: 4th, get random skills in the mission world, selector, Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang still remembered that when choosing the mission and initial assistance before, only the number of voters would be counted, but here the exact selector is displayed. Does this mean that the reward is chosen by the passengers themselves? Li Zhoguang pulled Qin Daniu aside and asked him quietly, did you feel anything just now? Qin Daniu thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems that only he got the skills just now. Li Zhoguang thought for a moment, for Qin Daniu, strengthening his own martial arts would be more beneficial. So he asked, I remember that the martial arts you practiced is Barbarian Bull Fist? Qin Daniu nodded, yes. Now whisper strengthen Barbarian Bull Fist. Qin Daniu did as he was told, and as his voice fell, Li Zhoguang could clearly hear the dense crisp sounds bursting out of his body, and Qin Daniu's face also showed a look of surprise. The crisp sound did not last long and stopped after a while. Qin Daniu said to Li Zhoguang with some excitement, my martial arts had just broken through a month ago, how could I break through again so quickly, what is going on? Li Zhoguang pressed his shoulders, signaled him to calm down, and whispered to him, just treat it as the blessing of Lord Dragon God, don't make it public. Qin Daniu did not say anything, but nodded firmly, indicating that he understood. Li Zhoguang began to study his skills at this time. Since the hallucination just now, he felt that a channel had been opened in his soul, and the other end of the channel was the deep red world he had just visited. And in his mind, there was also an additional skill, which was just a vague recitation of some unknown language when he recalled it. He didn't understand every word, but he knew the meaning, the specific methods and techniques, familiar, profound, as if instinctive. It was as if he had been honing this skill day and night since he was born. If the language must be translated into Chinese, the name of this skill should be Crimson Touch. Li Zhoguang communicated with the Crimson World on the other side through the channel, and there was an immediate response. A continuous stream of power was transmitted into his body through the channel, and then to his palm through his arm, and finally a crimson band emerged from his palm. Li Zhoguang recognized it as the crimson band of Sidorak used by Doctor Strange in the battle with the purple potato spirit. So it seems that the other end of the soul channel is the Crimson Universe ruled by Sidorak. Li Zhoguang couldn't help but worry that the crimson band of Sidorak used by Doctor Strange is essentially a magic that borrows the power of Sidorak. The Crimson Touch that Li Zhoguang learned is to directly connect to the Crimson Universe and mobilize the power in it. This is actually a very dangerous behavior. Sidorak has not appeared directly in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but in the comics, he is not disturbed by the eternal gems, and can easily take Galactus and Doctor Strange in his prime, and expel the fragments of the Phoenix Force. The Crimson Universe where he is located is not affected by the world restart, and its strength is only below the 4 abstract entities. It is extremely dangerous to directly contact the power of Sidorak. The best example is Juggernaut. Sidorak himself has produced a ruby with its own magic. Anyone who touches the gem will gain his magic and become Juggernaut. Although he can gain infinite physical strength and power beyond the Hulk. That is no longer himself. But the channel has been opened, and he doesn't know how to close it. And the pair of huge eyes seen in the Crimson World must be Sidorak. For this level of existence, even if he is seen by him, it means that he has been marked by him. Now he can only take one step at a time. 30 minutes sounds like a long time, but with Li Zhuguang's many worries, it only lasts in the blink of an eye. After the selection time was over, the other 2 people were quickly strengthened. It's just that they are still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up, and are unaware of the changes in their bodies. Suddenly, something appeared in front of Li Zhuguang's eyes, floating downwards. Li Zhuguang caught it with quick eyes and hands. It was a yellow-brown bill, very thin, but it didn't look like paper, more like the skin of some kind of animal. In addition to Li Zhuguang, the other 3 people also received the bills. When Wei and Wang saw the bills, they thought it was another oracle from the dragon god. They held the bills in both hands and lowered their heads. Li Zhuguang looked at the note in his hand. On the front of the ticket is a picture of a steam locomotive, which is the train they are riding on now. There is an hourglass on the back. It is obviously a printed pattern, but it actually moves. You can clearly see the sand in the hourglass dripping down little by little. This is probably a preview of the time for the next mission. About 5 or 6 minutes later, with a vibration, the train stopped and the door opened. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun stood up tremblingly at this time. Wang Shiyun was rubbing her sore waist. When she turned around, she saw something. Suddenly he pointed to the car window with joy and said, "This is my backyard. I used to go outing here." After hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of her finger. Li Zhuguang didn't know what the others saw, but from his perspective, the scene outside the car window was clearly the scene inside the subway. Looking at the site information, it was his usual commute to get off work. When I walked to the car door, the scene outside the car door was also that of the subway. Then Li Zhuguang asked Qin Daniu again. What Qin Daniu saw through the car window was the dormitory of Maniu Martial Arts School. It seems that everyone sees a different scene through the car window, and the location outside the car door is also different. And they are all where everyone was before boarding the train. It seems that even if they get off the bus through the same door, they will only lead to the location before they got on the bus. At this time, Wang Shiyun and Wei Chongfeng also saw the scene outside the door. They were very excited and raised their legs to get out of the car. But before going out, they all stopped invariably and turned to look at Li Zhuguang. Li Zhuguang waved his hand and said, "You can do whatever you want, don't worry about me." When Li Zhuguang was bullied by Li Chunfeng, only Qin Daniu offered a helping hand, so Li Zhuguang was willing to give Qin Daniu a hand within his own capabilities. But for these 2 people, it doesn't matter even if they look on coldly, after all, they are not relatives. But they stood together with Li Chunfeng, and it seemed that they wanted to bully him together. That was not something Li Zhuguang could accept, because they had not really taken action, so Li Zhuguang would not retaliate directly. But during the rest of the journey, they will not be helped, and they will be left to fend for themselves. If they survive, it will be their fate. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It seemed that Li Zhuguang did not intend to settle the score in the future because of his bad attitude. Wei Chongfeng was about to get out of the car, but Wang Shiyun reluctantly glanced at the gold in the carriage. Although she claimed to be the legitimate daughter of a merchant family, what she didn't say was that in the capital city of Daqian, her family was not ranked at all. Even the clothes she was wearing were treasures from her family's shop. The family only allowed her to use them temporarily because she was going to attend a poetry meeting organized by another wealthy lady. The clothes are now stained and must have not been sold. I don't know how to explain it to my family when I get home. But when she saw the pile of gold that Li Zhuguang and Qin Daniu carried into the car, some delusions began to form in her heart. As if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and said to Li Zhuguang, "Brother Li, we are destined to be selected by the dragon god at the same time. The 2 of us don't have Brother Li's ability, and we suffered a lot a few days ago. Xiao Zy, look." As she spoke and stared at the pile of gold, her intention was made very clear. Wei Chongfeng heard Wang Shiyun's words from the side, his eyes twitched, and he cursed in his heart. This bitch is so merciless. Is that gold so coveted? As expected, she is the daughter of a merchant family, who forgets her life after seeing small profits. You are greedy beyond measure, but you still involve me? Wei Chongfeng immediately took 2 steps away, cupped his hands towards Li Zhoguang and said, Brother Li has great skills, so it is natural for him to achieve something. Wei has not made any achievements, how dare he get involved? He has been inspired by the dragon god and has been away from home for a long time. I am afraid that my father was worried that now that he was back home, he couldn't control his emotions at home, so Wei resigned. After saying that, Wei Chongfeng immediately jumped up and jumped out of the car. He was afraid of being late and getting blood all over him. Li Zhoguang smiled. Wei Chongfeng was quite interesting. He didn't intend to ignore Wang Shiyun, so he pulled Qin Daniu and started talking. When Wang Shiyun spoke just now, she had exhausted all her courage. She did not dare to take the gold without Li Zhuguang's permission. And although she was thick-skinned, she had not reached the state of shamelessness after all. Seeing Li Zhuguang, she refused to pay attention to him, and she looked shy and jumped out of the car with a hint of resentment. Seeing that all the irrelevant people had left, Li Zhoguang talked about business with Qin Daniu. Daniu, is the gold over there valuable to you? It's very valuable. There is a senior brother in our martial arts school, and the apprentice Shu Xiu is 10 gold marbles. As soon as he entered the martial arts school, he was directly accepted by the master as his direct disciple. Li Zhoguang nodded and came to the pile of gold. Most of this batch of gold was gold bricks, and a small part was made into gold coins, gold ingots, gold leaves and other styles according to Li Zhuguang's requirements, which were easy to use. Li Zhoguang grabbed a handful of gold coins, about 20 or 30 pieces, and handed them to Qin Daniu. Take these first. It's not that I'm stingy and only give you this little bit. It's just that you have been living in the martial arts hall. If you suddenly bring back a lot of gold, it will be difficult to hide it. Although Li Zhoguang had the information advantage in this mission, it was Qin Daniu who really made a great effort. Li Zhoguang had already made up his mind to split the gold with Qin Daniu. He explained it out loud, but he was afraid that Qin Daniu would misunderstand. But Qin Daniu actually refused. Brother Li, this is too much. Even if my master took action, he wouldn't take so much. My grandfather said, no merit, no reward, I can't accept this gold. Qin Daniu's attitude was beyond Li Zhuguang's expectations, but now he likes this little brother more. The Book of Changes says, firmness is enough to accomplish things. Li Zhuguang advised, I can't earn this batch of gold by myself, listen to me, you take half. Seeing that Qin Daniu was still trying to refuse, Li Zhoguang laid out the facts. Nowadays, it's different from the past. You may not need too much expenses in the martial arts hall. But you have heard what Li Chunfeng said. This kind of task is not the first time. There may be places where you need to spend money in future tasks. Without gold in hand, it would be difficult to go to a place where you are unfamiliar with people. Moreover, you are not taking the gold for nothing. I have something important to ask of you. Qin Daniu replied, Brother Li, you said that I will do my best to do everything I can. Li Zhoguang said, didn't you swear that you can't pass on your martial arts? I want to trouble you to find out if there is anyone willing to sell his martial arts. The meat of the wild beast, I also want to buy some. Qin Daniu thought for a while and said, wild beast meat is easy to get, a little gold can buy a lot. As for the martial arts secrets, I'm not sure, I can only go back to ask. Li Zhoguang advised, logically, you can't come up with so much money. Remember to hide your identity when asking and trading. If the risk is too great, then give up. Nothing is more important than being alive. Qin Daniu smiled shyly, Brother Li, I reached the 2nd level of the Bull Fist a few days ago, and just broke through to the 3rd level. I am already a well-known master in Xiangshui County, and nothing will go wrong. Seeing his confidence, Li Zhoguang still reminded, be careful, remember to bring your armor when you are not sure. Even if you can't win, you can fly away. Qin Daniu nodded and got out of the car. After Li Zhoguang got off the train through the door, he returned to the subway car. Looking back, the seat he had sat in before was still empty, even though there were people standing around, those people seemed not to see the empty seat. Li Zhoguang took off the backpack of the iron armor and held it in his arms. He sat on the seat again and looked at the electronic screen on the subway. It was still the day he set out, and the time was not long after get off work. It seems that the flow of time is different. If it weren't for the iron armor in his arms, Li Zhoguang would have thought that he was too tired from work and had a dream while leaning on the subway seat. After returning to the familiar environment, Li Zhoguang relaxed. For a while, he was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know what to do. Subconsciously, he wanted to take out his mobile phone to check it, but he only took out an iPhone 3 Guaranese. Because the gateway was different, he couldn't even connect to the internet. So he could only put away his mobile phone and close his eyes to rest. After returning home, he took a shower, found his bank card, and found an ATM near his home. He could no longer remember when he last touched cash. He bought a new mobile phone and downloaded the frequently used apps. Only then did he feel that he had re-established a connection with the world. After eating a random takeaway, Li Zhoguang sat at his desk and began to think about his next plan. Because he didn't know when the mission issued by this train would end. He had already measured the speed of the hourglass on the ticket with a timer and a vernier caliper. The next time he boarded the train would be in about 15 days, which was probably the rest time between two missions. Even if Qin Daniu helped him in this mission, he passed it without any danger. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? What if an invincible enemy appears? What if the mission world he encounters is a completely unfamiliar world? What if the next passenger on the train is a dangerous person that even Qin Daniu can't deal with? Not to mention that now a channel has been opened in his soul, and the other end of the channel is still the Crimson Universe. Maybe when he wakes up, he will become a red tank that only knows how to run rampant and destroy. If he changes in the mission world, it's fine. If he changes in the real world, it will be a lot of fun. Nuclear bombs can't deal with red tanks. Just like this, Li Zhoguang opened his laptop, created a new document, and began to type on the keyboard, resignation notice. The family's business is still okay. There are 7 or 8 houses and 2 shops for rent in the city. The elderly care of his parents is not a problem, but they are old and it is unlikely that they will have another child. Oh, it's difficult. Try to live longer. The next morning, Li Zhoguang still went to the company on time. One is to submit the resignation notice in person, and the other is to hand over with colleagues. After coming out of the manager's office, he returned to his workstation and began to prepare a handover list and memorandum. Before lunch break, the news that Li Zhoguang was leaving had spread to everyone in the company. Although there is no impenetrable wall in this world, for this company where all employees are big mouths, there is no concept of secrets at all. Oh, Master Li, you finally stopped pretending? Are you going home to inherit the family property? Hey, why have you packed your luggage? Are you going on a trip? Familiar colleagues knew something about Li Zhoguang. They were not surprised at his sudden decision to resign. Li Zhoguang replied casually, "It's rare to have time, so I plan to go out and relax. I have copied all my information to Lao Wang. There is a directory in the first folder. If you encounter anything unclear, call me. See you later. I really envy you. I can only find the life of poetry and distance in my dreams. Have a good trip." Some young female colleagues who want to gain a foothold in the city also feel sorry for Li Zhoguang's resignation. What a good potential stock, I haven't launched an offensive yet, and it's off the shelf. No, I have to leave a contact information later. Where are you? Why are you walking so fast? Li Zhoguang left the company and took an online taxi to the outside of the city. In recent years, a developer has built a villa resort with the theme of Forest Oxygen Bar in the suburbs of the next city, which is specially for those who are tired of staying in the city. Li Zhoguang booked a villa on the way to the company, and specially chose the most remote location. Before the next mission, he needs to be familiar with the performance of the steel armor and the skills he has just acquired. Even if the steel armor has camouflage function, it is still too conspicuous in the city. After Li Zhoguang arrived at the resort, the butler was already waiting in the parking lot. Li Zhoguang followed the butler to the reception area for a simple registration and paid the fee. Then the butler drove the electric sightseeing car and took Li Zhoguang to the resort. But he only reached the entrance, and the rest of the distance had to be walked by himself. After all, people who come here want to get away from the city. Driving past other people's doors all day long, how can this be considered getting away from the city? Enter from the entrance of the resort and walk along the trail. All he could see was lush greenery, with layers of mountains and greenery. There was enough distance between each villa. Looking out from his own villa, he could not see other villas at all. It was like living alone in the mountains and forests. Li Zhoguang nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. The dense forest could block the sight of others. Being far away from the city, no one would come to visit. But the development of things will never go according to one's wishes. Li Zhoguang stood in front of the villa with a stiff smile on his face for almost 10 minutes. But this unexpected visitor had no intention of leaving. "Brother Li, let me tell you, our Shenjiahu's spiritual society." The ant in front of Li Zhoguang, wearing loose linen clothes, is a member of the so-called Shenjiahu's spiritual society. According to her, because their spiritual practice process needs to be close to nature, they specially rented a villa here for teaching activities. When Li Zhoguang entered the resort, he was seen by their members, so the ant came to promote Li Zhoguang and intended to recruit him into the society. Li Zhoguang, who had just finished watching Zhou Chu Eliminates Three Evils, certainly did not have a good impression of this so-called spiritual society. But after all, it is a society ruled by law, and it is impossible to imitate the movie and fast forward to its almost time, but the chattering ant is about to make Li Zhoguang reach the limit of his patience. Maybe it's really about time, or maybe the ant saw that Li Zhoguang's facial muscles have begun to tremble. Finally, she left a soothing sachet and said goodbye. Li Zhoguang closed the door and threw the sachet directly onto the backpack. "Jarvis, analyze the ingredients of the sachet." Jarvis' voice came from the backpack: lavender, jasmine, bergamot, chamomile, sandalwood, lemon balm, rose. No harmful ingredients to the human body have been detected yet. After confirming that the sachet was indeed an ordinary soothing sachet, Li Zhoguang no longer cared about it. He also asked Jarvis to detect that there were no surveillance equipment such as cameras in the villa, and then went straight to the basement. Although the basement of this villa was used as a boiler room and a motor room, there was still a lot of space left. Li Zhoguang walked to the open space in the middle of the basement and began to communicate with the Crimson Universe. The power flowed into his body through the channel, and 2 crimson straps appeared in his hands. The straps bent and stretched with Li Zhoguang's mind. Rather than saying it was a strap, it was better to say it was 2 flat tentacles. The control was very flexible. Li Zhoguang dispersed the crimson touch and then tested the iron suit. But he didn't have time to put on his battle suit. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door upstairs. Li Zhoguang sighed and dispersed the crimson touch. Is this going to end? Li Zhoguang walked out of the basement angrily and opened the door. It was discovered that the person who knocked on the door was not the ant before, but a young woman wearing a linen robe, but judging from her appearance, she was probably from the spiritual retreat. "Sorry to bother you, I am a member of the Holy Healing Spiritual Religion Association. I am here this time for..." The young woman talked eloquently. But Li Zhoguang didn't wait for him to finish. He forced a smile and said, "No, your person has already come to see me just now. She is a short and fat ant. I have already understood the purpose and philosophy of your spiritual society. Very profound understanding." The woman shook her head and said, "You misunderstood, I'm not here to preach. Just now our president was doing his work nearby to help people. He said he saw this house with blood in the sky, reaching the sky to the ground, but it suddenly disappeared again. No, it seemed like a good sign, so let me take a look." Li Zhoguang took 2 steps back without looking for any traces. Bloodlight? Now is a scientific and civilized society, and we don't pay attention to feudal superstition. The woman did not back down because of Li Zhoguang's resistant attitude. "Don't worry, our Holy Healing Spiritual Retreat is not a profit-making organization and will not charge fees from outsiders. Our original intention is just to help people in need. We have a gathering tonight, which will be held in the Linshen Si Deer. I hope you can come and it will be helpful to you." Li Zhoguang still refused perfunctorily. "Sorry, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go." The woman was not discouraged and finally said, "If you really don't believe what I say and don't want to participate in the event, please stay away from red things recently. We really want to help you." After that, he turned around and left without any further entanglement. Red? Li Zhoguang rubbed his chin, recalling the previous scene of wandering around the Crimson Universe in his mind. "Wait." Li Zhoguang stopped the woman. "How to get to Linshen Si Deer?" Li Zhoguang finally decided to go there at night. The first is to confirm what is going on with the Holy Healing Spiritual Religion Society and whether there are extraordinary beings in the world he lives in. The second is to rely on the steel armor and the crimson touch, which is nothing to fear. Li Zhoguang returned to the room and connected Jarvis to Wi-Fi. Jarvis, retrieve information about the holy healing spiritual religion. It is too troublesome to search by yourself. Not only is the search engine difficult to use, but there are also a lot of GG and blocked information. Now that we have artificial intelligence, of course we must learn to free our hands. 113,854 pieces of relevant information have been retrieved. Help me summarize it into a briefing, within 5,000 words. Okay. In the evening, the housekeeper of the villa entered the villa with a dining cart, placed the dinner that Li Zhoguang had reserved on the dining table, reminded him, "Mr. Li, it's dinner time," and left quietly. Li Zhoguang took a hasty shower, sat in the restaurant, ate, and read the briefing that Jarvis sent to his email. It is a new club. Excluding the malicious rumors that are full of loopholes, there is actually no solid negative news about it. The IP analysis results also show that it is not a paid troll to create publicity. The methods of this holy healing spiritual religion society are really not simple. After Li Zhoguang finished his dinner, he drank half a cup of warm water to moisten his stomach, and then placed the tableware on the shelf outside the door. Someone would come to take it away after a while. After taking a short rest, he followed the direction pointed by the previous woman and walked along the sidewalk. Along the way, Li Zhoguang noticed that people were coming out of the villa one after another, and some of them brought their families with them. When they saw Li Zhoguang walking in the same direction as them, they nodded in a friendly manner. Li Zhoguang walked up to a kind-faced old man and asked, "Brother, are you here to participate in the rally too?" The elder brother nodded, "Yes, I heard that the Holy Healing Spiritual Religion Society has activities here, so I specially booked a villa in advance and waited here." Unexpectedly, they did not promote this event at all. Not many people came, so there was no need to come in advance. This is good news. Fewer people come, so it takes longer to be received by the president. Because it is a new society, Jarvis did not find a photo of the spiritual leader on the internet, but there was news that the president was very young. Li Zhoguang asked, "Is there anything special about the president?" The elder brother smiled mysteriously and said, "You will understand when you see the president." To be honest, I was shocked when I first met the president. So mysterious. Li Zhoguang did not doubt that his brother was a liar, because he had a piece of Richard Mill on his hand. When he was studying in the same dormitory, there was a rich man from Shenmue County who also had a piece of Richard Mill on his hand. Li Zhoguang also played with it carefully. So I won't admit my mistake. In addition, this old man has a familiar smell, like the leaf cigarettes that local elderly people like to smoke, but it does not have such a strong fermentation smell. Li Zhoguang is very familiar with this smell. It is the smell of cigars, because he is also a cigar. A cigar smoker, I also like to smoke a cigar when I have nothing to do. It's just a new spiritual society that only operates in the Sichuan area. It's not a big international casino, so it won't be a big deal for betting money. Li Zhoguang followed Brother Fu and chatted all the way. After a while, a villa appeared in front of him. The door of the villa was open, and two members wearing linen clothes stood outside the door to welcome guests. It seems this is it. The Holy Healing Spiritual Retreat seemed to welcome all comers. Li Zhoguang and Brother Fu walked in together. The greeters invited them in without asking for their information. The living room, dining room, and reception room of this villa were decorated like a buffet. In addition to the members of the spiritual association, there were also other residents in the resort. The basis for distinguishing their identities was clothing. Li Zhoguang found that although the spiritual association did not have a unified style of clothing, their members would choose to wear loose clothing made of linen. During this time, Li Zhoguang also met the aunt who wanted to recruit him to join the association before. When the aunt saw Li Zhoguang, she happily came over and said, "Oh, isn't this Brother Li? Welcome, welcome. Don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. Hey? Why are you still carrying such a heavy backpack? Take it down quickly, I'll help you find a place to put it." Li Zhoguang rejected the aunt's kindness. "Thank you, no need, these are important documents of my company. Although I'm on vacation, these documents still can't leave me for a moment." The aunt nodded to show her understanding. "Alas, the current workplace has so many rules and regulations, and my daughter often complains at home." "Hey? How old are you this year, Brother Li? Where do you work?" Li Zhoguang declined. "Thank you, sister, I don't like women. Hearing this, the ant smiled like an ant. Alas, there is nothing to be shy about. People of our generation can accept it now. I also have a distant nephew who works in the next door Rongcheng. He is also very handsome. Li Zhoguang felt a chill on his back, and he made a few random remarks and walked away. Damn, this society is becoming more and more abstract now. This trick used to work well, but it seems that I can only say that I like armed helicopters in the future. When the ant saw Li Zhoguang leaving, she called others to go. Li Zhoguang casually took a glass of sparkling wine at the table next to him, and began to wander around the villa, listening to the news while walking. Li Zhoguang's behavior of running around was not normal, but because he was relaxed enough, he took food and drinks and ate as he walked, just like attending an ordinary buffet, so he didn't look too conspicuous. Anyway, the food had been secretly sampled and sent to Jarvis for testing, and nothing bad was found. While eating, Li Zhoguang also chatted with the guests who also came to the meeting. Unexpectedly, he discovered 2 high-quality customer resources. Although he had resigned, Li Zhoguang was still grateful for the manager's care for him, so he gave them the company's contact information. After a while, it was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the members cleared the table. The room was filled with futons. The members took the initiative to sit on the futons near the periphery, and gave the seats closer to the inside to the guests attending this meeting. Li Zhoguang randomly chose a futon to sit down, and the rich brother happened to sit next to him. After everyone sat down, someone came down from the second floor of the villa, followed by 2 members. It seems that this is the so-called president. When the man walked downstairs, Li Zhoguang approached Brother Fu and whispered, "Is this the president?" "Yes, I met him once when he treated my nephew before." "How old is the president?" "My family talked to him at that time, and I heard that he just turned 16 this year." "Did he get the consent of the guardian to establish this spiritual retreat?" Seeing the president getting closer and closer, Brother Fu did not answer Li Zhuguang's words, but gently pushed him and asked him to sit up straight. The 2 people who followed the president, one of them put a brand new cushion in the middle of the room for the president to sit down. The other person began to burn the herbs in his hand and wandered around the room. The smell of the herbs smelled like sage and thyme. Jarvis on Li Zhuguang's back did not react, so it should be non-toxic. The president took out a meditation bowl, tapped it gently, and started teaching directly. This was different from what Li Zhoguang had guessed. Generally, this kind of spiritual retreat mainly sells classes to make money. The so-called course is just self-hypnosis with truth, goodness, and beauty as the outer shell, and its core idea is the same as that of MLM. But what the president talked about was the serious astral projection. His explanation process was simple and easy to understand, and he progressed step by step. When encountering more obscure parts, he would slow down the progress and explain in detail. Because he had read reports that foreign universities had taken astral projection as an elective course before, Li Zhoguang was excited and studied it for a while. So Li Zhoguang could hear that the president's talk was all dry goods, without even a little water. In fact, the version he talked about was improved compared to the original version. Judging from the content, it should be referenced from Crystal Meditation Method and Holy Spirit Central Pillar Projection. After an hour of teaching, not to mention others, even Li Zhoguang gained something. Next, it was the part where the president enlightened the guests. Under the guidance of the members, the guests who came to the meeting for the first time came to the president one by one, and the president put his hands on their heads. Some people only received a blessing, while the president would say a few words to some people, all of which were things that needed to be paid attention to recently. But looking at the guests' expressions, most of them looked incredible. It seemed that what the president said to the guests was meaningful. Brother Fu was in front of Li Zhoguang. When it was his turn, the president also put his hand on his head. Then, the president frowned, "You are too scheming. Forget it, everyone has their own difficulties. If this can help you, then it's up to you." Hearing the president's words, Brother Fu looked embarrassed, but he also stepped forward and asked the president something in a low voice. After the president answered, he sincerely thanked him and stepped aside. Then it was Li Zhuguang's turn. He sat opposite the president. When the president's hand was placed on his head, he didn't feel anything special. "Wait, why is there a sense of vibration?" "No, it's the president's hand that is shaking." Li Zhoguang looked up and saw the president's face twisted and terrified. He was shaking all over and kept muttering, "Which red, 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 red are you?" He passed out before he could finish his words. A member ran over in panic to support the president. Li Zhoguang raised his eyebrows. Was the president pretending, or did he really see something? Seeing this scene, not only the guests, but also the members were at a loss. They had never seen the president like this. A member with a little more experience stood up and announced the end of the party. Then he arranged for people to see the guests out. The old lady appeared in front of Li Zhoguang again. She looked at him with a little sympathy and whispered, "Don't leave yet. Let the president take a look after he wakes up. It will be good for you." A member next to him also heard what the old lady said and said indignantly, "Didn't you see what the president looked at him just now? You still want the president to help him?" The old lady's face was a little ugly, and she retorted, "Don't you know what the president's temper is? Even if he leaves now, the president will take the initiative to find him after he wakes up." The member didn't say anything after hearing this, but his face was still a little ugly. He turned around and went upstairs to take care of the president. Li Zhoguang didn't know if the two of them were playing a double act. When he encountered this kind of thing, he also became interested and agreed to stay and wait for the president to wake up. For a time, all the guests dispersed. In the entire villa, apart from Li Zhoguang, there were only members of the Holy Healing Spiritual Religion Association. Li Zhoguang sat on the sofa, holding the hot tea provided by the spiritual retreat in his hand, and waited quietly. Li Zhoguang secretly took out his mobile phone several times and wanted to call the police, but gave up because if the police came, there would be no way to get to the bottom of it. Without keeping Li Zhoguang waiting, the president soon woke up. Just as Auntie expected, the first thing the president wanted to do when he woke up was to see Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang followed the members up to the second floor and came to the master bedroom. The president was sitting on the bed with a pale face. When he saw Li Zhoguang coming in, he called him over and asked the others to wait outside the room. After hearing his order, the others filed out. When Li Zhoguang approached, the president still felt sad, but still said to him energetically, "I have never seen you in such a situation. Maybe you don't believe it and think I am a magician. But for your own good, I still have to say that there is a red devil haunting your soul. I only saw a shadow, and I was so frightened that I fainted. You definitely want to stay away from red stuff." Li Zhoguang took out his mobile phone and started typing Marvel Dimension Demon God in the search bar. It didn't take long to find what he was looking for. He intercepted the beautiful photos of the dimensional demon gods, put his phone in front of the president and said, "Take a look, which one looks like what you see?" The president didn't know why, but he still flipped through the pages one by one. When he turned to one of the pages, he began to look frightened again. Li Zhoguang took back his phone and looked at the one the president had just turned to. It was indeed Sidorak. "Good boy, you really have two brushes." Li Zhoguang took back his phone and said calmly, "This is just a fictional character created by an American comic company. Children of this age should go to school, read less comics, and do less nonsense. After all, the president is still young," and he defended excitedly, "I haven't read any comics, I can really see it." Li Zhoguang said without comment, "There were many examples like you when Qigong was hot. As long as a child prodigy with special abilities was discovered, child prodigies from all over the country would emerge one after another like leaks, without money, and they were all clean. There are people who can listen to words with their ears, see words with their stomachs, and open their third eyes. I won't give examples one by one. I tell you, now is a society ruled by law and a scientific society, and feudal superstition is not acceptable." The president still defended, "I am not lying, I can really sense other people's souls." "How do you prove it?" The president was a little annoyed when he heard this. If it were someone else, he could see through the deepest desires of the other person's soul. If it still doesn't work, try harder and you can see the other person's most unforgettable memory. But for Li Zhoguang, this is unlikely. Not to mention peeking into the depths of his soul, just taking a quick look before, he felt like he was going to die. Seeing that the president had nothing to say, Li Zhoguang continued to ask, "Then let me change the question. Did you create this Holy Healing Spiritual Cultivation Association yourself?" The president nodded, "After I helped a lot of people, some people who were helped by me were willing to help more people with me. The Holy Healing Spiritual Cultivation Association was established by me and the first few people bit by bit. Later, some regulations and forms were changed, and it developed into what it is today." Li Zhoguang continued to ask, "As far as I know, renting a villa in this resort is not cheap. And at the buffet just now, what 3? I don't even bother to talk about the mullet and the Arctic scallops. Wow, there's plenty of Remy Martin sparkling wine, bluefin tuna belly and Liberia ham. Where do you get the funds for your events? The president scratched his head in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. Every event is organized by members. As for the source of funds, it's all voluntarily contributed by members. Those with money contribute more, those without money contribute less, and those who don't want to contribute can contribute their labor. I never charge money for helping people, and I don't let members accept donations from outside. I founded the Holy Healing Spiritual Association to help more people, not it's for money. I won't change this original intention. Li Zhoguang patted his forehead. He probably understood a little. Does your Shenjiahu Spiritual Cultivation Association have a special account? Is there a financial accountant? Will the report every 10 days be handed over to you for review? The president's clear eyes were full of confusion. Isn't it enough to have enough money to spend? Li Zhoguang asked again. You just kept talking about helping people, so how do you usually help others? The president answered honestly. I can sense the souls of others and the messages entangled with them. If you encounter if there is a gap in their soul, I will guide them to solve the missing part. As for the messages that are entangled with others, I will not care about the good ones. If I encounter bad ones, I will directly dispel the weak ones, and I can only remind them to avoid the strong ones. For example, there was a man just now who might encounter some bad things in the next few days, so I helped him dispel them. But for you, I can only remind you to stay away from red things. Li Zhoguang thought secretly in his heart, if only I could really stay away from it. Not only can I not stay away, but I still need to rely on his power when I encounter a strong enemy. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about these troubles, Li Zhoguang finally asked, Little President, in your opinion, do the rich face more difficulties or the poor? The president answered without hesitation, of course the poor. The rich can at least use their wealth to solve some of the difficulties. Li Zhoguang nodded and continued, then why did you choose to hold the event in a place where rich people gather? Although this resort looks large, there are only a dozen villas. The number of people who came tonight is not as many as your members. Even if you don't care about the rich or the poor, this goes against your original intention of trying to help more people. The location of the event was not chosen by me. The president hesitated and said. Then think about it, are all the recent events held the same as this one, basically in the rich area? Okay, it seems so. I don't know if your purpose is for money, but the purpose of this spiritual meeting is not so simple. No, everyone has paid a lot to help more people. It's not new that people's hearts are fickle. The trader Wang was once a young knight who dragged his sword into a piece and lived up to his youth, but didn't he change in the end? If you really want to help more people, don't do any spiritual meetings, study hard, and become a psychologist in the future, which is more suitable for your ability. The president shook his head. I thought about this, but in the end I came to a conclusion, I can't help too many people by myself. I think these shrimp soldiers and crab generals under your command are useless. I'm not talking about them. Who is it? The president said proudly, after I awakened my ability, in order to enhance my ability, I tried many methods, and finally summarized a set of effective and ineffective exercises that can enhance my ability. It's what I just said. Every time I hold an event, it is my duty to help others, but more importantly, it is to spread the seeds and discover more people like me. Good guy, Li Zhoguang called him a good guy. He originally thought that the previous classes were just a supplement, but he didn't expect that that was what others valued. From this point of view, although this kid was a little stunned, his actions were indeed a bit master-like. Although Li Zhoguang praised the other party's behavior, he disagreed. Then have you ever thought that even if you find or teach someone like you, the other party will definitely be willing to help others? Why won't they use these abilities to do evil? The president showed a confident smile. I am the original pioneer and have gone a long way on this road. Even if there are latecomers who do evil, I can still suppress them. Haha, really? Li Zhoguang looked at the president with an idiot look. Mr. Li, like to attack those Chiyunibiu who think they have outstanding abilities. What do you mean? The president was still wondering what Li Zhoguang's words meant, and he was wrapped into a mummy by Li Zhoguang with a crimson belt. Gg, silly boy, you thought it was the ghost of the devil that haunted me. Then why can't it be that I have been with him from the beginning? Li Zhoguang felt that he wanted to teach this fool a lesson. Your soul is so spiritual that it's rare to find one. It must be very crispy to eat. Woo, Woo. Don't struggle. Although you have some abilities, your physical strength is too weak. Not to mention me, even an ordinary person with a knife can kill you. Woo, woo. Keep shouting. It's best to attract the people outside. I'll take some time to kill them all. By the way, light a fire here. Even if someone finds out, it will only be a suicide act of the cult organization. After hearing Li Zhuguang's words, the president gave up struggling and began to look at him with pleading eyes. Li Zhuguang raised his eyebrows. Oh, what does it mean? Sacrifice yourself to feed the tiger or cut meat to feed the eagle. Li Zhuguang's mind moved, and he loosened some of the straps to allow the president to speak. Let the others go. They are all ordinary people. What if I don't let them go? Please. As he said that, the president held Li Zhuguang's hand. Suddenly he raised his head, his eyes gleaming, and looked at Li Zhuguang. Li Zhuguang felt something was slowly invading his brain from his eyes. Because he had to maintain the Crimson Touch, he was now communicating with the Crimson Universe. The power in his body felt the foreign invader, and waves of red flames surged out of his body. Li Zhuguang felt that his bones and muscles had begun to swell. It was going to be bad, it was a mess. Not to mention Li Zhuguang's changes, although the president used all his strength to attack Li Zhuguang, he was also severely injured when the energy in Li Zhuguang's body counterattacked. With a muffled groan, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Fortunately, the president was weak enough, and the attack was counterattacked as soon as it was launched. Without the invasion of external forces, the crimson power in Li Zhuguang's body was much calmer. He dispersed the Crimson Touch, tried his best to appease, and persuaded the excess power in his body back to the channel bit by bit. Who? Li Zhuguang leaned against the bed and panted. He saw that the president was miserable but still looked at him angrily, as if he was going to do it again. Li Zhuguang waved his hand to stop him. Pause. If you do it again, I won't have the strength to suppress my power. Then the people here will really die. After that, Li Zhuguang walked to the president and sat down, slapping him on the forehead. I say, you naughty kid, why are you so hard to be amused? You want to fight if you don't agree with me. The president said bitterly, I just want to protect others. Just let them go and I'll let you deal with them. Okay, it's a deal. Li Zhuguang nodded, and the boy is teachable. Wait. What, you changed your mind? You let the others go first, I'll make sure they leave. You can kill me or chop me up, whatever you want. Li Zhuguang slapped him on the head again. Little kid, watch less movies, is dying a heroic death what you should do at your age? Humph. The president turned his head away proudly. My conditions are very simple, and I don't want your life, you just have to promise to do it. What conditions are you willing to tell me? This spiritual retreat will be disbanded. As for you, go back to school and study honestly. If you can work hard and get into a good university, it would be even better. Ah. What? If I were a villain who eats human flesh and souls, I would negotiate with you with your skills. If I meet you, I will just beat you to death and drink with you. The president looked at Li Zhuguang as if he was a psychopath. You said you are not a villain. You beat him half to death twice in one night. If you did it again, he might really die. In your mind, what kind of person can call himself a villain? Li Zhuguang knew what he was thinking by looking at his expression, but he would not admit that he messed up just now. He just said to him, you just heard about your spiritual practice. Some things are not something you can grasp with your knowledge. It's just some insiders who can make you run around. If you become famous in the future, some capital will come to you. By then, you will be sent to an overseas research laboratory, and you may still be saying thank you to others. Li Zhuguang took out his mobile phone. That's all I have to say. You can figure out the rest yourself. Add a circle of friends. It's rare to meet someone like you. You can share any news with each other. The president was still thinking about what Li Zhuguang said just now, and subconsciously took out his mobile phone and asked Li Zhuguang to scan the code. Zhang Xiaohong? Why is your online name so girly? When the president heard someone calling him, he came to his senses and angrily shouted, what's the girly thing? I'm just called this. And your magic fairy castle dance queen hammer is not much better. My real name is not this. What do your family think? Humph. Give it a girl's name, so it's easier to support. As long as they are happy. Seeing that the president had approved his friend request, Li Zhoguang waved his hand and was about to leave, but when he walked to the door, he hesitated for a moment, turned around and asked, "Did you have any signs when you awakened your ability?" Zhang Xiaohong shook her head, "I don't remember it clearly, I just remember one day 6 years ago, my brother who had been working outside for many years came back, brought a lot of money back, and played with me all day. Mom and Dad prepared a large table of dishes, and our family rarely got together for a meal. That day was the happiest day of my life in those years. The next day I found that I had special abilities, so I have always suspected that the awakening of abilities is related to emotions. What about your brother?" Zhang Xiaohong's face showed some sadness. "After my brother came back, he left the next day. Before leaving, he said that he followed a boss, that boss was a very capable person, and he could be very successful if he followed him. He also said that when I grow up a little, he will introduce me to the boss and ask the boss to take me under his command. But then my brother disappeared and could not be found. Some people said that he was deceived and went abroad and could not come back. Mom became ill due to overwork and died soon. After Mom left, Dad's spirit collapsed, and then... My condolences. Forget it, so many years have passed." After Li Zhoguang went downstairs, he left the villa directly. While walking on the road, it began to drizzle, and Li Zhoguang could only jog back to his villa. After entering the house, he took off his clothes, took a disposable bathrobe and went into the bathroom. Emotional factors. If emotional factors were so useful, then the superpowers at the entrance of the casino would have gathered long ago. Li Zhoguang, wearing a bathrobe, came to the study and connected Jarvis to Wi-Fi again. "Can Jarvis hack into the archives?" "Yes. I just added Zhang Xiaohong's WeChat, searched for his identity information, and retrieved his household registration information. It has been retrieved." Qiachen people, Zhang Xiaqi? Sure enough, they are brothers. Mobile payment was already popular 6 years ago. So, Jarvis, retrieve Zhang Xiaqi's payment information and ticket information before she disappeared. The information was quickly retrieved, and Li Zhoguang looked at the last few. "I had always tended to buy hard seats on the train before, but I suddenly bought a first-class round-trip ticket from Shanghai to Qiachen to go home, and flew back to Shanghai the next day, and then took a taxi from the airport back to the city, and there was nothing else. Even if someone tricked me into going abroad to make money, there was no need to hide my tracks from the place of departure, right? This brother is very mysterious." The next day was a sunny day as the weather forecast said, and Li Zhoguang was in a good mood after waking up. Because, if it was sunny, the clothes washed last night could be taken out to dry. Li Zhoguang went downstairs to the living room and wanted to ask the housekeeper to bring breakfast, but he suddenly saw a shadow swaying outside through the curtains of the entrance porch. So Li Zhoguang walked quickly to the front door and turned on the monitor. The monitor screen showed that a dozen people wearing linen clothes, with their own futons, were guarding the door of his villa. There was no shouting, and no one knocked on the door. It looked a bit like the sit-in demonstrations that the Koreans like to use. This scene made Li Zhoguang a little funny. Zhang Xiaohong was indeed inexperienced. It was estimated that he finally announced the decision to disband the Holy Healing Spiritual Society. But he was such an honest and simple child, and he was probably tricked by a few old foxes and gave Li Zhoguang away. Li Zhoguang was not afraid either, because except for Zhang Xiaohong, who was quite capable, the other members of the Holy Healing Spiritual Cultivation Society were all ordinary people. Although Li Zhoguang almost got into trouble last night, he found after he came back that even though he had suppressed the restlessness of Sidorak's crimson magic, the strengthening effect caused by the restlessness had not subsided. After testing, he found that his strength had been increased by more than double, and his physical strength and endurance had also been significantly improved. Although his current strength was still a small rookie in the Marvel Universe, he was still very confident when facing ordinary people in his own world. Li Zhoguang opened the door carelessly and smiled, "Are you here to see me?" Seeing the real owner coming out, the representative of the members stood up and said, "What did you say to Xiaohong, and why did he decide to disband the Spiritual Cultivation Society?" As he spoke, the other members who were sitting in protest glared at Li Zhoguang. Would Li Zhoguang be afraid of this? At that time, a naked lighthouse general glared at Li Zhoguang, but Li Zhoguang was not afraid. Not only was he not afraid, he was also a little excited. Pa, he even wanted to laugh. Li Zhoguang replied nonchalantly, "Oh, him? I just told him the importance of studying. Maybe he also thinks that studying is more important at this age. The representative paused after hearing this and argued, there are so many people studying, but what can they achieve in the end? The great cause that our Shenjiahu's spiritual association is committed to is the right path in life. If studying is useless, then you need to study harder. Look at me, because I study hard, I can rent a villa by myself, unlike you, who have more than a dozen people squeezed into one. Li Zhoguang did not mention the role played by his parents at all, and used sophistry to counter sophistry. Our business cannot be measured by money. Then why did you choose to hold the event in the rich area? That's because the people here also need our help. Then you can help, why do you have to rent a villa to hold a buffet? Can't you do something else with the money for renting a villa and purchasing high-end ingredients? If it is just to help, it would be good enough if you don't charge money, why do you have to provide so many other services? This is because many people didn't trust us at the beginning, so we had no choice but to do this. Forget it, the reasons are up to you. Your president's decision to disband the Holy Healing Spiritual Cultivation Association is his own decision, why are you looking for me? At this time, the representative remembered the purpose of this visit, because of your words, Xiaohong wants to disband the Spiritual Cultivation Association, we need you to go back and dissuade him from disbanding the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Haha, can't you persuade him yourself? We persuaded him, but he didn't listen. As the saying goes, the one who tied the bell must untie it. This matter was caused by you, and it should be solved by you. Let's put aside the facts. Let me ask you first, is your spiritual practice legal? The cause of our spiritual practice is to help others. Don't tell me the original intention, just tell me whether it is legal or not. How can it be illegal for us to help people with good intentions? Then I want to ask, are you a religion or a business? If you are a religion, are you recognized by the Religious Affairs Bureau? Do you have proof of funds? Do you have a place for religious activities? If you are a business, do you have a production and operation license? Do you have a fixed office space? Do you have an account opening permit? Regardless of religion or business, the most important point is, have you paid taxes? Li Zhoguang launched a soul-searching question. These questions may not have been thought about at all. Li Zhoguang shook his head, I told you long ago that studying is important. The representative, who was at a loss for words, began to fall into impotent rage, I don't care, our cause is right. You caused all this, and you must be responsible for it. This is your spiritual retreat, not mine. You don't care, and you still expect me to care. If you don't care, we won't leave here, and you can't go anywhere. Li Zhoguang smiled disdainfully, and then called Ye Yaling, hello, this is the mountain is not high holiday center. I report that someone here is holding minors hostage for feudal superstitious activities, and is threatening and restricting my personal safety. Please arrange for the police as soon as possible. The representative was surprised and asked, who are you calling? Li Zhoguang said as a matter of course, who else, the police. If you have something to do, find the police, even kindergarten will teach you, right? You. What are you doing? Your president has made you rich and made you live a good life, but you have no respect for him at all. Xiaohong is taller than Xiaohong, and you don't even want to call him president. What am I? I abide by the law and I am not ashamed of God or the earth. I can scold you, a shameless person who uses minors to make money, speechless. I will call the police. What can you do? What am I? You weaklings with no body or two, you still want to restrict my personal freedom. I jumped out, I jumped back, I jumped out again, hey, I jumped back again. How about, fight me, idiot? I will fight with you. Seeing the man rushing over, Li Zhoguang quickly retreated into the room, closed the door and locked it. Listening to the fierce beating outside the door, Li Zhoguang calmly dialed the housekeeper's phone, hey, there is a group of cultists breaking down my door now. Please arrange for a team of security guards to come over. Yes, I have already called the police on the Hometsumatsurako building. You just need to control the person and hand him over to the police for a while. Li Zhoguang hung up the phone and muttered to himself, I won't be bullied by good people, but I won't be bullied by evil people. I won't be afraid of evil people. The relevant departments have strict regulations on the time of police dispatch, which is no more than 5 minutes in the city and no more than 10 minutes in the suburbs. Li Zhoguang didn't wait for a while, and the group of people were taken away by the police. Without the disturbance of irrelevant people, Li Zhoguang can finally do his business. In the next few days, he planned to do simple close combat exercises in the basement during the day. At night, he would wear the steel armor and fly to the depths of the forest to do more noisy exercises. Anyway, the butler would deliver 3 meals a day to his door, so he could spend his time and energy on more important things. No wonder the Taoists summarized the 4 secrets of cultivation, and the most said about wealth, companions, law, and land, because with the support of wealth, you can practice without worries. The first is to be familiar with the steel armor. Every joint and every thruster of the armor requires precise control. Before, he and Qin Daniu could fly directly after getting the armor, relying on Jarvis's auxiliary system. But the auxiliary system will never be more sophisticated than his own control, so when practicing, he turned off the auxiliary system from the beginning. He tried to make simple movements, from walking to running, and then to flying in the air. Every time he took off, he could feel the powerful thrust of the armor, and every roll and dodge tested his reaction speed and body coordination. As time went on, Li Zhuguang's movements became more and more smooth, and he began to try more complex maneuvers. High-speed rotation, emergency braking, hovering in the air, each action requires precise control and a deep understanding of the performance of the armor. Compared with the steel armor, the Crimson Touch comes from the magic energy of the Crimson Dimension and is more complicated than the mechanical structure. Each time you use it, you need to concentrate your mind and mobilize the internal magic energy, and then the crimson bands will slowly emerge around him according to his will. They dance in the air like living tentacles. As the connection progresses, Li Zhoguang is not satisfied with only manifesting 2 tentacles. He tries to manifest more. He began to try to control these tentacles and make them move according to his will. At first, the movements of the tentacles seemed a bit clumsy, but as time went on, Li Zhuguang's control became more and more precise. He let the tentacles weave into complex patterns in the air. After getting familiar with the controls, he began to practice attacking techniques. He imagined the image of the enemy and made the Crimson Touch flatter, with the edge of the tentacles like a blade. Every swing was accompanied by the vibration of the air and the surge of energy. He kept practicing, from simple straight-line attacks to complex curves and multi-angle attacks, striving for perfection every time. In addition to attacking, Li Zhoguang also tried to use the belt for defense. He let the belts around himself to form a shield that could resist attacks from all directions. As the practice deepened, Li Zhoguang began to explore other possibilities of the Crimson Belt. He imitated Shang-Chi's control of the 10 rings and tried to use the belt for fast movement, letting them catapult him into the air like a spring, or close the distance to the target in an instant. 15 days passed in a flash. During this time, Li Zhoguang had fun, practiced happily, and felt that his strength had improved a lot. Put on the combat clothes purchased online, carry the folding bag of the steel suit, and bring compressed biscuits and purified water. Li Zhoguang is waiting to set off. Just like last time, there was no sign, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the carriage. When he looked up, he first saw 3 familiar faces. Qin Daniu looked calm. Like Li Zhoguang, he also carried a backpack with steel armor and dry food. His clothes had changed. He wore a coarse cloth training suit last time, but this time his clothes looked more regular, and there was a bull head with 4 horns embroidered on the chest of his clothes. The other 2 were Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun. When they saw Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu, they collapsed. Because neither Li Zhoguang nor Li Chunfeng told them that there was more than one mission. Of course, Li Chunfeng was too late, and Li Zhoguang did it on purpose. Li Zhoguang looked around the carriage to see if there were any new passengers. But he only saw a black, furry thing wearing a vest and shorts, with a pig head embroidered on each of the shorts and vest. It's so weird, take another look. Why is it waving at me? Damn, it's not a model, it's alive. Li Zhuguang's mind moved, and 2 deep red tentacles appeared on his hands. The red light flashed, and he was about to slash forward. Stop! I am protected by Wei Guangzhenjun. The black bear, who was wearing a vest and shorts and standing up, rushed to the corner and spoke human words. Hearing the black bear talking, Li Zhoguang stopped attacking. Can you talk? What are you? What? You are so rude. Have you never seen the demon race? I've only heard of it. The bear demon scratched his head and said strangely, you haven't even seen a demon, so you must be from a very far place. Let me tell you, our Huijing city is a mixed population of humans and demons, and is governed by Wei Guang Zhenjun. Since you are here, you must follow the local customs. First of all, you cannot harm other people or demons in any way here. Secondly, you are not allowed to enter without invitation. Hey, this is not my home. Where is my home? Where is my home? No, where am I? The bear demon said a lot, and then he realized that he was no longer at home. Li Zhoguang said to him with sympathy, I'm sorry, you have been selected and need to complete a specific task before you can go back. Hearing this, the bear demon shouted excitedly, you are kidnapping, do you know that? It's no use yelling at me, we are in the same situation as you. Who kidnapped us? This demon brother, be careful with your words. We were all chosen by Lord Dragon God and are now in Lord Dragon God's body. The mission was also issued by Lord Dragon God. It is our blessing to be able to share Lord Dragon God's worries. The bear demon was shocked, how can there be gods in the lower world? Aren't they all in the upper world? Even if there is, it can't be Dragon God. The Dragon clan hasn't appeared for many years. Wang Shiyun said with a somewhat ugly face, I'm afraid this great immortal I don't know. The Dragon God has boundless magical power. We have never heard of each other's names. I think we are very far apart. But we were all captured by the Dragon God in the blink of an eye. The bear demon waved his claws, don't call me the immortal. That is the honorific title of the human ascenders. I am just a little demon and cannot bear it. My name is Xiong Fasai, you can just call me Brother Fasai. You said that we were captured from all over the world. If this is true, it can only be done by those with great magical power. The Dragon God is above, the little demon is blinded by a leaf, sitting in a well and looking at the sky, and speaking without thinking. The Dragon God is magnanimous, please don't blame me. As he said, Xiong Fasai began to bow to all directions. His appearance reminded Li Zhoguang of the circus performance he had seen in the wildlife park when he was a child. Just as Xiong Fasai was turning around and bowing, the light curtain lit up. Please select a task. Selection countdown, 1 o'clock. 1. Go to Renjia town to obtain the remains of Dong Xiaoyu. 2. Go to Lanruo temple to obtain the Diamond Sutra. 3. Go to Chinjia village to obtain the Dharmakaya of the Great Black Buddha Mother. After the light curtain came out, Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun fell down again. Xiong Fasai didn't know why, so he also lay on the ground. Qin Daniu subconsciously wanted to kneel down, but Li Zhoguang reached out and lifted him up. Qin Daniu reacted, straightened up, and stood beside Li Zhoguang. It should be reasonable for Brother Li to stop him from kneeling twice, and even if he didn't kneel down to worship the Dragon God last time, there were no adverse consequences. In fact, Li Zhoguang didn't have any complicated thoughts. He simply felt that there was no point in kneeling before an operation panel. Looking at the three options given by the light screen, good guys, supernatural special. The three mission locations correspond to Mr. Zombie, a Chinese ghost story and curse respectively. After a brief thought, Li Zhoguang chose a Chinese ghost story because of his experience in the last mission. He discovered that in addition to the enhanced rewards after completing the mission world itself was also a huge treasure house. It is too slow to rely solely on strengthening options to become stronger. Among the three worlds, the curse was eliminated first. Judging from the original work, there is nothing of value at all. Mr. Zombie contains missions orthodoxy, but whether he can become a disciple is not mentioned yet. Although Uncle Ju's skills in beating zombies are top-notch, the level of strength he displayed is still a bit low. It's not that Uncle Ju is incompetent, but that Yan Chixia is more cost-effective. After selecting the mission, it's time to select the initial assistance. Please select initial assistance. Selection countdown, 1 o'clock. 1. Several currencies. 2. World identity. 3. Exorcism talisman. The currency was banned first, and after weighing the remaining talismans and identity, Li Zhoguang chose identity. The demons and ghosts in a Chinese ghost story take physical damage, but their spell attacks only carry extra damage, so the talismans are not that important. Considering that the world of a Chinese ghost story is at the end of a dynasty, chaos occurs frequently and evil spirits are rampant. Fortunately, Wang Shiyun and Wei Chongfeng were dressed like Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu. If they entered as gangsters, they would probably cause a lot of trouble, not to mention there was a black bear spirit among the passengers. After making the selection, Li Zhoguang felt his chest sink. He put his hand in and took out a brand. It feels warm and moist, but not like jade, but like animal bones. Such a big piece is made of ivory. There are words engraved on it, Deputy Kyunho of Fuzi Right Office, Bijan. I didn't have any expectations at first, but I actually got a king bomb. This status is so exciting. With this waste card alone, the difficulty of the task is reduced by more than half. Just when Li Zhoguang was making his choice, Wei Chongfeng secretly turned his face and saw that Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu were standing aside again instead of kneeling down to worship the dragon god with them. Wei Chongfeng thought viciously, these two people acted vulgarly and disrespected the dragon god, why the dragon god hadn't sent down a divine punishment to kill him. Everyone knelt down and worshipped, and their old god stood beside him on the ground, just like the temple blessings in the temple. He was stunned for a moment when he thought of this. If you think about it carefully, on weekdays, whether it is family sacrifices or worshipping gods to pray for blessings, the only one standing in that scene, or even directing everyone to kneel down, was that not the chief priest? Li Chunfeng said before that he was the chief priest of the dragon god, but in the previous realm, Li Zhoguang designed to harm him. Not to mention that the Lord Dragon God did not impose divine punishment, but now he still. Hiss! Wei Chongfeng took a breath of cold air, and most of his disrespectful thoughts towards Li Zhoguang disappeared. Li Zhoguang on the side didn't know what he was thinking, and was inspecting the goods with Qin Daniu. Qin Daniu took out a bulging bag and opened it, which was filled with reddish-brown dried meat. Brother Li, this is the desolate beast meat jerky I bought. Fresh desolate beast meat is not easy to preserve, and it also takes up space, so I bought all the dried meat. Although it's less effective than fresh meat, it's lighter and easier to carry. Then he took out another book, this is Snake Shadow Fist. After the Phantom Snake Martial Arts School was destroyed, someone copied this boxing technique. Li Zhoguang took the things and nodded, isn't it a waste of money to buy these? Qin Daniu smiled shyly, the dried meat cost a little, and Snake Shadow Fist was given as a gift. Who is so generous? After I returned, Master found out that my Barbarian Bull Fist had reached the 3rd level, so he accepted me as his direct disciple. That night, other direct disciples invited me to drink. I just wanted to inquire about it, so I mentioned it. But I didn't expect that the senior brother would find me the next day and give me this. Li Zhoguang suddenly realized that this was probably the difference between ordinary undergraduate students and fellow tutors. Favors should come and go. Although you don't have many resources now, you have enough gold. You can be moderately generous on weekdays, but don't be too generous. You can control the intensity yourself. With that said, Li Zhoguang opened the boxing manual of Snake Shadow Fist. Well, the illustrations are beautiful. What's left is gone. Li Zhoguang secretly cursed himself for being stunned. Qin Daniu couldn't understand simplified Chinese. Why did he think he could understand the words Qin Daniu used? Alas, let Daniel translate it when you have time. After a while, the train stopped. Li Zhoguang took the lead to get off, and the others filed out. This time the train stopped at the official road in the suburbs. There was a stone tablet on the roadside. The writing was blurred by the wind and rain. I could see it clearly when I got closer. It said, Kuabe County Boundary Tablet. It seemed that just like last time, they were not directly teleported to the mission location. After getting off the train, Xiang Fasai also saw the full picture of the train and was amazed, this incarnation is really majestic and strong. I have read the description of the dragon horn in the book. This dragon god should be from the dragon clan. Yes, this bear monster also regarded the train as the dragon god, and the chimney as the dragon horn. Wei Chongfeng grasped the key point of Xiang Fasai's words, Brother Xiang, what is the Dharmakaya you are talking about? Xiang Fasai seemed to have a good temper and patiently explained, those with great magical powers have the ability to transform themselves into an incarnation. They can transform themselves into an incarnation and send it to the lower world. Although the incarnation has no intelligence, it has the magic power of the original body and can complete the simple tasks assigned by the original body. After saying that, Xiang Fasai nodded, as if he was very sure of his inference, I was doubting it just now. Gods are all high-level beings. How could they come down for us in person? You see, it is motionless, it doesn't seem to have any consciousness, it should be a Dharmakaya without a doubt. And Xiang Fasai put his claws into his crotch and took out an ivory card. This thing suddenly appeared in my underwear just now, and it hurt my balls. Do you know what this thing is? Ahem. Li Zhoguang attracted everyone's attention. This is our identity card in this world. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun also searched on their bodies after hearing this, and they found a card as expected. Wei Chongfeng looked at Li Zhoguang with a more humble look. Everyone held the sign in their hands and turned it over and over, unable to understand it. Wang Shiyun asked weakly, "Brother Li, do you know what is written on this sign?" Li Zhoguang asked them to take out all the signs and look around. I found that only I was the deputy Qunhu, and the rest of them were Beihu. It seems that the distribution of this status is not that smart. Regardless of Xiang Fasai, it makes sense that the others are from hundreds of households. Jinyue is originally a hereditary system, but children like Qin Dainyu are too rare even if they are hereditary. Anyone who is interested can find it out with a quick search, but they don't know that the identity given by the train is simply a forged waste badge, and the identity memes of several people have been truly inserted into this world from time to time. Seeing that everyone was still looking at him, Li Zhoguang could only give a rough explanation. This belt symbolizes the identity of the law enforcer in this world. No matter what force you encounter, you must give some face to this belt. Everyone nodded, and Xiang Fasai asked, "Hey, how did you know? Have you been here before?" Li Zhoguang continued to use the old excuse, "I have seen the customs here in storybooks." After that, Li Zhoguang greeted Qin Dainyu and prepared to march to Quabai County. The other two were a monster, so they could only follow after seeing this. Not long after walking, everyone saw a low city wall. Li Zhoguang stopped and said to Xiang Fasai, "Brother Fasai, let's discuss something with you." "You say? This world is dominated by humans. As for demons, they are very rare and have a bad reputation. If you enter a human city with such a big arrogance, I'm afraid there will be many twists and turns. Then what do you think we should do? See if you can do this. Take off your clothes, and then get on all fours and follow us in." Although ordinary black bears are quite scary, they are at least stronger than demon bears. After listening to Li Zhuguang's words, Xiang Fasai's eyes widened and his mouth grew wide. He was stunned for a while and then angrily shouted, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Your request is too perverted, I can't do it. It's not that difficult, right? I just need to give you a little humiliation and pretend to be an ordinary black bear." Xiang Fasai interrupted him, "That's enough for you. Let me tell you, beasts are beasts and monsters are monsters. I was suddenly taken from home by Lord Dragon God, wearing only underwear. It's quite embarrassing, now you even want to take off my underwear. Not only did I want to run around naked, but I was also asked to go into town lying on my stomach. If I asked you to take off your clothes and go to town lying on your stomach, would you do it?" Li Zhuguang's mind followed Xiang Fasai's words, and after imagining it for a moment, he immediately crushed the image into pieces and threw it out of his mind. "Brother Fortune, are you kidding? Don't you still have such a thick layer of down?" The black bear showed a human expression on his face and glanced at Li Zhoguang with a sinister look. "I remember that you humans also have hair in key parts. Let me think of another way." At this time, Qin Dainyu, who was standing aside, spoke, "Actually, I brought a poncho." After everyone heard Qin Dainyu's words, they all patrolled back and forth between Qin Dainyu and Xiang Fasai. They found that one person and one demon were actually about the same height, both about 1.6 meters. In the end, Qin Dainyu brought out a poncho and a set of clothes, Li Zhoguang brought out a roll of bandages, and after Xiang Fasai dressed up a little, a 1.6 meter long bandage monster emerged. Although it looked a bit strange, Li Zhoguang figured out that everyone had the badge of Jinyue and was not afraid of being questioned. A few people entered the county town, and everything went smoothly, except that the officers and soldiers guarding the gate almost peed their pants. Qunhu from Fuzi, North Town, brought 400 families into the county. Is there any major case? As a local subordinate, will he be implicated? Li Zhuguang's first goal when entering the city was to confirm the time. It can be confirmed that this world is Lao Wang's version of a Chinese ghost story by using the Diamond Sutra as the mission item. Then you can judge the approximate time by just asking if the Xiahe swordsman has been around again. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun followed into the city and then went to the grain store. They didn't expect this at all, but fortunately they had gold and silver with them this time, which was enough to buy some necessities. In the last mission, the two of them were really scared of hunger. As for Xiang Fasai, he hasn't understood the situation yet. It was the first time I saw a city full of human beings. Out of novelty, I wandered around the market in the city, just like I was out for a walk. But with his weird look, he was spotted by the knife catchers before he took a few steps. They swarmed him and wanted to take off the bandage on his face to see if he was someone on the reward list. Xiang Fasai did not forget what Li Zhoguang said before. When someone stopped him, he would show his cards and immediately frighten the person who came to him. You must know that at this time, the reputation of Jinyue Yamen is much more terrifying than that of Lanruo Temple. After showing his waist badge several times, pedestrians and merchants on the street all knew that there was a wealthy family strolling down this street. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was no one on the street. Xiang Fasai played with his cards a few times in boredom. That guy didn't tell the truth. This is not to show some face. Even the personal attendants of true monarch Wei Guang don't have such great power in Huijing City. There were no people on the street, and Xiang Fasai felt that there was nothing to do, so he twitched his nose and followed Li Zhuguang's scent to find him. After a while, Xiang Fasai arrived at the gate of the county government office in Quabai County and saw Li Zhoguang coming out of the government office. Li Zhoguang was extremely depressed. He originally wanted to ask the local county government to help him investigate the whereabouts of Xiahe swordsman. Unexpectedly, as soon as he revealed his identity, the county magistrate drew him in one breath. When Li Zhoguang pinched him and woke him up again, he rushed into the backyard as if he had been beaten with blood. By the time Li Zhoguang came to his senses and looked for the backyard, he had already killed himself with his whole family. Well, it looks like he is greedy. Li Zhoguang had no choice but to leave the county government office. Although he had just forced the county magistrate and his family to death, the subordinate officials in the yamen did not dare to stop him. Not only did they not stop him, they also expressed their gratitude to him for his act of only killing the culprit. When Li Zhoguang came out of the county government gate, he saw Xiang Fasai coming towards him. "Brother, you didn't tell me the truth. What is this badge? Why are everyone scared away when they see my badge? Well, who is the most powerful person there? Mighty Lord. Where's the one older than him? That is the master of each palace. Is there any bigger one? The one above the palace master is the town king, and the one above the town king is the boundary keeper. The boundary keeper is the supreme being in our world, no matter how great it is. The meaning of this belt card here is almost the personal army of your local king. So powerful. It's pretty much the same." At this time, Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun also came over with large and small bags. This waist badge is so useful. When we entered the grain store, we found that we couldn't understand the language and thought we couldn't purchase. Unexpectedly, when we showed the waist badge, they let us go use it without charge. Hearing Wei Changfeng's praise, Li Zhoguang was shocked. Language barrier? How could there be a language barrier? Everyone spoke Chinese along the way. Didn't Wei Chongfeng also speak Chinese at this time? Li Zhoguang asked Qin Daniu in a low voice, "When we entered the county government just now, did you hear the question that the master asked us?" Qin Daniu shook his head, "I can't understand the language he spoke." "Then do you understand my answer?" Qin Daniu nodded, "Brother Li, you said you were the deputy Qunhu of Bijin Fuzi. Although I couldn't understand what that person said, he actually understood what we said. Then what do you think I said when I communicated with you all this time? What's the dialect in Xiangshui County? To be honest, the first time I heard you speak, Brother Li, I thought you were from Xiangshui County." Li Zhoguang probed, "How are you?" Qin Daniu, "Brother Li, what are you talking about?" Li Zhoguang changed the language again. Qin Daniu shook his head, "I don't understand." Hearing Qin Daniu's answer, Li Zhoguang frowned even more tightly. Something was wrong, this was very wrong. The last mission was in a pure English environment. He did not choose to be proficient in the language, so other people who did not know English could not communicate with the outside world at all. He used this to successfully trick Li Chunfeng. But when Shield tortured Li Chunfeng, Melinda could understand what Li Chunfeng said, which proved that Li Chunfeng was speaking Chinese. Now, although the residents of the world they live in have some accents, to Li Zhuguang's ears, everyone speaks Chinese. It seemed to Li Zhoguang that several passengers traveling with him also spoke Chinese. But there is a language barrier between them. Li Zhoguang thought for a moment and asked, "Have you ever activated steel armor in your world?" Qin Daniu shook his head. Li Zhoguang pulled Qin Daniu to a deserted alley and said to him, "The first time you used the armor, I helped you activate it. Now you can activate it like me." Qin Daniu didn't know why, but he still did as he was told. "Jarvis, activate the armor." The armor backpack on Qin Daniu's back remained unmoved. "Li Zhoguang, now I will say something and you will repeat it. Jarvis, activate armor." Qin Daniu stumbled and repeated it again. Although the pronunciation was not standard enough, the armor still enveloped him. Li Zhoguang removed Qin Daniu's armor and asked his own armor, "Jarvis, have you been recording?" "Yes, Mr. Li." "The 3 people and 1 bear who came with me, are they speaking Chinese?" "No, the language they used is not recorded in the database." "Do they speak the same language?" "After analysis, they are not from the same language family." Li Zhoguang probably understood that the train would automatically translate the passenger's native language so that others could understand it, but it would not translate the corresponding text. But if a passenger speaks in a non-native language, it will not be translated. So from beginning to end, only Li Zhoguang and Li Chunfeng's native language was Chinese, but their writing was different because Li Chunfeng could not recognize Chinese characters. The remaining 3 people and 1 bear all use their own languages and characters. It just sounds to them like everyone is speaking their native language. Since trains are committed to smooth communication among passengers, a problem arises. Since speech can be translated, why do the selection of tasks rely on the text on the light screen without the assistance of the respective native language speech? Why only simplified Chinese is displayed on the light screen? What is so special about Chinese, or simplified Chinese, about this train? After thinking for a long time, Li Zhoguang still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it and refocused his energy on the task. There was no way to ask the government. Quabai County was just an unimportant county town, and there was no Jinyue Yamen. Li Zhoguang was going to go directly to Lanruo Temple to see if Yan Shixia was there. But when he was about to go out, he found a scholar carrying a box on his back, who was thrown out of the store. He just lay in front of Li Zhoguang and his party. Li Zhoguang tiptoed and turned the man on the ground over, revealing his face. "Well, it's my brother's face. It seems that this is Ning Keqian. Now he looks like he was chased out for collecting debts. Well, there's no need to bother to confirm the time. Now is the beginning of the plot." Li Zhoguang reached out and pulled him up. "Why is this brother so embarrassed?" Ning Keqian looked at the man who pulled him up in front of him. He was dressed strangely and had very short hair. He didn't look like a decent person. But he looked kind and helped him. So he said, "My surname is Ning, my name is Keqian, I am from Jinhua, Zhejiang, and I am here on business." Li Zhoguang nodded and pulled him back into the restaurant. The shopkeeper was about to scold Ning Keqian when he saw that he dared to come in. Li Zhoguang threw his waist card on the counter. The shopkeeper's legs softened when he saw the waist card. "My friend is here on business, so you can cooperate if you can. By the way, prepare a table of food, I haven't had lunch yet." Hearing Li Zhoguang's order, the boss dared not slack off. He immediately asked the waiter to clean up a table and personally ordered the kitchen to use their best skills to prepare a table of food. As for Ning Keqian's account, he didn't mind even if the account book was spent. Ning Keqian said how much. The boss saw Ning Keqian's handsome appearance and clean hands, and knew that he must be an honest and reliable young man. After the food was prepared, Li Zhoguang specially asked Ning Keqian to sit down and eat. "This is a friend I just met. His last name is Ning Keqian, and brother Ning and I hit it off immediately, so I invited him to have a simple meal together." Xiang Fasai didn't care, and Qin Daniu wouldn't refuse. As for Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun, Li Zhoguang didn't care about their opinions at all. Because Ning Keqian didn't see the words on the waist card clearly just now, Li Zhoguang invited him to dinner, and he happily agreed. These days, he has been eating dry food all the way here. It's rare to have a hot meal, so of course he won't refuse. Ning Keqian looked at the people at the table. Everyone else was fine, but the short and strong one, with all his exposed limbs wrapped in bandages, didn't look like a normal person. But, since he was here, as various delicacies were placed on the table, except Li Zhoguang and Xiang Fasai, everyone else ate heartily. This is just a restaurant in a small county town in the Ming dynasty. Even though the chef has brought out his best skills, it is still not satisfactory. Li Zhoguang suffered from the test of technology and hard work in the original world, and he did not look down on these simple meals. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun, who had a good life, also did not look down on these meals, but they were afraid of being hungry not long ago, and now they must eat as much as they can whenever they have the opportunity to eat. As for Xiong Fasai, he wanted to try the local characteristics of a foreign land, but he was afraid that he would cause unrest after showing his face, which would only add to the trouble, so he had to give up. After dinner, Ning Keqian planned to go home. After all, the bill had been received, and he had no reason to stay here any longer. When Ning Keqian left, Li Zhoguang quietly stuffed some gold into his box, so that he would have some capital after returning home, enough to settle down. After all, he was a powerless person running around in this chaotic world, and it was rare for him to have a good end. Li Zhoguang stuffed the gold into the temple, which was seen by Xiong Fasai. He asked him in confusion, "Hey, are you close to him? I just met him today, but he reminded me of an old friend." "Your best friend?" "No, that person just sings well." Xiong Fasai shook his head, "Why don't you just give the money to that person? He's tired of singing and has changed places. I can't find him even if I want to give it to him." "That's a pity." After lunch, everyone asked for directions and prepared to set off for Lanruo Temple. Lanruo Temple is about 3 or 4 miles away from Qaobei County. It used to be prosperous for a while, but later it was abandoned. So there are not many people passing by the road to Lanruo Temple, and it is not very smooth. But at least there is a road to follow, even if it is a 3 or 4 mile journey, it takes a lot of time. Li Zhoguang and Qin Daniu can use steel armor to travel, but in this area, apart from the tree demon grandma, who knows if there are other monsters? Li Zhoguang thought again and again, and decided to keep a low profile. After leaving Qaobei County, Xiong Fasai was finally able to remove the bandages, which had made him feel suffocated before. When passing by a forest, Xiong Fasai moved his ears. A pack of wolves is approaching, so it's a good time to store some food. Hearing this, Li Zhoguang opened a bag of compressed biscuits and threw it to Xiong Fasai. "Wolf meat is too troublesome to handle, and it doesn't taste good. Try this." Xiong Fasai took it and tasted it. "This snack tastes really good, have some more." Li Zhoguang threw a few more bags over. "Brother Fasai, there may be conflicts in order to complete the task. Please tell me about your strength." Xiong Fasai waved his hand, "I don't have the talent. Although I was also a city guard when I first started working. But later, I sat in the office and neglected to exercise. Later, I got married and practiced even less. My strength has declined a lot over the years. As for the current strength..." Xiong Fasai was talking, and the wolves living in the forest also approached the crowd. "Let's use them for demonstration." After saying that, Xiong Fasai stretched out his claws at the attacking wolves and waved them close to the ground. Several dark claw marks appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared. However, the wolves in front of Xiong Fasai were like being caught by invisible claws, and they were all broken into pieces of meat and scattered on the ground. Wei Chongfeng and Wang Shiyun, who had not actually participated in the battle, were really scared. In their eyes, Xiong Fasai's methods were no different from magic. Li Zhoguang asked himself if he could wipe out the wolves in one blow, but he would never be as meticulous and concealed as Xiong Fasai. You have to know that this is a forest. Just now, with one claw from Xiong Fasai, all the wolves were turned into pieces of meat, but the surrounding trees were not damaged at all. So Li Zhoguang took the lead in applauding. "Brother Fasai is really good at cooking." The others followed suit when they saw this. As a little transparent person in his own world, Xiong Fasai had never experienced such a scene before. He scratched his head awkwardly for a moment. No, I have regressed a lot. If I were young, not even a trace of demonic power would escape." After another round of commercial flattery, Li Zhoguang called on everyone to continue on their way. It is best to arrive at Lanruo Temple before dark. After all, the demons and monsters here will be greatly reduced in strength during the day. The slightly weaker ones will be scared to death when they see the sun. On the way, Li Zhoguang asked around and inquired about the information of Xiong Fasai's world. It was found that although they had people and demons there, they could practice and ascend. But the social atmosphere and living environment are closer to the Republic of China period in Li Zhuguang's world, giving people a sense of déjà vu of the post-Xiangxia era. During the conversation, I learned that the residents of Xiong Fasai's place also worry about finding a job, buying a house, getting married and having children. Xiong Fasai's house was bought by his parents, and he couldn't afford it with his salary. And his wife is also a demon, but she is a pig demon. According to him, they are already very open there, and only some old stubborn people still insist on the concept of marrying only the same kind. Chatting with Xiang Fasai about the interesting things and experiences in his world, Li Zhouguang really wants to go to his world to have a look. The group walked for a while, and after leaving the forest, the view suddenly became clear, and a stone road could still be vaguely seen. Walking 2 steps along the stone road, they saw the eaves of Lanruo Temple. When they walked outside the temple, they heard the sound of fighting from inside. Judging from the sound of weapons clashing, it was probably Yan Chixia and Xiahe. After Xiahe lost to Yan Chixia in a competition many years ago, he was committed to pestering Yan Chixia to fight with him. This entanglement lasted for 7 years, and he was defeated repeatedly, but he fought again and again. When everyone walked into Lanruo Temple, they saw the 2 people fighting back and forth very excitingly. Li Zhouguang shook his head secretly, and the exciting fight was problematic. Even though he was a layman, he knew a common sense that a weapon duel usually could be decided within 5 seconds. If there was a back and forth fight, and it was very good, it was either a trick or an old man teasing a naughty boy. Yan Chixia has a bad taste. He is obviously much stronger than Xiahe, but he always fights with him, giving Xiahe the illusion that he and I are evenly matched. Yan Chixia and Xiahe stopped fighting when they saw someone coming to the temple. But when he glanced at Xiang Fasai, he was shocked. Xiang Fasai saw that the bearded man was staring at him, and he didn't know why, but he still opened his mouth and waved at him in a friendly manner. The world is boundless, and the universe borrows the law. Yan Chixia held the sword with both hands and chanted a spell. As he chanted the spell, the sword in his hand gradually appeared with a red halo. Yan Chixia rushed towards Xiang Fasai. "Oh my god! What's wrong with you people here? Every time I say hello, you rush up to chop me." Xiang Fasai cursed while dodging Yan Chixia's attack. Li Zhouguang heard this and grinned awkwardly, manifesting the crimson tentacle and tying it to Yan Chixia. Yan Chixia saw a red tentacle coming towards him, and he made a sword flower, and in an instant he chopped the crimson tentacle 3 or 4 times, cutting off several pieces of the crimson tentacle. The chopped off tentacle directly dispersed into a ray of red flame and disappeared. But with the injection of Li Zhouguang's crimson magic, the chopped off tentacle grew out again. With a roll, Yan Chixia was forced to retreat. Li Zhouguang shook his head secretly. Doctor Strange could temporarily tie up one of Thanos' hands with crimson band of Sidorak. You know, Thanos is a ruthless man who can fight with the green fat man in hand-to-hand combat and beat the green fat man so hard that he dared not show his head. However, the principle and energy used by his crimson tentacle are similar to those of crimson band of Sidorak, but now it has been cut off by Yan Chixia's sword. It seems that he still has a long way to go. Xiahe, who was standing by, saw Yan Chixia being defeated, and also came with a sword. Although he chased Yan Chixia to fight to the death every day, it was just to save face, not because of any deep hatred. And he had been entangled with Yan Chixia for 7 years. It is unlikely to say that there was no love, friendship between them. But unlike Yan Chixia, Xiahe was just an ordinary warrior. Not to mention Yan Chixia who could cast spells, he was still a long way from catching up with Zhou Qunhu. His sword could not cut through the crimson touch. As soon as he pounced on him, he was entangled like a mummy and hung in the air. Yan Chixia saw Xiahe was restrained, and reached out to take out the golden needles to shoot a few at Li Zhouguang. But Li Zhouguang didn't want to fight him anymore, so he took out his badge. Jin Yiwei is doing business. Captain Yan, don't make a mistake. Bah! You said you are Jin Yiwei, right? When did Jin Yiwei mix with monsters? And your magic doesn't look like a righteous person. Do you know what the consequences of pretending to be Jin Yiwei are? Yan Chixia had been in the government office and had seen Jin Yiwei. Li Zhouguang's dress and temperament, let alone Jin Yiwei, don't even look like a public official. Li Zhouguang didn't say much, and threw the badge to Yan Chixia. Yan Chixia took the badge, looked at Li Zhouguang defensively, and fumbled with his hands. But after a while, he was stunned, it seemed real. Tell me, where did you steal the badge from? The badge was real, but he still didn't believe Li Zhouguang was a Jin Yiwei. Captain Yan, don't say you are not a Jin Yiwei. Tell me, you have been away from the government for many years. Do you know the situation of Jin Yiwei in these years? And don't you know what will happen if you pretend to be a Jin Yiwei? Li Zhouguang started to make up stories. Anyway, no one present knew what the current situation of Jin Yiwei was. Yan Chixia pointed at Xiang Fasai, then what is its situation? Li Zhoguang gestured to Xiang Fasai, show him your badge. Xiang Fasai took out his badge of 100 households after hearing this. Yan Chixia widened his eyes, how come even monsters can be Jinyue now? Li Zhoguang waved his hand nonchalantly, as long as we can relieve the emperor's worries, there is no need to distinguish between monsters and humans. A cat that can catch mice is a good cat, whether it is white or black. Don't you worry about what the court officials and the common people think when you do this. Li Zhoguang chuckled, when has the reputation of our Jinyue been better than that of monsters? That's true, Yan Chixia thought to himself, but he didn't say it in front of Li Zhoguang. It's okay for others to laugh at themselves, but if he responds, it will offend people. I don't know if this Qunhu sir. My surname is Li, my name is Zhoguang, and my courtesy name is Ye Yuan. I don't know what business you are here for, sir. Exorcise monsters. Yan Chixia heard this and stared at Xiang Fasai and fell silent. Do you want to consider getting rid of this bear monster before you say this? Then he found that Xiahe was still hung in the air by Li Zhoguang. Lord Li, ignorance is not a crime. I wonder if Xiahe can be spared. Li Zhoguang put Xiahe down after hearing this. Xiahe was in a mixed mood at this time. Just now, he and Yan Chixia attacked Li Zhoguang. Yan Chixia escaped after fighting with Li Zhoguang, but he was subdued at the first sight. Although this man used magic, the gap between him and Yan Chixia was obvious. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he felt that he only needed to work harder to defeat Yan Chixia, but it was just his wishful thinking. He was so ashamed that he bowed to Yan Chixia and left with his sword. Watching Xiahe leave, Yan Chixia did not stop him. Lanruo Temple was originally a place of right and wrong, and now there is such a group of Jinyue who are out of place. Xiahe's departure might be a good thing for him. Yan Chixia continued, then, sir, you must have come here for the 1,000-year-old tree demon. Yes, and no. Getting rid of the tree demon is just a side job. I heard that the tree demon is in collusion with the Black Mountain Old Demon. This time, I came here mainly for the Black Mountain Old Demon. Yan Chixia had never heard of the name of the Black Mountain Old Demon, but just nodded to indicate that he knew it. Li Zhoguang continued, before we came here, we had heard that Captain Yan was living in seclusion here. This time, we came here to ask Captain Yan for help. Yan Chixia shook his head and said, I am no longer a public official. Living in seclusion here has nothing to do with the tree demon. I will not get involved in your affairs. Li Zhoguang continued, it's okay if Captain Yan doesn't want to help, but the Diamond Sutra you carry is the nemesis of the Black Mountain Old Demon. We need this sutra. Although Yan Chixia didn't want to get involved, he had no problem taking out a sutra to eliminate the demon, so he threw the Diamond Sutra to Li Zhoguang. I just heard that the spell that Captain Yan recited was the Tai Sin removing demon-slaying body-protecting spell. That's right. In addition to being interested in the Diamond Sutra, I am also interested in what Captain Yan has learned. Yan Chixia heard this and put his hand on the hilt of the sword. It is a taboo to spy on other people's inheritance methods, no matter where or when. Li Zhoguang also felt Yan Chixia's hostility and explained aloud, don't get me wrong, I don't intend to take it for nothing. I will offer an equivalent method in exchange. Yan Chixia didn't think Li Zhoguang would be so kind. He had fought with Li Zhoguang just now. This man's spells were full of destruction and violence. Yan Chixia didn't think he would have any decent inheritance. Some crooked ways to make up the numbers. Humph. Yan's qualifications are dull, and he may not be able to fully understand what he has learned in his lifetime, so he shouldn't expect the essence of other sections. Don't say that. Just like this Diamond Sutra, although it is a Buddhist classic, it also has a Taoist annotated version and a Confucian annotated version. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can attack jade. Practice along the way and communicate with each other. It's still important. The paths you and I are on are completely different. There is nothing to communicate with each other. Hearing Yan Chixia's answer, Li Zhoguang also knew that he had given up. What he planned to exchange with Yan Chixia was Snake Shadow Fist. As for the Crimson Touch, even if he wanted to teach it, he didn't know where to start. Hearing is false, seeing is believing, Li Zhoguang didn't bother to talk anymore. Danyu, go and spar with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Danyu opened his stance, his steps were as steady as a mountain, his fists were clenched, and he made gestures like a running bull. He took a deep breath, and then rushed towards Yan Chixia with a fierce punch, directly facing the door. Yan Chixia saw Qin Daniu coming at him with bare hands, so he gave up using his sword and faced the enemy with bare hands. As soon as they met, Yan Chixia knew she was going to suffer. I don't know what the child in front of me grew up on, and why he is so energetic. After only a few rounds, Yan Chixia couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued a few more times, his bones would be broken. He immediately held the hilt of the sword without taking it out of the scabbard, and just held the scabbard to spar with Qin Daniu. The punching wind of Manitou Fist is so fierce that it seems to be able to shake mountains and rivers, and every blow is full of the potential to break mountains and crack rocks. Even with Yan Chixia's sword, it was very difficult to fight. So he gave up the sword style he was good at and stopped fighting hard. The sword spread out like flowing water, and the tip of the sword danced lightly in the air. Every time he swung the sword, he only attacked the side of Qin Daniu's fist, intending to deflect Qin Daniu's punch. But it's of no use. Qin Daniu's boxing skills were like a herd of bulls running wildly, and every punch was like a bull going all out. Yan Chixia dodged one punch and was immediately hit by another. Each punch was harder than the last. Although Yan Chixia's swordsmanship was exquisite, it began to seem a little inadequate in the face of Qin Daniu's momentum that became increasingly fierce as he fought. After a few more punches, the palm of Yan Chixia's sword-holding hand was sore from the shock, and the sword was showing signs of falling out of hand. So he jumped back and escaped from the battle circle. When Qin Daniu saw him giving in, he stopped pursuing him. Yan Chixia raised her hand to Qin Daniu and said, "Every mountain is higher than the next." After today's battle, Yan learned the lesson. Qin Daniu couldn't understand what he was saying, but he could understand his body language, and he immediately returned the gesture with fists in his arms. At this time, Li Zhoguang came out to strike while the iron was hot. "Yan Baotou, how about my little brother's barbarian bull fist?" Yan Chixia nodded, "Excellent offensive technique. This boxing technique is enough to establish a sect. Even if it is placed in a famous sect, it can be regarded as a magical skill to suppress the sect. Are you willing to exchange it?" Li Zhoguang shook his head. "Barbarian bull fist is my little brother's ancestral boxing technique and cannot be passed on to others." But, with that said, Li Zhoguang took out the boxing manual of Snake Shadow Fist. "This is the Snake Shadow Fist, which is as famous as Barbarian Bull Fist. It is my family's ancestral boxing technique. I am willing to exchange it." After hearing Li Zhoguang's words, Yan Chixia's expression was like that of an old man looking at his cell phone on the subway, wondering if this thief had taken him for a fool. He had indeed learned the Manitou Fist used by Qin Daniu, but Li Zhoguang said in vain that Snake Shadow Fist was as famous as Manitou Fist. How could he believe it? Li Zhoguang also knew what Yan Chixia was thinking. "I can give you the boxing manual for detailed reference. If you think it's worth it, we can exchange it." Yan Chixia frowned deeply. "Aren't you afraid that I will run away after seeing it?" Li Zhoguang smiled brightly. "If you really knew how to do this, by now, you would still be Yan Baotou, not Yan Chixia." Li Zhoguang had already said this, and Yan Chixia felt that if she tried to shirk it again, she would seem a bit coy, and that person was still a deputy Qinhu after all. Immediately I took the boxing manual and started reading it. After flipping through a few pages, Yan Chixia raised her head. "May I ask if there is a Chinese version of this boxing manual?" "Blame me, forget this, let's go inside and talk in detail." After saying that, Li Zhoguang and Yan Chixia entered the monastery where he stayed at Lanruo Temple. Wei Chongfeng had been paying attention to what was going on here, and when he saw them entering the monastery, he wanted to follow them. But Li Zhoguang was the last one to enter the monastery. He entered the door with his front foot, closed the door with his back foot, and even left the bolt. Wei Chongfeng was disappointed. He knew that Li Zhoguang had something he didn't want them to know about, and he didn't want to bring trouble on himself, so he turned around and left. After entering the monastery, Li Zhoguang wrapped the monastery around with a crimson touch, preventing anyone from getting close to him or letting his voice leak out. Yan Chixia took out the pen and ink, had Qin Daniu read it, and Li Zhoguang translated it, and copied the entire Snake Shadow Fist. After Yan Chixia finished copying the text, she began to copy the illustrations. He was quite accomplished in martial arts, and he had an idea in mind when he was copying the text. Now the final copy of the illustrations is more vivid and charming than the version produced by Li Zhoguang. After all, Li Zhoguang's Snake Shadow Fist was also copied from the original version. Yan Chixia was also a believer. He didn't care why Li Zhoguang's family martial arts, which he himself couldn't understand, needed a child to tell him. After putting away the snake shadow fist, he wrote down the Tai abolishing sins and demon slaying body protection mantra. The Tai abolishing sins and demon slaying body protection mantra only had about 150 words, but he wrote more than 1,000 words. The mantra was not important, because this set of mantras was not a secret, and Li Zhoguang could find it at home using Baidu. What was important was the method of practicing visualization and the techniques used. Li Zhoguang found that in addition to the practice method, Yan Qixia also added a lot of his own insights and experiences, which was considered to be the most benevolent. After Yan Qixia finished copying, Li Zhoguang took it solemnly. Since he copied the snake shadow fist, Li Zhoguang asked Jarvis to record it, but this was a calligraphy copy by Yan Qixia himself, which was also of great commemorative value. Yan Qixia said, "I don't expect you not to pass on this method, but when you teach it, please be selective." Li Zhoguang nodded in agreement. After putting away the secret book, Li Zhoguang took out a small jar from his belongings. He handed it to Yan Qixia. This was the good wine he had just bought in the town. For a man like Yan Qixia, gold and silver may not be as effective as good wine. "I would like to ask Master Yan for one thing. I am not well educated and only know some crooked ways. I still need Master Yan's guidance on this practice." Yan Qixia took a whiff of the wine jar and agreed with a smile. Yan Qixia was also impatient, and he did what he said. He immediately pulled Li Zhoguang to start explaining the Tai Sin removing demon-slaying body-protecting spell. Li Zhoguang did not hide anything. Every time Yan Qixia said a sentence, he repeated it to Qin Daniu. Yan Qixia asked curiously, "Why do you have to repeat a sentence after I say it?" Li Zhoguang explained, "Senior Yan, you don't know that except for me, the people who are traveling with me are all foreigners and don't know the Middle-earth language. It just so happens that I have a secret method that can make them understand what I mean." Hearing that Qin Daniu was a foreigner, Yan Qixia was quite unhappy, but the deal had been reached, and he only blamed himself for not asking clearly at the beginning. But he still said in a sarcastic tone, "Do you want to call those people outside in?" Li Zhoguang shook his head, "I trust my little brother's character. As long as he promises not to pass on the skills today, he will never pass it on. But those people outside can only be said to be on different paths from me." Yan Qixia just said this casually. Seeing Li Zhoguang say this, he stopped asking and continued to teach. Li Zhoguang is not completely ignorant. Before, because of his interest, he had studied classics such as True Qi movement method, Tai Jinhua principle, and Qi body origin and flow, and he was a practical practitioner. But a person's own exploration is not as good as having a teacher to guide him. There is a successful cultivator in front of him, so he should not use him. Why is this the case? I am obviously a genius. Li Zhoguang, who had practiced for an afternoon and gained nothing, looked at Qin Daniu next to him who could already borrow the light of the law faintly, and was somewhat unacceptable. Who told you that you are a genius? Yan Qixia said disdainfully. When I practiced the guiding technique before, I could feel the qi in one day and move the small Jyotian in 1 month. Compared with those who need 100 days to build the foundation, how can I not be a genius? Yan Qixia asked Li Zhoguang about the process of practice in detail, and looked at him with pitiful eyes. Then did you find any changes in yourself after moving the Jyotian? No change, not even as good as running exercise. So I stopped practicing later. Is it not only that there is no benefit, but also frequent diarrhea? How do you know? Could it be that I practiced the wrong way? Yan Qixia blew his beard and glared, not only practiced the wrong way, you are simply damaging your foundation. No matter what sex practice technique, it is important to collect the great medicine and practice the yellow sprout inner pill. What is the great medicine? It is your innate primordial qi, your spirit, and the light of nature that is generated when you are extremely quiet. That's not the feeling of qi, that's the fire in your heart that you aroused through the breathing method. You don't even collect the medicine, but just focus on burning the fire. This is what is called boiling an empty pot with fierce fire and emptying the canal. Even if you have collected the great medicine, you still need to control the fire. If you just seek strong fire, the medicine you collected will become dregs. You have diarrhea because the fierce fire burned your stomach and intestines when you introduced the fire into the danshan. You are still circulating the Jyotian. Is that the Jyotian? That's setting yourself on fire. Fortunately, you gave up early, otherwise you would have burned up the kidney water, burned the essence, and burned the spiritual platform. You would be useless. P.S. The author's painful lesson, all practitioners should take it as a warning. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, don't practice blindly. Aba. Li Zhoguang realized how big a mistake he had made before. It's true that some things can't be done by yourself behind closed doors. Yan Qixia felt that he had said something a bit harsh, and in front of the other party's subordinates. Not only was Li Qunhu not angry, but he also looked like he was willing to learn, which was rare. Then he slowed down his tone and continued, "Don't feel bad, in fact, your talent is not bad. After all, it is rare for normal people to get angry in one day when they meditate. Your practice just now is already very good. It's just that this little brother is a little special. I would like to hear more about it." Yan Qixia explained, "He is an innocent child with great luck. Just now I saw that his practice speed was too strange, so I used the chi-looking technique to see. Just tell me the truth, is he a prince of some foreign race?" "No, that's not right, it shouldn't be, although his luck is great, he doesn't have purple chi. In this world, no royal court can have such luck, it's really strange." Then, Yan Qixia seemed to have thought of something, counted with his fingers, and his face suddenly tightened, and asked hurriedly, "Does the little brother have a master?" Qin Dainiu saw that the big bearded man was talking to him, but he didn't understand, so he could only look at Li Zhoguang. Li Zhoguang translated Yan Qixia's words to Qin Dainiu, and without waiting for Qin Dainiu's reply, he directly said to Yan Qixia, "As far as I know, he is a disciple of a martial arts school." Yan Qixia felt a little sorry when he heard that the other party had a master, but when he heard that it was only a martial arts school, he tentatively said, "Please ask him if he is willing to change to my school." Knowing Qin Dainiu's character, Li Zhoguang knew that Yan Qixia would be disappointed this time, but he still translated it according to the rules. Sure enough, Qin Dainiu refused without hesitation, "I have already worshipped my master, and I can't change to another school." Yan Qixia asked unwillingly, "Is there really no room for turning? I can pass on all my life's learning to you. With your talent, not to mention longevity, at least it can be easily extended to 100 years. Qin Dainiu still shook his head, "Unless I become a master and become an elder, I can change to another school." "Isn't it possible to change to another school?" "I haven't become a master yet, so I can't." "What a silly, honest kid, what are the conditions for becoming a master?" "As long as your strength exceeds that of the current head, you will be considered a master." "By the way, the current head is my master. Does your martial arts school prohibit your disciples from learning other martial arts?" Qin Dainiu thought for a while, "It is not prohibited. Many brothers will practice family martial arts at the same time." Yan Qixia nodded with satisfaction, "Hey, this is easy. In this way, I will teach you what I have learned throughout my life. I guess you will be able to beat your master soon, and then you can worship me as your master." Yan Qixia felt that since he had discovered the loopholes in the other party's rules, he could not be blamed for poaching disciples from other families. After all, such a talented person should be in the hands of a virtuous person. It is a waste of this child's qualifications to be confined to a small martial arts school. What's more, this kid. Qin Dainiu said, "That's right, but it's not appropriate for you to teach me your skills in advance." Yan Qixia waved his hand and said, "There's nothing inappropriate. The stronger you are, the sooner you can become a master. The sooner you become a master, the sooner you can become my disciple. I think it's very appropriate." "But..." "No buts. Men can't be fussy. This is it." Qin Dainiu looked at Yan Qixia for a long time, and then counted on his fingers. The man in front of him was probably in his early 40s. According to him, his martial arts can prolong his life for 100 years, so he has at most 140 years left. Master is 50 this year, and has reached the peak of the 5th level of Barbarian Bull Fist. According to Master, he can only reach the 6th level in his lifetime, and he can probably live for another 200 years. After calculating for a while, Qin Dainiu raised his head and asked, "What's the name of this gentleman?" Yan Qixia touched his beard, "My surname is Yan, and my courtesy name is Qixia." Qin Dainiu nodded and asked Li Zhoguang to write down Yan Qixia's name, which he carefully kept close to his body. Yan Qixia was very satisfied with his performance. This kid was indeed sincere and respected his teacher so much before he even entered the sect. What Qin Dainiu thought was that his master was a barbarian mixed race. Although his cultivation would be much slower than that of ordinary people, he could fight on par with the disciples of the third level of Barbarian Bull Fist before he started practicing martial arts. After the master started practicing martial arts, he practiced day and month, bravely and diligently, and dared not slack off. Even though he was dragged down by the barbarian bloodline, he pushed the Barbarian Bull Fist to the peak of the 5th level. The last time the master took action was 3 years ago. He beat the Huanxi Martial Arts Hall alone and smashed the head of the Huanxi Martial Arts Hall, who had cultivated the Snake Shadow Fist to the 8th level, into a pulp with 3 punches. The rest of the elders were killed with 1 punch. After the battle, someone entered the Huanxi Martial Arts Hall to bury the dead, but found that there was nothing to bury. All the bodies were turned into meat paste by the fierce and unforgiving wild bull power, mixed together, and it was impossible to tell who was who. After this battle, the name of the Maniu Martial Arts Hall in Xiangshui County was known throughout the country, and the master also brought the status of the Maniu Martial Arts Hall to an unprecedented height with his own strength. Otherwise, which martial arts hall would be so generous that the outer disciples would have wild beast meat to eat every day? After thinking for a while, Qin Dainiu didn't think he could become a master while the master was still alive, even if he learned the martial arts of this big bearded man. If he wanted to become a master, he could only wait until the master died and the next head of the sect took over. Just now, a rough calculation showed that this big bearded man probably wouldn't live longer than the master, so he simply asked for his name so that it would be convenient to make a tablet in the future. When he became a master, he would pay homage to the tablet. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.